We are now at 6 o'clock, and I want to welcome you all to the 6 p.m. Public hearing. This is an application of the Arapahoe Group LLC for change of zone from RP, RO, RMO to BC with Special Development District Designation for a mixed-use redevelopment along Arapahoe Road, LaSalle Road, and Farmington Avenue. We'll begin with roll call. Ms. LeBreau?
Ms. Blanks?
Just so Carol has COVID, so, now my thing's gone. And so she is calling in and watching. So, Carol, are you there?
She's on mute.
Yes.
Oh, thank you. Okay, Carol's here?
Ms. Cantor?
Here.
Mr. Cortez?
Here.
Mr. Davidoff?
Here.
Ms. Fay?
Present.
Ms. Bullock?
Here.
Mr. Sweeney?
Here. Present.
And Mr. Zadale?
No, there's more than two on. I think maybe that was why. Do I have a button? Oh.
You could silence us.
Yeah. The power of the mute. Is it working?
No, I think you want to be on green.
It was on green.
Red is mute.
Yep.
So I think that's.
Everybody working? Test.
No. Try it.
Testing.
Maybe if you shut yours off, right? Shut the microphone off. Just the,
Mine.
There it is. That's the one.
Yeah.
That's the,
There we go. Everybody working? Okay. All right. Thank you for bearing with us. So I do want to remind people that there actually is an increase in COVID in our community around. So we really want to keep this room at the seating capacity, not standing. And there is an overflow room, and I will go through the directions. But we're heading into the holidays, and it would be great if people leave here and remain healthy. So before we begin the presentation from the applicant, I'd like to provide everyone the rules of procedure for the conduct of this public hearing. Obviously, there is a significant amount of public interest in this application, and so we've set up just at the end of the hall. If you go out the door and take a left at the end of the hall, is a big open space. That's our auditorium, and we will have a screen there set up, there is ample seating in the room, and the hearing will be shown on the screen. If you signed up to comment and are unable to secure a seat in this council chambers, please watch in the auditorium. You may also come to council chambers when it's your turn to comment. So I would like to also note that the hearing is being broadcast live on YouTube channel WHCI, and you can view that from anywhere with an internet connection. There are two sign-up sheets available. I'm sure you've seen them outside the council chambers. One for people who wish to speak in favor of the application, another for people who wish to speak in opposition to the application. We will begin by receiving a presentation from the applicant. At the conclusion of the applicant's presentation, we will first call members up from the public to speak in favor of the application. I understand there's a group of residents with a protest petition in opposition of the application. They will, after those in favor speak, we will invite the petitioners to make a brief presentation as well. We will then call up members of the general public who have signed up to speak in opposition to the application. And to allow everybody the opportunity to speak, we ask that you limit your comments to 3 minutes unless you are a duly authorized representative of a group, in which case you can speak up to 5 minutes. We will then provide the applicant with an opportunity to rebut or address any comments made by the members of the public, and then we will move to the council for questions. We will alternate among us. We will each go through council and have 10 minutes to have interaction, and then we will go back around if necessary. I also want to note that there is another public hearing that was scheduled for tonight. that is unrelated to this proposed ordinance related to the CBDH district. And because we expect this hearing to go quite late and wasn't really fair to that applicant, we have moved, we're going to continue that public hearing until Wednesday, December 21st at 6:15. So if you're here for that public hearing, we will not be taking testimony tonight, but I don't know if there is anybody. I'd also like to remind all of you that we are a wonderful community, and everybody is motivated to do what they think is best on behalf of the whole community. And we are respectful of each other, and we are all neighbors, and we vary in our viewpoints. But we're all doing this for the right reasons. So no person can interrupt the hearing or render disorderly conduct. So we will ask members of the public to leave if there's any interruption while people are speaking. Again, we want to hear from all of you, and the more interruption we have, we'll have to stop and recess. So I appreciate your respect and your interest and your commitment to the community of West Hartford. And with that, we will start with the presentation from the applicant. No. It's fine. It is too dark, no?
We would like to be able to have the lights off so they can see the screen. Is that not possible? Is that too dark for the audience?
Okay, we will put the light on and do the best we can.
How about on this side? Are we able to turn the lights down?
We're good, we can see it.
Okay, all right.
There might be a slide where we might need to darken the room briefly.
Are you going to zero in on it? Because you,
I can, yes.
that's not full
Yep.
format. Okay. Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of the Town Council, and members of the public. My name is Robin Pearson. I'm an attorney with the firm of Alter & Pearson in Glastonbury, Connecticut, and I'm pleased to be here this evening on behalf of the applicant. The applicant is the Arapahoe Group, LLC. And this group of individuals either already owns part of the property that is encompassed in the proposed SDD site, or has an agreement to purchase pieces of that site. The principals in this group are Jim Manafort, Manafort Construction, also the Harris and Bruce Simons, who are West Hartford born and raised individuals and very dedicated to the town of West Hartford, and the numerous properties that they also own in West Hartford, as well as Mark Lewis, who is the principal in all of the Lexham Group entities, which own the other parcels that comprise this SDD application site, and that's all laid out in the affidavit of interest that is in the application materials that you received. While Mark is not born and raised in West Hartford, he's a Connecticut resident, but I would note that they are currently one of the larger taxpayers between the numbers of properties that they own in Lexham, and I believe that they currently are providing over $1.3 million a year in tax revenues to the town of West Hartford. And I introduce all of them this way and underscore their involvement because this site means a lot to them. The vitality of the center is extremely important to them, both because they care as West Hartford residents, but also because their businesses are affected by how well West Hartford is both perceived by the outside world and is appreciated by those who are either have businesses of their own in West Hartford or are living in West Hartford and enjoying all the benefits of the center. So, what we are presenting tonight, I think it's fair to say, is a truly exciting two-building residential development for the center of West Hartford. The new buildings that are proposed, the first one is a 25-unit rental building, which is in the forefront of what you're looking at right now. It is rental. It'll also accommodate for affordable, or if you will, price-restricted units in this building. Of those 28 units, 4 of those will be price-restricted. They will be price-restricted at 80% of the area median income. They will be price-restricted for 40 years. And this certainly goes to meeting a real need that we all recognize is something that is desirable to have in West Hartford, which is more affordable housing for people who wish to live and play in this community. The building to the left, tucked behind the rental structure, is a proposed 58 unit or 58 homes, because these are proposed to be condominium units, which means it's home ownership. 58 individuals would be able to locate themselves, buy a unit, and live in the center, primarily within the area of the site, more central to that part of the site that is currently used for surface parking. Underneath the 4 stories of rental housing in that corner building is approximately 3,500 square feet of commercial use proposed. We do not have a tenant at this moment. It would be retail or restaurant, but in any event, as you can see, it provides a very vibrant feel and use at that lower level of the building. So for that reason, we definitely feel this is going to be a wonderful addition to the vitality of the center, and we will certainly talk about that more as we go through our presentation. So again, I want to underscore, and you'll see that further as we go into overviews of the parcel in question. The site itself is 3.41 acres. It's a very sizable parcel in the center of West Hartford. One wouldn't think there'd be an area that would be open for development in this very built-up area of the town. But it is 3.41 acres. And the area for which the buildings themselves will be located is surface parking, and it's surface parking that now serves the 3 large commercial buildings and 2 smaller commercial buildings on this property. We are proposing to rezone the project site to a BC zone, which is a business commercial zone, and to overlay on that rezoning a special development district approval, which, as the council is familiar with, will restrict the uses, the building, and the site design features to be only and exactly as are shown on the plans that we have submitted as they might be amended should you approve this application. So you can obviously impose conditions on the development, but whatever the council decides, and if they approve the application, that and only that can be constructed on this site. Another exciting and innovative component of this application is the fact that it is the very first application to come before you and request the use of a zoning amendment that was passed back in 2017. It's section 177-16.6 of your regulations, and it was adopted after a very rigorous process that the town council and the town administration undertook with utilizing the planning department's expertise and the input of numerous constituents throughout the town of West Hartford, including many neighbors in this area, to provide a framework by which an applicant, when looking at a BC zone project, can request certain changes to the standards of the BC zone, in particular, the Florida area ratio calculation. And that is a calculation that has to do with the massing of buildings. And in that regulation, and we'll go through it in a little more detail as we go further, There are items that an applicant can suggest as part of an application, such as providing public parks and public spaces, historical architectural components, affordable housing has to reach a certain level to be able to do this, and private garage parking for the uses on the site, as well as public art and other aspects. We have prepared an application that requests some relief from the FAR related to the use of a private parking garage on the site to accommodate all of the parking needs, except for those of the rental units, which will utilize an affiliated town center garage across the street, but also public spaces in terms of a public park and access to the site in order to present this application with an FAR that will conform to the 1.25 that's allowed for BC zone. And I think that's important when you consider also as you go through your deliberations, the fact that the Design Review Advisory Committee was probably, in terms of its issues, and it does have issues, we acknowledge that with the application, had to do with the mass. We're going to explain to you why we feel we've addressed all those concerns adequately. But again, I think it's important to keep in mind that we do meet now the FAR requirement of the BC zone, which is 1.25, and we're at 1.24 with this application, as long as the credits are available and are authorized by you through the SDD process to apply towards our FAR calculation. So with that, I'd like to mention we will provide you with the sign affidavit. The signs were posted and have been kept up as required on the site. We also note for you that the application includes a request for a fee waiver. This is our second application for this site. The first one was withdrawn in November of this year after we received a recommendation that was not favorable from DRAC, and we knew we wanted to address DRAC's concerns before coming back to this council for consideration of the application. We did file everything, and we did pay a fee at that time of $26,714 for an application fee. And we have a waiver before you to ask that an additional, now because this proposal is smaller, an additional $25,323 would not be required. So we're happy to pay keep the past fee on the record and ask that the requirement for an additional fee be waived, certainly given the size of the fee and the fact that we followed in very quickly with an application that addresses the concerns that DRAC had raised. Our presentation format is going to be as follows. Jeff Fitzgerald will speak first. He's going to speak after me, but he's going to, I'm going to go through some of the zoning aspects. He's going to speak as the lead designer on this project. He's a land use designer, planner with Bowler Engineering right here in town. He's very familiar with this site. His office is right above it. He's going to talk about existing conditions and really envision the potential of this development to totally reimagine what is now a huge and unproductive area of parking in the heart of the center and turn it basically into a beautifully designed, sensitively landscaped, and diverse residential community with public amenities and with, as I mentioned before, a little commercial excitement added. He will go through the benefits, environmental benefits of the stormwater management plan, and he will talk about construction phasing and our parking arrangements, including the benefit to area businesses and the neighborhood of both the limited amount of surface parking we're going to be providing, but now the covered, structured, private garage that's going to be on our site, but which we are offering to make open to the public on after hours and on weekends. And we anticipate this would be a very positive benefit for businesses in the area and also for the neighborhood in that it will take cars off the street that might otherwise park in neighborhoods, especially as they're visiting the restaurants in the area. Using his land use expertise, he's going to tell you why we believe that the layout and design we have proposed is appropriate to the context of the abutting properties in the center as a whole. He's going to be followed by our traffic consultant, that's McMahon Traffic firm. Maureen Schlebeck is here. She's a regional manager with McMahon, and she'll review the results of the traffic studies that have been prepared as part of this application. We acknowledge that today, and this is directed to the neighbors in particular, that neighbors on Arapahoe and Woodrow Street are experiencing more traffic than they've experienced in the past, particularly as a result of the change in the direction of traffic flow on LaSalle Road. And I'm sure that they feel that any additional traffic to be generated by this development or any other development is probably unacceptable as far as they are concerned from the perspective of living on those streets. It's a difficult task Maureen has, but she is going to explain to you and to them why there will be no discernible difference in the roadway and intersection functions as a result of our proposal. She speaks as a traffic engineer, and frankly, nobody likes to believe what a traffic engineer has to say, but she will go through an objective analysis for you and for the neighbors, and we hope it will help to settle some of the concerns that you have. Obviously, we know the town is undertaking a comprehensive traffic evaluation using Stantec as a consultant. We just want to put on the record here for the neighbors and for the council that the applicant is committed to working with the town to make off-site traffic calming improvements in that area if it turns out that that is something that would be helpful. And, you know, the bottom line is leaving everything as it is on our site, with the bulk of our site dedicated to surface commercial parking, is really not a desirable option, but it is one that would mean there'd be no additional traffic on those neighborhood streets. But we don't think that's the best thing for the town or even for the property values of the neighbors who live close to this site and will be very concerned, I'm sure, about what additional traffic generation might mean for them. But her analysis does support the ability of the streets to safely accommodate our parking projections. She will be followed by Matt Merva, our landscape architect with Bowler Engineering. He'll take you through the design of the incredible amount of landscaping proposed between the public park on the west of our site that we are going to install, the public alleyway improvements that will make connections with LaSalle Road to our site, and the mostly native plantings and specimen trees that are going to be used to both enhance the views of the development while also buffering it from area properties, and you can see that as we go through our renderings. He will talk about the public nature of the spaces around the buildings, improved certainly through the incorporation of the suggestions by DRAC, recommendations they made for us to create a sense of place. He also will mention for you the pedestrian amenities that are incorporated as part of that review. He'll be followed by our architect, and that's Seelan Pather. He is going to talk about the design evolution of this building, the condominium building as well as the building on the corner. He will discuss the changes we've made in response to DRAC. He'll describe for you really the truly unique construction and nature of the materials, the high-quality materials that are used in this building, and the fact that when and if this is constructed, we feel very confident that both of these will be a testament to the design review process in town and also be standout buildings architecturally within the context of our center. We also have with us this evening our outreach consultants. Doobie McDowell and Rebecca Brockway are here should you have any questions for them. You've received the updated outreach report that we filed. I believe the date was December 6th. It included some additional outreach into the community, a little further than we'd gone before. I don't think we need to go beyond what we've provided for you in those documents, but they're here to answer questions, and you're going to hear from a lot of neighbors and hopefully a lot of people in support of the application also. So rather than us reiterate what their comments were, you're going to hear it from them directly. Don Poland is here. He is a planner and holder of a PhD in urban planning. He is with the firm of Goman and York. He prepared an impact assessment, which you have in your materials. We are also not going to ask Don to speak tonight, given the number of people who are going to be here. But I'd just like to outline for you the major bottom line findings that he made in his report, and the report was dated October 27th. He estimates, and his reasoning is in there, it's fairly complex analysis that he undertook, that the total development cost of this development will be $61,537,615. The building permit fees alone, which will be direct one-time payments to the town of West Hartford, will be $617,808. We project that year in and year out, if this is approved, the real estate and personal property taxes will be $1,661,755 per year, with a net fiscal impact when you figure in town services and such of approximately $1,661 a year. So he can answer any questions you have on that, but it is a sizable development. It'll be a sizable cost to build, but the benefits, once constructed, we think will also be sizable in terms of the contribution to the community and the ability to provide a diverse housing site with both high-end condominium uses next to rental units, which also include price-restricted units within that complex. So with that, I'd like to leave this rendering of what we think LaSalle Road will look like with the building completed on the corner and the condominium building on the left, and move on to the zone change map.
Can you make sure that you state your name and who you're speaking, where you work or why,
I didn't do that.
No, you did, but as each team member
Oh,
comes
as each
up,
team.
please,
Oh, okay.
Make sure that you,
All
thank
right.
you.
Okay, why don't you just go back one more, quickly. It would be a good thing just to locate this site for you. What you're looking at right now is Arapahoe Road on the left-hand side of the site. And
This is the draft disapproved plan.
oh,
I
okay.
can go to the next one if you like.
Is that on there?
Yeah, I'll do that as well, but.
All right.
It's right there.
Just very quickly, that shows you the development site itself. The corner at Arapahoe and LaSalle, which is in the lower left-hand corner, that off-white building is the proposed rental structure. The two buildings to the right of it, going to the north, are 65 LaSalle Road, which is the Webster Bank building, and then next to that is the 2743 LaSalle Road. I've been referring to it as the Union Kitchen Building, just for locating it on LaSalle Road. If you go up to the upper right-hand corner, you'll see that included on our site is another commercial building. That's 1001 Farmington Avenue. That is the Clay Pen Building. There's a realtor in there, there's an office above, but it's a commercial structure that's included as part of our site. It is one of the Lexham properties also. The two bottom properties on LaSalle Road are owned by Lexham. And you can see that, well, you can't see from this, so I'm going to go back to the zoning map now, if you would, Jeff. Okay, the red outlines there the outline of the Special Development District parcel. That includes 5 parcels. It includes the 3 existing large commercial buildings, the one on Farmington Avenue and the 2 on LaSalle Road. And it also includes properties that right now in the pale yellow is a property that Lexham has acquired. It is vacant at the moment. It was originally built as a single-family structure, and it is now, was a commercial use at that location. We do not own that next property or have a right to purchase it. The property to the left going west towards the west side of the site, that's an existing commercial use. And then further to the left, opening on LaSalle, on Arapahoe Road, is an existing commercial structure, originally built as a single family, but is used commercially now. And that will be included in our site should the application be approved. The Arapahoe Group will acquire that property. There are a couple of things I think you should keep in mind looking at this zoning map. The first is that the pink is all BC zoning, commercial zoning. You'll note that the bulk of our site has a brown piece in the middle. That is RP zoning. There is also RP zoning to the left of our property. That is the back of the Lavery Building site. But on Farmington Avenue is BC, and to the left of the Lavery site with a cross-hatch line over it, thank you, Jeff, all the way back, that is what is now MT Bank and the Selinsky Eye Care building, commercial building. Back in 1997, I believe it was, I worked with an applicant to get that property changed from a residential zone to BC to accommodate what was then the First Bank of West Hartford. Yes, there was a lot of opposition back then, concern for creeping commercial into the residential zones to the west, but as we hope will be the case should you approve this application, that commercial use has become an important architectural and commercial use fixture in our community. People are used to it, people use it, it works. So that's important to note that BC zone, and we're proposing to change our site that's not already BC, change the RP zoning to BC, is already much further to the west of our property and closer, much closer, to the residential neighborhood than we are to the west of us. Across the street on Arapahoe Road, there is a portion, the BC zone comes up to about halfway in the middle of the piece we are not inquiring. So what we're asking for here is to extend the BC a little further to the west. It is certainly not as far to the west as the BC on the northern side of our site, and it's just a little bit further west than the existing BC on the southern part of Arapahoe. I will also note, and Jeff will mention it, can you show where it is? That currently, we have commercial use, a driveway that comes in off of Arapahoe to access all of that surface parking area that's behind our site. So to some extent, there's already commercial traffic at that location coming into our site. And we're going to eliminate the commercial traffic that goes in at that point with this development, and we'll talk about that a little bit further. So I just wanted to underscore for you that this site, we're going to show you how it's going to be buffered in terms of landscaping and putting the larger of the buildings into the center of the site, and how it's going to be buffered by the commercial buildings that are on the exterior, so that you'll have minimal views of the larger of the two buildings into the site. You will be able to see it most clearly from Arapahoe Road, but we're already significantly buffered by virtue of the commercial properties between us and even the BC zone to the west of us. And I think for all those reasons, the zoning arguments make sense with regard to this application. So I'd like you to keep in mind a couple of overall concepts as we go through this presentation. I think the first one is that we believe this is very exciting and that it is a game changer for how this part of the center feels. Some may not like the rules changing that much, but we think it's an extremely positive addition for ultimately the entire West Hartford community, not just the center, and will ultimately be appreciated by the neighbors on Woodrow and hopefully on Arapahoe also. It'll add vitality, and I think we've done everything to make it as hospitable a design for existing businesses and homes and in the area. But the thing I wanted to keep you in mind is really that perfect or perfectionism, I'd say perfect, is the enemy of good. We know we have to convince you this is a worthy application to approve in light of a negative referral from the Design Review Advisory Committee, and we'll talk about that later. They had a lot of positives to say. Ultimately, in that final decision, they said it was a very difficult decision to make, and one member did change over to be part of the positive recommendation. But is this an absolutely perfect application? I'm not sure if I've ever had an absolutely perfect application come before you. There are always people who say, for one reason or another, it's not going to work. But it's a very good proposal for West Hartford. We believe that so strongly, and we hope by the time we're finished you can share that also. And when DRAC looked at it, and certainly when they issued the first recommendation, which was not a positive one, they said the main things we're concerned with are massing, not the height. They specifically said it wasn't the height of this proposed condominium building that bothered them. 3 out of the 5 specifically said that, and the other 2 didn't say otherwise. It's the mass. They felt that the proportion of the condominium building was perhaps, as they said, too much for this site. We disagree, and we're going to show you why we think that is not the case now. But more importantly, they also said you have to give that building room to breathe. You have to make space at the base of that building. It has to be a place where people want, whether they're living there or the public going to the building, that they want to go and feel comfortable, that it's a comfortable space, that it creates a sense of place. And we made changes to make that happen. And I think with that, at this point, I'd like you just to keep that in mind and understand that this application that you're seeing now does do that and takes great advantage of the public space amenity incentives that are in your regulation now at section 177, 16.6. So with that, let's get into the nitty-gritty. I think that covers everything we want you to keep in mind as you go through this application. So I'm going to turn it over to Jeff Fitzgerald, and he's going to identify himself for the record.
Thank you, Robin. Good evening. I'm Jeff Fitzgerald, a professional engineer and certified planner with Bowler, located at 65 LaSalle Road, West Hartford, Connecticut. I am really excited to present this very important project to you all tonight. Why is it so important to me and to everyone in this room? Many reasons. It proposes to address a major urban planning flaw in what is a nearly flawless block of LaSalle Road. That is a product of the 70s, the Webster Bank parking lot that is presently at this location. You know, the real beauty of LaSalle Road starts when you go past the back of Music and Arts, because that's a little bit of a dead space. But you immediately, at that point, it's alive and on both sides of the street, and it feels great. That's where you achieve that sense of place, and we'll get into that in a bit. And it works all the way down until at this point you hit the parking lot for Webster Bank, and that goes away. This addresses that, and by the placement of this there, it really creates the completion of the street opposite Brico. Number two, not only does it fix that missing tooth in the smile of LaSalle Road, it does so with a absolutely gorgeous mixed-use building anchoring the corner of LaSalle Road and Arapahoe, with a stunning first-floor restaurant, with restaurant, retail space, and 25 apartments above. Very small mixed-use building. You don't see a lot of people building 25-unit apartments that are as spectacular as that. But here we are. This is important, and by placing it there, it helps screen the parking that we're providing behind, and also screen the larger building that we're proposing behind 65 LaSalle and this. So it's very effective in doing that. Number three, it provides important environmental improvements by removing a massive urban heat island source, which is the gated parking lot behind 65 LaSalle, and replaces it with 3 levels of covered parking underneath this footprint. The goal of the United States Green Building Council and green buildings everywhere is to get rid of surface parking, put it inside where it's not exposed to stormwater. In this case, it's covered, and it's covered by a clean roof and a green rooftop garden and a 1-story pool deck here. So you're essentially eliminating what is a sea of runoff coming off of all the cars that park there on a daily basis, and discharges untreated to the West Hartford storm system. And in this case, when you park cars inside, any drippings inside are captured by the internal drains inside the garage, routed through an oil grit separator to public sewers. And that's very minimal, but none of it gets into stormwater. So it's a key improvement to this area on an environmental basis. And I'll get into the other aspects of stormwater quality that we're doing on the surface lots that will remain. Number 4, it proposes 58 high-end condominium units on 4 floors above this parking in this building A. This is not stick-built apartments like you see going up pretty much everywhere in the state. This is steel frame over concrete clad in high-end finishes, cast stone, brick, hardwood detailing, floor-to-ceiling windows. You'll see some of the images with this. and Sealand will get into the architecture details. But this building, you saw the imagery of the corner building. This building is spectacular as well. Number 5, this building will bring 58 homeowners to West Hartford Center. 58 homeowners making a significant investment into downtown, who will bring more feet on the street and who will care about their town and their neighborhood. Who will these owners be? More likely successful retirees who want to live in a spectacular walkable downtown, as opposed to soccer moms or typical residential home buyers in this case. So either way, these 58 homeowners will not have a discernible impact to traffic on the roadway network, and Maureen will bring that up. It's important to recognize it's 58 condos, which compared to a lot of commercial uses, is a very low trip generator. And from a smart growth perspective, this is a great place for housing. It's walkable to nearly everything, well-designed and thought out in every way. As the PZC Commissioner Gomes pointed out at our last meeting before they approved us, she said, multifamily housing is not incompatible with single-family housing in general in this case. I think that's really important to say. Housing like this, if done well, density, if done well, matters and is very important. And from a smart growth standpoint, this is precisely the place for it to be when you have the opportunity to eliminate a sea of parking. So, how did we get to this plan? Started with the outline of the land that Robin described, and Bindfield, Sealand, and his team really were the initial planners on this. And you see here the condition that I described. A whole lot of parking. In this block in general behind the street is just a lot of very aged blacktop. Like I said, urban heat island effect all day long. And the missing tooth in LaSalle Road's Great Smile right here on the corner, the Webster Bank parking. So to do a development here, and I'll point out a couple things about this. That here is the access drive that Attorney Pearson mentioned here. That is the commercial access. Every workday, me and the rest of the employees at 65 LaSalle and some at 2743 and at 1001 pull in this lot here. And in the wintertime, you leave headlights on coming down here, and you drive down here. So that'll be replaced with, you'll see when I go back to the site plan, that'll be replaced with a commercial garage that will be only entered from this side at a level that is essentially below grade on the west side, because this site from this line here to the entrance of the building on this side loses a complete story in elevation. So and I'll point out in a minute, the building we're proposing is a 5-story building on this side and a 6-story building only on the east side. So the goals were here to address this parking and be able to replace this parking on site. And how are you going to do it? There's a lot of spaces there, 133 gated. So you have to do that with an efficient parking structure, and that's what we proposed. And then to fill in this gap in this mile, but you need to provide parking for Webster Bank, because that's the most successful Webster Bank in the state, and it's highly used, and they are very careful about their surface parking. So we needed to provide easy accessible surface parking screened from the experience on LaSalle, and we're doing that, and you'll see that in the presentation. Our initial plans, and here's the view here where I was. What really where I lose my appeal on LaSalle Road is the experience. Nothing feels good standing on that sidewalk. So our initial plan that we brought to a DRAC workshop looked like this, where we had entry. This was an early one. We had the entry over here, but we want to have dedicated access to the 58 condominium users above, and so we're proposing that as a separate ramp drive up here. And the DRAC didn't like that. They felt it was kind of didn't work with the buildings that were remaining. At that point, we didn't own this piece here, but the other things we wanted to address, and I didn't mention it, is we really wanted to address this alley here, which is something that I'll get into. So with this in mind, we then, and this is the alley, we really felt that right now this is a lost opportunity. It has no terminating vista here. At night, it is a foreboding place. When you look down here, it's a trash dumpster. I've been on this street for 20 years, and at night it always feels a little sketchy down there. It is currently used as the access to the rear back of house of this building and the drive-through for Webster Bank. So how does our building address this? This is an example of how, this is an image of an isometric that shows clearly how we took the DRAC's initial thought, which was that the building was too big and it was too tight. So we took off 16 feet at the south end, at the east end, and we put the entrance drive to the residential on the far western end, which, like I said, is already an elevated foot above, and you end up with a building that looks like this. And so I'm going to zoom in here and just make sure everybody understands. So on the west side, this is a 5-story building. The top floor parking, and then 4 floors of residential above, of which the top floor, that top floor residential is a penthouse. So it's set back here. And again, the 4 floors are set back from the footprint of the garage. Why does the garage have to be bigger? Because it's defined by the dimensions of parking bay, which is, a 18-foot parking space, 24-foot drive aisle, and 18-foot space. And you're kind of held to that if you want efficient parking inside there. And Sealand will get to that. So that shows how the building is on the west side, and halfway across to the south side, a 5-story building, and then on the eastern exposure, only a 6-story building. And on the west side, which faces the residential neighborhoods to the west, it's really just 2 65-foot wings that come off of that, and a 1-story pool deck in the middle. And that's an important thing that we've had a hard time expressing, I think, along the way, because we always didn't have all the great graphics that we have with us tonight during the process getting up to this point. So this is our site plan rendered up. Sorry. Again, where at this point here was a driveway to that parking lot, it's now just a residential drive that is dedicated to the top floor of parking here, that first floor above grade at this point, that serves only the condominium owners. All the commercial parking that will be provided on the entry level here and the below grade level of parking will be accessed at this point. And this will also serve as a pickup and drop-off aisle to the entrance to the condominium, which is right here. And you'll see some great images of that. Great for Uber picking up. You see, Matt, our landscape architects, will get into the cobblestones that we're proposing in this parking area here. You see the creation of two great plazas here. The main one next to Union Kitchen here with some catenary lights proposed, and then a plaza here in front of the entrances to Webster Bank and the parking for that Webster use and the walkways, the pedestrian routes getting there. Part of their project too is to realign, you can see here the existing crosswalk opposite Becker's. It will now be opposite the existing alley there, and that will be part of the any improvements that take place on LaSalle Road, and we will be doing that. You see the pool deck, Matt will get into that. You see the pocket park. As part of our project, we purchased this last piece of land here in order to create this driveway entrance and to create this park, public park, suitable for neighbors, great place to go in and take the dog and have just sit and read, a nice spot. Important to note here, I'm going to talk through, this is the footprint that I talked about of the garage, the full extent of it. This is the residential levels, 1 through 3 are the purple footprint, and then even set in further than that is the purple footprint shown here, which is the penthouse level. So there's, as Celine will show, there's rooftop activity here. There's a rooftop garden proposed here. Matt will get into that a bit. And again, very important is this this alley, which now becomes an alley with a destination, turns into a really spectacular court that you'll see here has the opportunity to provide some exciting back of house space for the Worst House and the restaurants, Union Kitchen, that use this here, and cleans up what is presently just a functioning back of house. But I think it's a very important thing to point out at this time that I broke up my building. I think it's very important to point out that what I said before about the condominiums being home ownership is really key, because they will have a vested interest in the maintenance of this area in perpetuity. Any homeowners association would. And by putting condominium ownership here, you create you recognize that this is a transitional property. And I feel it fails as a commercial parking lot at present, but by putting in what is really a passive back of an apartment building with an elegant pool deck, landscaping along the property line here, it actually provides a barrier, a transitional separation between the excitement and accompanying noise on LaSalle Road and the rest of the neighborhood to the back. And that's certainly not achieved by the parking that's there now. And I'm going to get into the other great advantage of this, is that this parking structure presently will be allowed to be, in evenings and weekends, allowed to be public parking. So it provides excellent extra parking, very proximate to the heart of the action on LaSalle Road. So I talked about the benefits of the stormwater improvements by virtue of just putting the parking beneath the building and beneath a clean roof and a green roof in rooftop gardens. In addition, we have some surface lots that are going to be rebuilt and new surface drainage infrastructure that's going in. And in order to provide stormwater quality improvements in this area, we've got several techniques all coming together to provide a big improvement where, like I said, out there at present, there is none. There's no stormwater quality facilities at all. So in the far northeast, where we're maintaining the existing surface lot for 1001 Farmington Avenue, we will put in a new basin here and a bioretention basin that basically will capture sheet flow from here and have a high level overflow. So you get a little green garden. We'll show you what that looks like in a second. A little green planted area that can have some infiltration and get rid of sediment, essentially act as a urban sediment forebay before stormwater goes through and out into the system. For this parking lot here where I talked about where the Uber drop-off area would be in this parking for Webster Bank, we're proposing a couple Filterra bioscapes, which is basically like a street tree box that you see in an urban place, but stormwater can come in and filter and then is captured by an underdrain or connects into the street system. But before it goes into the street system, before any of these lines that we're showing go into the West Harvard street system, we've got hydrodynamic separators. There's four proposed, 1, 2, 3, 4 typical CDS units, the swirl concentrators, and I'll show you on the next page what these look like. That's, like I said, the Filterra bioscape. It's like a street tree box, planted box. It'll have some azaleas and fountain grasses in it, and it's designed along the main sidewalk that leads up the front through the parking lot that has street trees on the opposite side. So that's a typical Filterra box. We'll have a couple of those. That's the bioretention basin I talked about, and then the swirl concentrator hydrodynamic separators that we're employing. So we achieve that stormwater quality in that fashion. I want to talk now about the scale of our development as it relates to the development surrounding in West Harvard Center. And we feel that it is not out of place at all. Like I said, it has to be of a certain size to allow us to build the important small apartment building. That's not a profitable, that doesn't work on its own because you have to replace the parking and it has to happen somewhere. So it has to be of a scale to make it, to allow this to happen, to be able to replace the parking. But this black line here is really the footprint of our proposed big building. This is the footprint of the mixed-use building on the corner. As you look around, it's kind of compared to like Town Center and some of the blueback structures. And Town Hall, and where we are right now, and Memorial Garage. It's not really out of scale with that. In fact, here's how it looks with those wings of the residential and the green roof, like that. So again, remember, this is only a 1-story on the west side, and then the U-shape 5-story and 6-story in this there, and 5-story here. So it's similar in size to the SK Lavery building, and we're all aware that there are plans in the works. I've seen some of a 5-story building going in here. We'll see what happens with that, but it's certainly not out of scale with this block and the way these blocks come together. And in our case, it's, carefully placed behind LaSalle, behind the buildings on LaSalle. So I also want to point out, if you take that exact footprint and you drop it on the Memorial Garage, you can see it's one bay of parking wider and narrower. So it's not really out of scale to that. And both of these are about the same distance off of the street that they're behind, 187.5 in the case of Memorial Garage, and I think 188 in the case of our building here. But the key difference is that we'll show the way Memorial sits behind the blueback buildings. Key difference is that that's purely parking, and you can see that it's parking, where Sealand and I will get into in a bit. Our building is a lot more elegant and attractive, and instead of a wide road leading to it so that you see a big parking structure, we have it pretty much screened, except for that little alley, and what we have at the end really creates a nice terminating vista. And I'll show you that here. This is what we're dealing with at present. Like I said earlier, kind of foreboding. This is what we're looking at in the finished result, where you can really create a place that works not only a day, but works really well at night. And having the building lit in back and this well lit, it really creates a place, and we'll include signage so people will know that there's parking back there, and to get there. And it is a place that really can bring activity to downtown West Hartford. Another view of the same. So, again, things that I was talking about, this will show how effective we screen our parking here. I don't know if you noticed it, but that the first bay of parking, the first row on this side is underneath the building here. So, and it's screened by this wood louver, which Spinefield uses excellently. This building is, I think, spectacular. The windows, the rooftop, the penthouse floor on this apartment building, really amazing for a 25-unit apartment building. Feel it works really well with the scale of, as a planner, with the scale of 65 LaSalle, and makes that building, which seems dated, feel not so dated. I can say that because I worked there, but it's a great building. This is what I love the most. There's no, I can't think of a building in town that has this high ceiling that of a modern building, and the fenestration around the whole thing like this is. And Sealand will get into that further. I'm going to gush a bit about this building. Again, really interesting building where you see the steps in it. The treatment that they did on the windows here. There's these condominiums, again, floor to ceiling windows, very residential scale. That was a comment that was incorporated from design review. The original plans had more square windows, and look back, and these were really changed to a really elegant window rooftop setup here. I'm going to click through these a little bit more. This building, things I love about this, the entryway, the wow factor when you walk into the elevator lobby, a 2-story entry. This is really unlike anything that's being built in town. The use of the Brazilian hardwood louvers on the parking below, the real brick, the metal detailing on this stuff, the balconies. I'm excited to have this come into our neighborhood. This is the back plaza where you'd enter and exit as a person parking here and going out, heading out to LaSalle Road would be coming out of this way. You'd pull your car in down here. Arapahoe Road is down in the distance here. You'd pull in and exit through this plaza. Pretty spectacular plaza. Here's another look at that entryway into that entry and exit from the car park. We've gone through this. I'm going to talk a bit now about the parking and how this will work. Bear with me one second. This is an important view. We haven't seen this before. This is basically a view of the building from the top, from the SK Lavery building, showing that this is the face that will face Farmington Avenue, but we won't really experience it from Farmington Avenue because it'll be behind all the buildings where Zohara is and Clay Pen and all that, and we'll show you that. And this shows those two wings with the one-story pool deck here. And this is another important view from the parking lot behind SK Lavery of what the back of house will be. Again, 1 story of parking deck exposed on that side, and then 4 stories of residential, of which the penthouse is stepped back. So it's less than 70 feet wide. It's like, these wings. So it's not really out of scale to any of the apartments that you guys have seen before, but this is again steel and concrete construction. This is of a quality of construction that you haven't seen in recent years here in West Hartford. Okay. So a total of 224 spaces exist at the project site. Of these 224 spaces, 11 are behind 8 Arapahoe, which is one of the houses that were converted to business here and is being acquired by our development team and being part of the new replacement parking for Webster Bank. So we don't need to replace those 11 spaces because the use is going away. This leaves 213 existing spaces that will be rebuilt, reconfigured, or replaced by the surface parking and in the new 3-level parking structure that I described beneath the Center Park Place condominium. So, like I said, the number of spaces that need to be replaced is 213. Just how the parking is in this building. The lower floor, this is completely accessed by the ramp below this. This is 57 spaces at the lowest floor, completely below grade. Then 80 spaces, this is the entry level on the east side where you'd go down to below or park on this level. Has 80 spaces. This is the elevator lobby up to the condominium. And then I'm going to show you the condominium level, which has its, like I said, the entrance on the upper floor, and has 81 spaces here, plus 12 spaces at 1001 Farmington Avenue. So these 81 spaces here, plus 6 of these spaces here behind Farmington Avenue, provide 87 spaces, which is enough to park the condominium, 58 units at 1.5 spaces per unit. The 25 units of apartments on this corner will be parked at the town center garage, which is just across the street behind Brico. And we will have a lease for a minimum of 30 spaces in the town center garage and up to 50 if as needed. There are many available spaces in the town center garage, and there have been for decades. This is a exhibit showing the placement of Building B and Town Center Garage, where, like I said, an agreement is being established between the Town Center Garage and the applicant for the use of minimum of 30 spaces and up to 50, primarily for Building B residents. And I feel that that's an excellent use of what you can see, even on a busy day, is a very underutilized town center garage. So actually, before we do that, I'm going to just talk about the permanent parking operation once this is developed. In this garage area here, level 0 and level 1, that's the lowest level, and the level 1 of the new garage will be designated for Lexham tenants. That's the tenants of 65 LaSalle, 1001 Farmington, and extra at 2743 during the day, and then open to the public at night and on weekends as pay to park. Level 2, again with the entryway coming through here, parking is exclusive to the condominium units above with private access from Arapahoe and through access to the rear surface lot of 1001 Farmington Avenue. Webster Bank parking will be provided on the new lot, on the new surface lot to the west of the corner building in this area here. And apartment renters will park at Town Center Garage as part of the long-term lease that I just described. And finally, I want to talk about construction traffic management. The construction traffic flow inbound to the route will be South Main Street to Ellsworth Road to LaSalle Road to Arapahoe Road, and the reverse for outbound. This route is indicated on the hall route and temporary parking diagram on sheet C601 of the plan set that we submitted. And signage will be installed to restrict construction traffic from traveling westbound on Arapahoe Road. The interim parking that we're proposing for this development is as follows. Lexam's tenants' cars, excluding Webster parking lot, will move to Town Center Garage for about 1 year on a temporary basis, or the construction duration of the parking structure aspect of the condominium building. Webster parking lot will remain in operation as long as possible and at least until construction of the parking structure is complete. Number 8 Arapahoe Road may be utilized for interim parking depending on staging, laydown, and construction parking needs. That's over here. By the construction manager for construction of the parking garage. Upon completion of the parking levels of the condominium building, Lexam's tenants' cars will be allowed to return from the Town Center Garage and move in to and park in level 0 and level 1 of the new structured parking. in preparation for the demolition of the buildings at 8 and 12 Arapahoe Road and construction of the garage and condos above it, the condo site will be enveloped in construction fencing except to allow access for parking garage levels to 0 and 1. Number 8 and 12 Arapahoe Road and the westernmost driveway on Arapahoe Road are opportunities for use as construction access depending on staging, laydown, and construction parking needs by the construction manager for construction of the condominiums above the parking structure. Construction of the corner apartment building will begin and likely overlap with the construction of the condominiums. The surface parking lot west of the corner apartment building will be constructed last. So that completes my presentation. Now, you guys have been very patient. Thank you. I'm going to hand it over to Maureen from McMahon, who will discuss the traffic in more detail. Maureen, I'm going to pull up your presentation there, and you can put it to there. You can. Whoa, those are my kids. There we go. So, yep.
Good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to present. My name is Maureen Schlebeck. I am representing McMahon Associates, a Bowman company. As Robin indicated, I am the New England Regional Manager for McMahon. A registered, registered professional engineer in the state of Connecticut. I have over 38 years as a traffic engineer experience, and I specialize in transportation planning and traffic engineering. So what I'd like to do is to walk you through the traffic study that we conducted and some of the results that we came up with for the proposed site. So to begin, our study area consisted of 5 major intersections in the area, 3 of which occur on LaSalle Road. So if we start from the south, we have LaSalle Road at Ellsworth Road, and then moving northerly, we hit Arapahoe Road, which begins the one-way section of LaSalle, and that extends northerly to Farmington Avenue, which is a signalized intersection. We have 2 intersections on Woodrow Street, Arapahoe Road to the south, and Farmington Road to the north. So we collected counts. We started this study back in December of 2021. We collected counts both in December of 2021 and June of 2022. We focused our counts on the weekday morning peak period and the weekday afternoon peak period. And the reason we selected these times is because it was the time of the day when the combination of existing street traffic and traffic expected to be generated by the site in combination would be the highest. So with these counts, we drilled down to a peak hour in the morning and a peak hour in the afternoon, and that became the basis of our analysis. We also projected the traffic out to represent 2024, which would be assumed to be the build year. So next, we went on to estimate how much traffic would be generated by the proposed site. And we used national data that is compiled by the Institute of Transportation Engineers, and it's arranged by land use types. So the land use codes that were applied to this study were a multifamily housing, mid-rise building, and a retail land use. We projected the traffic based upon the number of units and the square footage of the retail building, and we found that the proposed site is expected to generate less than 60 peak hour trips in each the AM and PM peak hour. So a trip is a one-way movement, so either a trip entering or a trip exiting. So in total, we had 60 or less in the peak hour. And if you take a moment to think about that, that's about 1 trip a minute added to the street network in this area. We purposely were very conservative in our traffic analysis. When we could take credit for things, we bypassed it in order to have a conservative analysis. So for example, we are definitely in a walkable area. Many of the trips by the residents at the proposed site are walkable. We didn't take any credit for walkable trips. Also, we didn't take credit for pass-by trips or internal trips, which would be, trips between the retail and the residential portions of the site. We also adjusted our count data for the COVID factor. So as many of you know, once we were hit with the pandemic, traffic volumes began to go down. So we did a historic look back on what the traffic volumes were pre-pandemic and adjusted up 11% on our traffic volumes. So collectively, with all of these different factors, we feel like we're representing a very conservative analysis here. Also, our analysis is based upon the street network as it exists today and the one-way movements that are in place today. So at this point, when the trips were distributed to the street system, we went on to conduct a capacity analysis for those major intersections. So when we do a capacity analysis, what we're really estimating is what the vehicle delay is at the key intersections based upon the given roadway conditions and traffic volumes. Level of service is ranked A through F, and we have to think of it differently than we think of grade school grades. Like typically A through D is acceptable. Once you hit level service E, you're reaching long delays and starting to reach capacity of the street network. And once you're into level service F, you're exceeding the capacity. What we found out here, we estimated a no-build and a build condition in 2024, and we compared those results. So if we start with the signalized intersection, in the morning peak hour, that intersection operates at level service B, and in the afternoon peak hour, it operates at level service C. With the new traffic from the proposed site, we maintain those overall levels of service. Similarly, at the four remaining study area intersections, which are all unsignalized, level of service with the proposed site traffic remained at level service C or better. So the study area intersections are operating well from a traffic perspective. There are not long delays at these intersections. The queues that resulted at these intersections did not change substantially with the new traffic from the proposed site. And so lastly, we looked at the sight lines at the site driveways, and we compared the sight distance in each direction at the driveways with national standards. And it found that each of the driveways meets or exceeds both intersection sight distance and safe stopping sight distance. So, with these results, we were feeling very good about the low impact that the traffic will feel in this area based upon this site. Again, it's a low generator. We're estimating about one new trip a minute, and that's on the whole street network. That's not just on one street. We're not degrading levels of service. We're not extending the queues at the study area intersections. We do understand that there is a study being done on the West Hartford Center Infrastructure Master Plan. And as Robin indicated, the proponent will continue coordination with the town. They are interested in working with the town on any street improvements that may be put forth from that study, particularly in terms of traffic calming. So with that, I will pass it on to the next presenter. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Matt Merva from Bowler. I work with Jeff Fitzgerald. I'm a registered landscape architect. We've been working on the project with the team, and we're excited to just quickly present some of the landscape architectural features of the project, kind of walk you through what some of the objectives were and how we got to the plan that you see before you tonight. Jeff already went through quite a few of the components here. But just from a landscape architectural standpoint, one of the goals was to really try to complete the streetscape at the edges of the project, at the corners along LaSalle and Arapahoe, and to really continue the street tree pattern that had already been established on those roads and fill out the block, as Jeff had mentioned previously. As we're doing with the architecture, we are also trying to do with the landscape architecture and really create a vibrant street edge utilizing decorative lighting, continuing the lighting pattern that you see in the downtown with the decorative posts and fixtures, and then street trees and grates along that edge. We're utilizing several different species of trees, but throughout the site, just from a numbers standpoint, we're proposing 29 new street trees, 15 ornamental and flowering trees, over 150 evergreens between coniferous and arborvitae, 190 deciduous shrubs, 180 evergreen shrubs, over 400 perennials, and 70 ornamental grasses. So we're creating a lot of interest at the street level. We've focused a lot on kind of the top down and the parking, but just wanted to start to describe what's happening at ground level and on some of the terraces here from a landscape standpoint. As Jeff went through previously, we are working on making connections from the streets into the site. This is a view from LaSalle into the newly configured alley that's going to have more of a pedestrian priority. Obviously, we're eliminating cars from this alley and creating space that can be used as spill out from the restaurants and from a pedestrian standpoint to connect to the condominium building beyond. So we've got some before and after views that we described previously, but providing benches and specialty paving, brick pavers and banding, and string lights overhead so that it feels safe at night, but interesting during the day as well, with some color at the ground level and opportunities for seating. Just a view of the same space at night here as well. Continuing around the corner to Arapahoe, we'd talked previously about the pocket park. This is just a view of that park space from Arapahoe looking back up towards the condominium building here. So you can see that we've provided for kind of a lushly planted seating area, completely open to the public, and then a pathway up to a secondary residential entry here. But again, all of this space would be available to the public for their use. Continuing down Arapahoe to kind of the main pedestrian entrance to the condominium building, you can see we've provided a nice, generous, wide sidewalk here through a landscaped, screened area that really tries to minimize the view of the car and enhance the pedestrian priority at that edge. So really providing a lot of screening to that building beyond through the use of the street trees and understory plantings that we're providing here. Continuing further down the street towards the apartment building, again, just another view in there. We talked about the cobble treatment previously, so that the spaces adjacent to that pedestrian spine, the parking spaces would be a cobblestone-like material, stamped concrete, that would have the look and feel of cobble and really further enhance that feel of that being a pedestrian priority kind of plaza space, almost an auto court as the front entrance to the condominium building there. I just wanted to compare sort of the previous plan before we had received some recent comments from the Design Review Committee back in September. This was the initial plan. We got some great feedback from them, which we incorporated into the updated site plan that you see here. And some of the main feedback was really to try to enhance some of the streetscape and pedestrian realm in front of the condominium building. So if you compare the previous access walkway that I was just showing you in perspective view, we used to have about 7'6" wide pedestrian way down to the front entrance here. You can see we've widened that out to about 13 feet now. We're providing lighting along that edge, and we've reduced the size of some of those parking spaces to allow for, again, more of a pedestrian priority to an enlarged plaza space with the sort of Uber pickup and drop off that Jeff had mentioned previously here. So we really think that's going to help enhance that from a pedestrian standpoint and create some great space for people to walk through. Also, one of the comments we received from Design Review Committee was really that the building, the condominium building, needed a better base. It needed a better space for people to kind of walk out of the building and decompress before they're confronted with the parking area that was right up against the building here. You can see the previous condition, we only had about 5 feet from the edge of the building out to that parking aisle. We now have about 21 feet, so significant change by reducing that building footprint by 16 feet has really allowed us to do some great things with streetscape and landscape along that edge. More of an enhanced welcoming plaza treatment at the front entrance. You can see here, this is a pedestrian entrance to the garage. We've provided some seating features here. I'll show you some 3D perspective views of that in a second. But a great place, if you're trying to meet someone and parking in the garage, you sit here and wait and decide where you're going to go to dinner as you walk down to LaSalle Road down to the bottom of the page here. So really trying to create a bit of a destination right in this zone here. Just some perspective views that kind of reinforce what I was just describing. In the upper right corner, you can see the key plan here. So this is looking kind of from the alley between the new residential apartments and the bank. We've got the crosswalk paving treatment that leads people to the front door of the condominium building here. And then this is a view down that entry that I just described, the widened sidewalk, the main entrance to the condominium building. The images I'm showing here focus more on landscape, less on the architecture. The renderings that Jeff had shown earlier and that Seelan is going to show shortly focus more on the actual materials that'll be on the buildings. This is really more for the massing, but just to show you the streetscape. And if you compare this to where we were streetscape-wise before those DRAC comments, the red dashed line you see here was the previous edge of that building. So this was really the only streetscape that you were seeing. So now we've created a much more generous edge along that pedestrian access there. Looking further down that view, again, the Webster Bank building here on your right, the proposed condominium building here, and pedestrian entrance on your left. And you can see the former line of that building wall was right along this edge. So significant increase in landscape zone and pedestrian zone in front of this structure. And then we get back into that space that I'd mentioned earlier, which is really kind of a shared space between pedestrians and automobiles. The circular area within here is access for the bank drive-through, but that'll be separated from the pedestrian access by these bollards and a curb. But you can see the planters and some of the seating features that we're providing to create that destination at the end of the alley. You can start to see some of the spill out space from the Union Kitchen restaurant potential here that Jeff had mentioned earlier, and how we're screening that with understory plantings from the parking area. So really creating much more of a lush environment back there from what you currently see today. This is a view looking back down the alley toward LaSalle. So before we were looking up the alley, but this is looking from the residential condominium building back down that alley and showing the potential outdoor seating. This could be significantly enhanced. We could provide additional screening here if the tenant desired that, but really just wanted to show you what the potential is for that space there. Again, the paving treatments, we're talking about precast pavers and banding that will really enhance the feel of this plaza and create that kind of shared space that we're looking for here. And ultimately, we will have that amenity that we described as being that place to wait for a friend, to gather, and have that destination outside of that entrance. At the upper levels of the building, I just wanted to zoom in here. Jeff had mentioned previously that the pool deck sits on top of that third parking level here. So that the units themselves would look out onto this pool deck. There'd be an amenity space inside the building here that would spill out onto kind of a multi-use terrace here. This could be, outdoor space to do yoga or have spill out from an event inside, a covered area next to the pool, and opportunities for seating all around that deck, again with landscape on that deck level. And then at the upper roof, so this is on top of the 6th story here, this rooftop garden would be accessed from elevators on either side here. Opportunities for outdoor seating on this rooftop level, fire pit, potential rooftop garden spaces. These could be herb gardens, pollinator species gardens up here. The restaurants down at street level could utilize this area potentially to grow herbs that could be used in the kitchens. Really neat opportunity up here for kind of a shared space that would be usable as a garden area as well. So just kind of wanted to walk you through many of the levels on site here. I think Seelan's going to get into a little more detail on the architecture. But from a landscape architectural standpoint, I just wanted to reinforce some of the ideas that we'd kind of touched on in Jeff's presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Matt. Good evening. My name is Seelan Pather. I'm a principal at Binefield Architecture. We're the architects on this project. This is an image from Arapahoe. Our office is a design-driven practice that has studied and delivered many multifamily projects over the last 20 years or so, always trying to add value in the built environment we're in. When our office starts a residential project, we ask two questions. How do we create a sense of place, and how do we create a sense of community? West Hartford is evolving, with Blue Black Square and beyond, and establishing a vibrant community that lives up to the often used phrase, live, work, play. This project seeks to both reinforce and take advantage of that vibrant dynamic, and LaSalle Street will become the most important amenity for the new residents as they propose, for the new residents to propose buildings. I want to stress that LaSalle Street and the area around it is the amenity. We are excited to be in this neighborhood. In turn, our project aims to become part of the community by providing parking for the nightlife on LaSalle Street and bringing homeowners, condo owners in this case, to the area. So I'll start with the larger vision for the project. The project intends to deliver 58 condominium units and 25 apartment units with associated parking and amenities. There are two primary planning concepts. The first, to switch to the next slide. The first was to place the condominium building at the portion of the site that offers the most length and breadth in this area. The second planning concept was to fill in this corner. This is an important urban planning concept, to create a street wall. This is what this building does. This is a 5-story building. It's 4 stories with a recessed 5th story, a glazed, a transparent base, and you'll see that in the renderings. And this is a 6-level building. I say 6-level because it's technically 5 stories built into the land. So it's 5 stories at the back and reveals itself to be 6 stories at the front. Both buildings have a defined and curated relationship to the surrounding streets. The buildings at the corner of LaSalle and Arapahoe is transparent for the majority of its base and entirely engages the corner. The intent is for the restaurants to spill out into this corner, into the landscape areas that Matt has created. The condominium building is set back from the streets and has 2 designed pedestrian walkways that lead onto LaSalle Road. The condominium building also has a landscape park in this area that extends to Arapahoe. The architectural design intent is for both buildings to have forms appropriate to the site context and to have residential characteristics that is derived from abstracted New England vernacular of traditional New England brick buildings. The architectural design has evolved during 6 design review advisory committee meetings, and the version in this submission has been improved by that process. So onto the plans. So I'm just going to walk you through the plans and give you a feel for how the building lays out. This is the basement. It's entirely buried. You don't see it. It's an expensive build because of the reasons we've mentioned, we need the parking. So we had to build it. It's entirely buried and doesn't reveal itself at any point to the outside. This is level 1. Here you see the condo building at the heart of the site. Here you see the concept again of the street wall, completing that street wall. Design concept that was important for us here as we thought about the layout was the energy that a building creates and the energy that permeates from LaSalle Road. And the way we think about it is that the energy that is here, and if you've ever been here at night, you feel that energy, permeates into the space via these walkways, these curated walkways that Jeff and Matt have created. And in turn, the building and its architecture, and we hope we've done it justice, creates an energy that permeates out into LaSalle Road. So it's a symbiotic relationship. That's the way we thought about design-wise. Just in terms of use, if you were wanting to rent a rented unit in Building B, or you wanted to buy a condo in Building A, you drive up here. I'd show you why you would know, and when you see the renderings, why you'd know this was the entrance. There'd be visitors parking or future resident parking in this area. You'd be received in this lobby with offices and so on, meant for the reception of people who are going to rent or buy. If you were going to use the building at night for parking, you would come in again off Arapahoe, and then you'd enter the building here into this parking garage. You would go down this ramp into the basement, and you would come up this elevator if you needed to use an elevator. And as soon as you came up the elevator, you would see clearly that the way you get out onto LaSalle is via this route. You'll see in the renderings that we created a termination point, a placemaking point. Matt's alluded to it, and you'll see it again in the renderings here. This is the entrance to the condo building. This is the entrance to the apartment building. Go to the second level. So the important item on the second level, again, is just a parking level, is that it's only for the condominium. So the access drive that leads up from Arapahoe at this point, Arapahoe is higher here, so this drive, the incline of this drive is less than we had it in this area. And we explained that DRAC asked for that move, and we moved it, and there was an agreement to purchase this property to facilitate that. And you enter this driveway up into the second level, and that's only for the condominium owners. So you don't see any public coming up this driveway. That's not the intent anyway. And that's the pocket park that Matt has described. Up into the third floor, this is a typical residential unit layout. It's a typical layout, double-loaded corridors, trash rooms with trash chutes for ease. So it's a highly amenitized residential floor. 2 elevators and your stair course. Important note here is that the layer cake process for reducing the height from Arapahoe starts here. It's about, this area is set back about 10 foot from the face of the parking. And then we have an amenity, about 2,700 square foot, 2,200 square foot of amenity in this area, about 8,000 square foot of amenity on this deck. So the idea is that for people who are downsizing, for people who are looking for an alternative for living in a bigger home in West Hartford, this is ideal, and we'll try and make this place feel like a home. This is the 6th floor. So I said that the layer cake started here, and you see it again, the 6th floor is set back from the face of the building for architectural purposes and massing purposes. The units, sorry, this white, I just want to make that clear. This white is where it's set back. This is the outside of the floor below. The units are larger. Typically, apartment units are smaller than this. These are meant to be homes. That's why they're larger. And our office has been researching condo and apartment trends pre-pandemic and post-pandemic. That's our business. That's what we do. We will take the care to provide residential products that add value to your community. This is a roof. Just reiterate the point that Matt made, that open space is important to healthy living. And you can just imagine someone growing the vegetables up on this roof, having a view to West Hartford, enjoying the open air, and that being part of their living experience every day. And on to the architecture. I'm probably going to say this twice, but we're proud of where we ended up with the architecture. The comments that we eventually received from DRAC regarding design specifically were very positive, and I think on record. So the idea behind this building, the architectural idea behind this building, was for it to be a floating brick box. Again, an abstracted New England brick building, simplified and somewhat modern, but traditional at the same time. Very glassy, lower floor. Hopefully we get the right tenant. Hopefully that adds value to your community. People will spill out into these sidewalks, and it'll complete that corner. Again, an important urban planning concept. We paid attention to the details more so than we would normally do at this phase in the project because we were forced to, and that was rewarding. You'll see here, the lintel to the brickwork resolved. The idea that it's a traditional steel lintel. The way that the Juliet windows were formed with the residential scale of them, and then the balusters turning into the steel frames jambs of these windows. This will be real brick. We might use thin brick, but when we use thin, it's still real brick. You use all the corners to make it look the way that you want in terms of the real detailing. This comes to mind because it was a specific DRAC comment. We wanted to make this element that was a baluster for the roof above also a cap to the building. I think that's successful as well. So a word that I would use a few times again also is curated. And that's what this building is. This is a view from Arapahoe that we were looking at just a little bit ago. And you can see this building is set back a long way. It's about 150 foot away from Arapahoe in this plane. Because of that, though, we wanted to create the type of architecture on the corner that draws your eye in and says, hey, you've arrived. This is a sense of arrival. So this element we took time and care with. I'll speak more about it actually when we get to the blow-ups. But you see this building is set further back. There's a lot of space around the building now. Again, a response to DRAC comments. These buildings are similar, but not the same. They speak to each other architecturally, but the colors are different, the materials are different, and it adds to the vibrancy of the composition of buildings. And we like where we ended up with this building also. This corner element was a story higher. We reduced it during the DRAC process. The idea was it for be somewhat of a light box, that a beacon, if you will, that would mark that you have arrived in this space. There's always room for drama with a product like this, a 2-story entrance vestibule, a concept that we had architecturally, maybe abstract to describe it, but it was like cutting into an object and the object revealing itself to be something else. So whenever you cut the plane, it reveals itself to be wood. So whenever you cut the front plane, it reveals itself to be wood, and when you go into the building, it's wood. Hopefully we can pull that off in the final details. But again, we took care. There's the layer cake I was explaining. One recess. I'm sorry if I'm moving too fast with the mouse. I'll slow down. And the second recess at the higher level. Again, brick, aluminum cladding, wood reveals, so a series of materials that make up the architecture. And the architecture's massing is broken up both vertically and horizontally. I described vertically by the layer cake effect. And horizontally, you can see we've taken the mass and broken them up by these balconies here. So it's not one long mass. A point about construction. This type of building is what our office does a lot, and we could build this building all day, every day in a podiums type building, which is five-story stick over concrete, but we're not going to. The quality of materials that our clients have committed to dictate that this will be concrete and either light gauge or heavy steel above to increase the quality of the building. And all the materials are true, from the actual real brick to the cast stone in this area. This is a detail shot of the termination point as you come up between Union Kitchen and the Webster Building. Again, placemaking. I'd like to thank DRAC for making the suggestion because it made the project better. We pulled the building back 16 foot. Matt described this area as a place we show it as a fountain. Matt shows it as a planter. The point is we want it to be a focal point. And this is the entrance into the garage. So you'd arrive here or you'd leave here, and it's part of the energy, like I said, that is, but either projects from the building to LaSalle or from LaSalle to the building. Again, you see the attention to detail, the wood recesses, the balcony is set back ever so slightly so that you get the modulation on the building, and also the spandrel panels. Every second spandrel panel, metal and set back. Each of these units will have balconies or terraces up there, you see. The upper floors will have terraces to enjoy the outside. The next two shots, the next two images, just models, and I want to clarify that they're not rendered, right? So these are just purely off our software, intended to show just the massing of the building from the west side in this case. Got that right, the west side. And I'll count floors here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and that's what we meant by the building reveals itself at 6 stories only on this portion of the building that's set back well away from the road, as Jeff indicated. 5 stories on this side and 2 65-foot wide blocks as opposed to one uniform block. This is a view you'll never see. It's taken over the Lavery building, but we wanted to show that we kept the architecture going. We didn't say, this is the back of the building, we're going to stop, right? So the only point of this image is to show that the architecture continues, the architectural styling continues. It doesn't reduce, even though you don't see this view. And to make that clear, this is a view from Farmington. A little further up, Farmington in front of Luna Pizza. And this is the extent of what you will see of the building. And as you go closer to LaSalle Road, you hardly see any of it because the grade changes. So I'd like to close by saying we went through this DRAC process. So I think we had 1 vote in favor and 3 against in DRAC. And we were approved by TPZ, though. But the DRAC process improved the design. And again, at the end of the DRAC process, they complemented the architecture. It was an extensive process, 6 meetings, and I wanted to show you some of the, it's a sampling of what I mean by the building evolved, the project evolved. This you've seen before, but this is the 16-foot cutback, so that was significant. We took this entire front portion of the building off to reduce the massing. And then we have iterations of both buildings, but the one that struck out to me when I was putting this presentation together was the evolution of the building on the corner. So this is where we started, and I won't dwell on these, I'll just flip through them. These are some of the iterations. All during that process is trying to find out what the best building, what were the best buildings, types of buildings to put into this project, types of architecture, the type of planning. A lot of work, a lot of thought went into it with the support of our clients and design team. And we ended up here in something we're very proud of. Thank you.
Attorney Pearson, while you're walking up, it's been just about 2 hours, so if we would really like to get to public comment too, so if we could.
Madam Chairperson and Madam Mayor, would you prefer that we go to comment now and then we can pick up? The only thing I wanted to go through were some other direct comments, make the findings that we normally make, which are also already set out in our application letter. I'd be happy to do that after the public has a chance to speak.
Okay.
It's
Yeah, I think that would be
That's okay.
helpful, too.
In terms of the informative aspect of the application, in terms of allowing everybody to truly understand what it is that's being proposed, we have completed that part of our presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm sure that will be appreciated. So we will go to, just as a reminder, you need to state your name and address for the record. We're going to start with people that are supportive of the project, just because there's a presentation from the petitioning candidate, want to do petitioning residents. I want to make sure that that is, and so then we are, and then we will open it up to everybody. But we're going to stick to 3 minutes so everybody has the opportunity to speak. If we have 40 people signed up, that's 2 hours of comment. So let's, and I would appreciate if you have a comment and you agree, you can say you agree rather than repeating the comment. That would be, I think, respectful of everybody. And again, we want to hear you all, but, and if you agree, wonderful, state that, and if you have any new points, please make them up. So we will start with the support. Thank you. Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you so much. All right, and I am going to state the person that is called up, and then the first on deck and the second on deck. So you can take my old gymnastics, tools here. So the first person was Ronnie Radman, but she scratched out, I think. So, and I apologize because some of these are a little scratched. The second just says Berman, 20 Brookline Road. And again, you state your name and address for the record. On deck, Jennifer Lafort, and on deck, Jen Searles.
Good evening. My name is Evan Berman, and I live at 20 Brookline Drive here in West Hartford. Thank you all for coming out tonight. I think our town is fantastic that we have this many people interested in such a project. I want to note that I am in favor of this project and in favor of the application change that is before us tonight. As a homeowner living within walking distance to West Hartford Center, a local business owner, and a licensed realtor, I can tell you firsthand that there's a strong need for condominiums right here in West Hartford Center. I want to share a few simple real estate statistics with you very briefly. I looked up these stats this afternoon. In the past 365 days, there have been only 7 condos that have sold at the Heritage Building in Blueback Square. The average days on market of those condos were only 45 days, and one of them took 98 days, which of course raised the average up. And the average list price to sale price, so in other words, what they listed at and what it sold at was 98%, meaning that there's a need there and there's a desire for folks to live there. I also looked at single-family homes within a half-a-mile radius of the corner of Arapahoe and LaSalle Road, in also 365 days, and within that time frame, there were 46 sales in that area. The average days on market for those sales was only 13 days, and one of them took 124 days to sell, which would have dropped our average to just 10 days. The average list price to sale price was 108%, again indicating that there's a desire for folks to live in this area. These simple numbers show me, with my experience and my knowledge of the area, that without a doubt there's a need for housing in the center, and there's a very strong market for housing in West Hartford Center. As a matter of fact, living in West Hartford, we should all know that we have very limited space for new home ownership here, and we need it. People come to our area, people want to be in our area. Our center needs more properties for people to buy. Our town needs more properties for people to buy. There are very many buyers out there who want to live in West Hartford Center, enjoy the lifestyle that our town has to offer. Many people want to be right where the action is. The features that this development have to offer are fantastic and will be desirable to many people. It will offer a great connection to the center, as we all know, along with allowing a great lifestyle to those that desire to live there. And of course, for people that are lucky enough to buy there, because there are only 58 units available. The development and the sale of the condos will obviously increase our tax base. The local businesses will benefit as well. Our town has so many great features, including great schools, great parks, great golf courses, shopping and dining experiences, and the draw will continue for many years to come. We need the housing to continue to allow our town to grow and to prosper. I see no better use for the intended space. I see no better use of the intended space that the development of housing. And I want to thank you all for your time and ask you to support this proposal. Thank you all very much.
Thank you, Mr. Berman. Jennifer Lafort is next, Jen Searles after that, and then Austin Hirsch.
My name is Jennifer Lafort. I live at 12 Montclair Drive. Good evening, Mayor Cantor and Town Council members. I am a West Hartford resident living within walking distance of the center. I am here tonight to voice my support for the Arapahoe Group's application for zone change at Arapahoe LaSalle Roads. I believe the addition of the proposed condominiums and apartments, Center Park Place and 75 LaSalle, will be a plus for West Hartford Center and the town overall. The businesses, the restaurants, the farmers market, the new Trout Brook Trail, and stores are all part of what makes the center and Blueback Square vibrant and a place where people want to spend time. West Hartford offers residents the liveliness and excitement of an urban setting with the warmth of a smaller, close-knit community. I believe this balance has come about due to thoughtful planning, particularly over the past 25 years. As our town continues to grow, it's important that we continue this legacy of smart growth with intention. Additional living spaces will enhance the center and West Hartford. The renderings of the proposed development showcase a strong architectural aesthetic, and the condos and apartments flow well visually with the rest of the center. I also like the idea of building something on unused concrete areas. I encourage you to support the application for the proposed development. Thank you for your time this evening.
Thank you, Ms. Lafort. Jen Searles is next, Austin Hirsch, and then Billy Grant.
Good evening. My name is Jen Searles, and I live at 34 Pilgrim Road. Good evening, Mayor Cantor and Town Council members. I came tonight to voice my support for the application for zone change and to ask for the council's support for this change in this development. I followed along the journey of this development, and I see the proposed condominiums and apartments as a really positive change for West Hartford. The development appears to be thoughtfully laid out and aesthetically pleasing. I love the green space and walkways that fit right in with the walkability of the center, and they're certainly more attractive and more eco-friendly than a giant asphalt parking lot. There's a lot to love about West Hartford, as both Evan and Jen have both said. I've raised 6 kids in this town, and I plan to stay here once they're all grown. A development like the one proposed at Arapahoe and LaSalle would be fantastic not only for young professionals who want to live in the center, but also for those of us of a more advanced age that are looking for convenient, attractive housing close to the vibrancy of the center. Further, as a taxpayer, it sounds to me that the proposed development would add to the town's tax base, and the existing businesses would benefit from the additional foot traffic, all of which I believe benefits the towns and its citizens. I thank you for your time, and I urge your support for this development.
Thank you, Ms. Searles, Austin Hirsch, Billy Grant, and then Nick Stambolis.
Hello, everyone. My name's Austin Hirsch. I live at 3 Pelham Road in West Hartford, right next to the center, and I am in favor of the application change before you. So as a neighbor of the proposed development, I'm excited West Hartford will add the much-needed residential buildings in our awesome town center. People are eager to live in West Hartford, specifically close to the center. It's a vibrant area with awesome shops and restaurants, and really just a great spot to walk around. Currently, the West Hartford real estate market doesn't have anything like the proposed development. West Hartford residents and those looking to move here will find the apartments and condos to be a great addition, as being able to walk out your door and have the town's best restaurants and shops steps away is really one heck of an amenity. Most potential property buyers want to be close to the center, and this development fills that void since houses close to the center, as mentioned before, really don't come on the market very often. So in a slightly different light, the proposed development area, in my opinion, is currently underutilized and really a wasted space in the center, which really, in my view, as we're developing our community, should be utilized to its fullest potential. It will not only provide additional housing options for West Hartford Center residents, but it'll also be a very attractive upgrade from a half-empty parking lot that most folks, honestly, really don't even know how to access. This addition will also improve the flow of the center, as we've seen with the designs, with the new lighted walkways and pocket park, which will connect the building to the rest of the center. And furthermore, it'll provide a much needed boost for our local businesses with increased foot traffic, resulting in higher sales to help, combat high rent, costs that they're facing. As we've seen, there's, likely tonight to be plenty of controversy about aspects of the development, parts that people maybe don't like. Change always brings controversy, no matter how beneficial it might be. I'm sure folks are worried about increased traffic, but I understand, however, the development will actually, improve parking and might help alleviate the heavy parking on our neighborhood streets. And as our town grows, more traffic is really a natural byproduct, right? But this development should actually mitigate that problem with the proposed flow of the design that we saw tonight, making access to the property as unintrusive as possible. And as I mentioned before, new residents won't have to drive to enjoy the center. They'll just walk down the street and they can support our local businesses. I've also heard concerns the new building may look a little too modern and not fit into the historical look of the center. I think after seeing the design tonight, maybe that changed some opinions. But I'm sure as a whole, we can agree that new modern looking buildings with green space and just great architecture will definitely look a lot more attractive than a large awkward parking lot. And not to mention the development will add to the town's tax base, a benefit for all West Hartford taxpayers. To conclude here, as someone who grew up in West Hartford and has since moved back to raise my family, I'm proud of our town, and I hope the town leadership stays focused and open-minded to ensure West Hartford continues to be one of the best places to live in Connecticut for decades to come. Allowing this development to come to fruition will be a positive step for that mission. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hirsch. And then we have Mr. Billy Grant, I don't know. Billy?
Hello, everyone, and thank you for having me. Thank you, Mayor. So I am in favor of this project, and I am a resident. I live at 110 Foxcroft, and I've owned and operated Restaurant Perico. We are now in our 27th year of business. I think I might be the longest-running restaurant in the center. And I think the project is beautiful. It's going to bring more foot traffic to the project, to the center, and I think it's really going to help the business. Although it may appear a lot of the bigger restaurants and bigger business in the center are doing well. We have a great center, but this is going to bring more foot traffic and help us on some off days, and it's also going to help some of the smaller businesses in the center that aren't as fortunate as I have been. So I am definitely in favor of the project. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Grant. Then we have Nick Stimboulis, and then Chris Conway, and then second on deck, Mike Grant. Okay, if Mr. Stimboulis is not available, we will go to Mr. Conway, then Mr. Grant, and then Austin. I have 3 Pelham. I don't know what the last name is. I'm sorry.
Oh, that was Mr. Hirsch.
Oh, that is Mr. Hirsch. So, Austin, those 2 different addresses. Sorry about that. Okay, and then after that, Jim Carroll.
Good evening, Mayor and Town Council members. For the record, my name is Christopher Conway. I'm the President and CEO of the West Hartford Chamber of Commerce, whose office is at 948 Farmington Avenue. On July 7th, Mark Lewis and James Manafort met with the Chamber's Economic Development Committee and provided a detailed overview of the proposal for the redevelopment of the parcel at Arapahoe and LaSalle, at the time called 75 LaSalle and Center Park Place, and answered questions. The Economic Development Committee voted to recommend the Chamber's Executive Committee fully endorse the proposal, which they did at their July 12th meeting. The Chamber believes that this proposal will specifically enhance West Hartford's business climate and generally add to the town's well-being. We have recently seen new multifamily activity in town, but demand still lags behind supply. The proposed redevelopment of Arapahoe and LaSalle will provide a very desirable option for young professionals and empty nesters looking to live and stay in town. The new mixed-use building will also provide new customers for businesses in the center and Blueback Square from new residents just a short walking distance away. Additionally, the proposal includes 3,500 square feet of retail space for a business. It is estimated that the building will generate 10 to 23 new permanent jobs in town. 75 LaSalle Center Park Place also helps meet the goals of the outlined in the town's plan of conservation and development by providing multifamily buildings within transitional zone between commercial districts and residential neighborhoods. For these reasons, the West Hartford Chamber of Commerce requests that the Town Council approve 75 LaSalle Center Park Place.
Thank you, Mr. Conway. Then we have Mike Grant. I don't know. Jim Carroll? Okay. After that, Michelle Manesca, and then CJ Jason Wang.
Hi, Madam Mayor, Council, thank you very much. My name is Jim Carroll. I live at 250 Griswold Drive, West Hartford, 06119. I'm in favor of this project. I've lived in West Hartford most of my life, graduated from Hall, don't have to tell you what year, but some of you did. My wife and I raised our children here, graduates of Hall. My grandparents built a house here in 1935, and my parents, my father grew up here. And I just mention that because I feel like I'm vested in the town. I love the town. And I think what the council's been doing has been fantastic, managing and implementing, I think, for lack of a better word, kind of smart growth. For the past 20 years that maybe I've been paying attention, we've had exponential growth, meteoric growth, and the council's done a really good job managing that, and the administration, Mr. Ledwith as well. I think the project's fantastic. I think it's a win for everyone. I think it's a win for the residents that are nearby. I think it will improve property values. I think it's terrific for the businesses in town, the restaurants in town, and all those people that come from all around to eat here and be entertained. If I'm in New York and someone asks where I'm from, I say Connecticut, they say where, I say West Hartford, they say I love that place. If I'm in Boston, the same thing happens, only they say it's wicked awesome. They really like West Hartford. I like West Hartford, and I think this is a terrific project, and I hope the council will see it forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Carroll. Michelle Manesca. Thank you.
Writing isn't clear.
I'm sorry. Yes, I got it.
That's okay. It's Michelle Maresca, 111 Orchard Road. Before I give any comments tonight, I just want to point out that as well as being a West Hartford resident, I'm also a real estate lawyer. And as a real estate lawyer, my firm has actually been working with the developer entity for this project in various capacities, none of which involve the land use applications before you tonight. But that's not why I'm here tonight. I'm here tonight as a resident. I think I've heard everyone say so far how much they love our town, and I do. I love this town. I chose to live here. I grew up in Connecticut, moved away, and when I came back, I was looking for a place that had a vibrant downtown area and a really good sense of what it wanted to be. And I found that in West Hartford. And it's for that reason that I really love this project. This project is an extension of what West Hartford is. It's a well-designed, well-thought-out community. And this is just the natural progression of what already is here. I'm going to, adhere to your thoughts about not repeating everything that you heard tonight. There are so many good reasons why this project will only help to enhance this community. But for me, perhaps the The biggest reason why is because it takes us a step further in terms of finishing the LaSalle Road and that beautiful design and plan that has been started so many years before. I think that's where I'll end my comments, but I thank you for your time, and I obviously am in support of the project and ask that you all consider approving it. Thank you.
Thank you, Attorney Maresca. CJ Jason Wang, or Wang, I'm not sure. Oh, come on up. And then Cindy Schaefer's on deck.
Hello, thanks for your time. My name is Jason Wang. I live at 194 4 Mile. I support the Arapahoe project. I would welcome more people to enjoy our wonderful town and our quality of life. I know that supporting new construction is never incredibly popular, but I hope you'll consider my views. One big picture reason I support the proposal is we face a lot of challenges as a society, and I know denser housing is more sustainable. I think that we need to build denser, walkable, bikeable, less car-dependent communities, and I think that's good for our health and for social isolation, and for climate change and our dependence on oil. And for those reasons, I really support putting more people closer to town. On a more local level, I support the proposal because West Hartford Center is just a great place to live, and I think others deserve to enjoy it as much as we do. I think we enjoy enormous benefits by living within walking distance to the center. You know, we can take a stroll to the library, get lunch, get coffee, get groceries, all within a short walk. We can split a bottle of wine and, don't have to worry about driving home. And we can walk and bike to our kids' daycare and their schools. And I think we enjoy a big premium on our home values too, because it's such a high demand area. So we experience a lot of benefits. And if you look on Zillow, there are no homes for sale right now within walking distance of the center. And so I support the right of others to enjoy our lifestyle that we're so lucky to have. And I think it would be wonderful to have more life on the street, more children's voices, more young professionals, more empty nesters, and just more smart people with smart ideas. I think traffic will always be a concern, but I think it's such a walkable area that it won't be as big of a concern as, single-family zoned areas. And so overall, I support this development, and I think it's the right thing for our town. Thanks for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Wang. Cindy Schaefer, Matthew Yee, and then Alan Carrera. Mr. Dodd. So I don't see Cindy, Matthew Yee, and Alan Carrera. No? Okay. That's all on the sign-up sheet. We will circle back for if you haven't, but those people that signed up, I want to get to them. So we will go now to, is the first, I'm not sure, is the presentation, is this from David Meehan and Sean London? Is that, yeah, okay. So if you're coming up together, I don't know, but again, sensitive to time for everybody, so don't unplug the laptop. Don't unplug the, thank you.
Okay, can I close the laptop? So we don't see my kids. Grazie.
Hopefully. Okay, thank you. And just being sensitive that there's a lot of people that would like to speak, so.
Is that allowed? So I can't unplug the laptop?
Yeah. So can we not plug in? Like, how can we present? Okay. It's just HDMI. We could just plug in. Is that what you're plugged into?
He can use HDMI.
Yeah. Okay. Don't want to ruin everything.
I thought that would go on.
All right. Thank you.
Good idea.
Just use the arrow keys.
Arrow key like up, down, or left or right? Okay. Okay, thank you, everyone. I know it's been a long evening, so we're going to try and be efficient, but we also appreciate, the time here. And again, for starters, my name is Dave Meehan, and I live at 24 Woodrow Street with my wife, my newborn daughter, who's 19 months old, and also our golden retriever, Daisy, who I think at times, I will admit, has caused traffic problems in the center because people like stop and actually, make comments and try and pet her. So we apologize in advance for that traffic congestion. But so thank you, town council members, for what you do, for your volunteerism here in this role. It means a lot, and we know it takes a lot of time and effort. So that we're very grateful for that. I guess out the gate here, I should just state, we have, and we'll be bringing up here, we do have a petition. It encompasses about, I believe, roughly 240 or so folks who have signed, who are reject this petition. But I want to be kind of clear here that, this is, rejecting this specific petition. Speaking for myself and also of the group, this is a group of people that realize, this parking lot as it is now isn't the best use of that property. We understand that, and most people think there should be some development there. So that's not really where the push-pull comes here. We realize that, there is a development that probably should take place here. But I guess I want to, and when we bring up the petitions momentarily, I do want to take a moment so again, formally, yes, there is this rejection of this specific draft of what is before us, but I also want to take a moment to define the we. The we is, roughly 250 or so petitions. That's 250 voters. I heard in the opening remarks earlier some financial numbers about, this developer. I may have misheard. I thought I heard something about 1.2 million of tax revenue or something like that was provided. Well, the people that signed this petition rejecting this, their tax revenue is over $2 million. Okay, so my only point there is just saying they're both meaningful. I'm not trying to get into a tit for tat there but it's a meaningful amount. It's 250 voters, it's 250 citizens that are here who want to see some development, but they want to have their voice heard. I wanted to, when thinking of this earlier, I wanted to come up with an opening quote, and I started to think of my grandfather who's from Boston and went to MIT as an engineer. And one of the quotes that he did share with me was that, if you don't like change, you're going to hate extinction, right? And he's right, right? I mean, he's right. He was right a lot of times. He did have that Boston accent, but I won't try and repeat that. But he's right. And so I think the good news is you all are doing the right thing as far as all these other developments that have taken place, right? We've got the Park Road, the convent. There's about 300 units coming on board there. We got Trout Brook recently approved. That's 200 units or so, give or take. On Farmington Ave, the byline, something like 50. We've got hundreds and hundreds of new units coming in here. So I think when people look back, I don't think we have to worry about extinction. I think we're doing the right thing. We're doing smart growth. And what's nice about all of those developments is that the traffic flow, you heard me say the names, right? I said Park Road, I said Farmington, I said Trout Brook. Those developments all have their traffic flowing in and out of major roads. That's where we start to have some challenges here. This flows onto a residential road. This flows onto Arapahoe. They're proposing to actually literally knock down residential houses to make this happen. So we're going to talk a little later about DRAC and buffer zones. But in our mind, if you have to actually knock down residential houses to make your traffic flow, feels like a buffer is being eroded here, and DRAC happens to agree. And I wanted to just, I know I said the future's bright. It's really important for us, because a lot of us here were here 5 years ago in 2016. It's really important for us to just briefly touch upon how we got here, because I think it's really important, including the vision statement, the West Hartford vision statement and guiding principles that I'll bring up momentarily. And maybe I'll attempt my technology skills to press the button. Okay, all right, so good to know that I can pull it off. So here we are. There was a development similar to this. I initially wrote down similar to this back in 2016 from the same developer, except it's not. This is actually bigger. Okay, so some of you here were on the town council at that time. That was a unanimous vote for the FAR requirement. It was Republicans, it was Democrats that said, timeout. We're not ready for this. And so they come back, they said, work with the community. Let's figure out what's right for the center, what's not, and then let's advance this. Okay, so this development is actually bigger. This is 6 stories. I think that previous development might have been 4 or 5, give or take. But so okay, as that happened, it was voted down unanimously, the smaller project. And then it was, I would say, a wonderful, comprehensive, and I think I even heard the attorney for the developer reference this. We had a group where we had staff from the town, we had residents, we had business owners, we had every representation. We hired a consultant. We had public workshops. We had online surveys where thousands and thousands of people from the town, in the center and outside, gave their feedback on what should be, this updated plan of conservation and development. And we formed this West Hartford vision statement and guiding principles that the town council formally approved. Okay, so this is a lot of what I want to share today is going to be data and quotes. I'm going to try and do less about how I feel. I want to just show the data and let you all decide. So here we have this vision statement, right? Now, I won't read the whole thing for the sake of time. But when you go, but I ask all of you and everyone here, we have handouts, give this a read. When you're making the decision today, read this. And one could argue, read this and read the DRAC report. And if you still think it's the right thing, then you're entitled, obviously, for that. But so a couple of points we bolded here within the West Hartford vision statement approved by the town council. Talked about the attractive look and feel of the center and its integration into the surrounding neighborhoods is a unique strength and benefit to the town. Okay, guiding principles, and I'm just going to hit upon the first 3 here. Maintain and enhance the character of the center and its pedestrian-friendly nature, historic elements, and diverse range of architectural styles, while preserving the existing open feeling and presence of natural light. Okay, encourage appropriate development and redevelopment of the center to be consistent with its character and current commercial boundaries. Specific consideration should be paid to transitional buffer areas where commercial uses are adjacent to residential to ensure a contextually sensitive design and appropriate scale, height, and setback that enhances and complements the quality of the neighborhoods. We use the word specific consideration for that buffer. Okay, interesting. Last bullet here that I'll emphasize. Manage traffic and parking to reduce impacts on the surrounding neighborhoods and enhance safety, mobility, and convenience for businesses, residents, and visitors. Last bullet point I highlighted, utilize neighborhood outreach and engagement as part of all future town efforts to implement these guiding principles. I read the notes of the town council when this was approved, and it was celebrated by the town council saying, this was a collaborative effort. This makes it almost a little easier for future decisions because we kind of know the playbook. This is the playbook. So just wanted to highlight that. Okay, now fast forward. Now COVID happens, and it's 2 years ago, and we understand. LaSalle. Listen, we were in chaos, right? LaSalle ended up being, shifted to a one-way traffic to help the restaurants. It was for the greater good. Right? I mean, no one could dine indoors. It was the right thing at the time. The town manager did tell us at the time it was only going to be temporary. Fair enough. I guess no one knew what lied ahead. Now, a lot of times with these developments, I realize, neighborhoods come before you, and they worry about future traffic problems, and they say, this might create a future traffic issue. What's different today, we already have a traffic issue. We are already broken. as far as traffic in our neighborhood. And I want to give you the data. The data on this map here is the town survey traffic count that the town did. So this wasn't the neighborhood. This wasn't a third party. This was the engineering staff came out and counted the traffic flowing on these streets. When I highlight here, and I don't have a pointer, hopefully you can see that top road is Farmington Ave. You can see on the right is LaSalle. And then you can see cutting down the middle here is Woodrow Street. So the traffic report that was provided by the town, the town engineering team back to the neighborhood said that as a result of the one-way street of LaSalle going northbound, as a result of those subdiverters that were put on 4 Mile, you can see here over here, 4 Mile and Newport and some of these other streets, as a result of that, we now have on Woodrow up to 2,500 cars per day traveling on a residential road. That's volume. That's data. That's not my opinion. Now, the neighboring streets have between 250 or 400 cars per day traveling on those streets. So Woodrow, before any development happens, has 10 times the traffic volume. Now, it's not even just a volume game. The speed tracked by the town council traffic survey showed a peak travel of 63 miles per hour on Woodrow. That's not easy, actually. I mean, that's 63 miles per hour. That's dangerous. Now, a qualitative element to this, which now I can't quite justify with numbers, is the qualitative of the travel of the vehicles. It's loud. It's ATVs. Just the other day, I actually saw the ATVs making a return. I thought it was like, I thought we were done with that. They went flying down Woodrow, went through every stop sign, the whole gang, and they were proud and loud. So there's a volume element to this as well. But okay, I can't put that on paper apparently. But here's the other element I want to say with this, with this map here. When you look at the reason why those subdiverters were put in on 4 Mile, it was the right decision in that we had a safety issue. You had cars cutting through on Boulevard on 4 Mile, and accidents were happening. A bus got hit, right? We're talking bad stuff. Well, these reckless drivers that were traveling northbound on 4 Mile, now they can't go through 4 Mile. It's not like they went away, right? So what happened is they now cut down Boulevard and said, well, I'm going to keep going. Nothing's going to stop me. I'm going to go northbound on Woodrow and cut through. And Kevin, my colleague, will talk later. We have 30 kids, give or take, in this concentrated area. We literally have a bus stop where that 63 miles per hour sits. That's a bus stop with kids, okay? That's not my opinion. That's data. And so we're sitting here with this northbound traffic that's at an all-time high, southbound traffic. Now, to pivot to that, the southbound traffic that cuts down Woodrow goes down Arapahoe and gets their cup of coffee at Starbucks. I mean, that's just, the alternative is waiting at 2 stoplights. That's not what's happening. If people are going to Brico's, Billy Grant's place, none of them anymore can come down southbound on LaSalle. I'd say for the past 2 years, our neighborhood has been rather patient about this. We are now at a point where we're having good conversations with the town engineering department. We're not anywhere near the end state here, but there's a lot of dialogue going on to this, and that's one of the core reasons before we even have this new development. Now let's layer in this new development. Say what you want about, traffic studies, what you believe, what you don't believe. I think let me ask what feels right for you all. Now in that big blocks right there, there's only going to be 2 routes. They want to come onto Arapahoe. They can either go to Woodrow or they can go to LaSalle. So think about whatever the view is on how many people are coming in and out for commuting, friends visiting, what have you. Now I'm going to drop the word Amazon. How many Amazon vehicles are you think are going to be coming day to day for these nice new 80 luxury apartments, people who can afford it? And if it's going to be the retirees, I guess, I don't know who's going to be the perfect demographic. We're going to see UPS trucks, FedEx trucks, delivery of food, Whole Foods. That's not captured in the traffic study. As far as the traffic study that was provided by the developer. The developer showed a traffic count that was during the winter of 2021 peak COVID, that may be not the perfect time to measure, when we're all locked in our house. That might not be the perfect point. But let's put this is your data. So this is your data. We're already broken. We want to have some form of development here, but boy, the traffic is the headliner. But let me pivot to it doesn't end there. So we have DRAC. And what's interesting here is that, and again, we highlighted here the traffic. And then so now when we get to DRAC, I have the letter up here. I heard the attorney for the developer kind of frame her summary or perspective on why, what DRAC said, what they didn't say. Here's the letter. This is December 5th, I'm sorry. This is the 6th meeting with DRAC. This is their 3rd rejection of this development. This is not my opinion. DRAC, as you all know, the Design, Review, and Advisory Committee. I heard the chairman of your TPZ committee say to his members, these are the smart folks. I guess wicked smart, like we talk about from Boston, right? I mean, these are engineers and architects that the town has to help in these specific situations. That's the main reason why we have them here. This is their purpose. They do this every day. They don't have a stake in the game as far as not in my backyard. It's their objective view. I'm going to summarize the 4 bullet points I'm going to mention that they say here, which to me are just very compelling. And again, this is their 3rd time rejecting this. The scale and mass of Building A is not compatible with the site or adjoining buildings and does not accomplish an appropriate transition to the streetscape. The mass and placement of Building A does not create a visually pleasing or coherent site design. DRAC is saying this site design is incoherent. The scale and proportions of Building A remain incompatible with the neighborhood. Their choice of words don't leave a lot of room for interpretation here, so I'm not even going to really weigh in on that. Incompatible with the neighborhood. After their 6 meetings with this developer. As currently presented, the overall design does not foster a sense of place that fits within West Hartford Center, the abutting properties, and the community. Now this is scathing to me, okay? Now, in going through this, there are a few words that at least I don't see on here. I don't see the word ginormous, or I don't see the words terrifying building, which is good. Until you get to the TPZ meeting, when one of the members, and I attended the TPZ meeting, the staff members that were here, Rick was here, Todd Dumais was here. This is a quote from the TPZ member. This is ginormous. This is a terrifying building. Okay, I kind of lean most on the traffic, okay? That's where I'm here before you today. I think it's interesting to hear objective views from DRAC members, TPC board members about this development. Now, to start winding this up here, because again, I really appreciate your time, I think there's a couple of interesting elements to this. While I'm talking about DRAC, again, we're talking about 250 people here, that are objecting on this petition. Amongst them all, they are people who are near the center. There are people outside the center. There are business owners. And in fact, one of the letters that have been sent to the town council is from Cook Shop Plus owner, James Hines, who's right there on LaSalle. I asked him his view. It's documented on paper. And this was his view. He said, Dave, I completely agree with the rejection letter by the West Hartford's Design Review and Advisory Committee. He went on to state the 4 bullets that I've already stated. Now, this is a business owner, right? So I asked him, I said, James, this would be a windfall. I mean, feet on the street, business economics. And he said, you're right. You're right. He said, it is going to enhance my financial profit. And I care about financial profit. But he said, Dave, I care about the community profits. So here's a business owner who said, I care that the community profits. I don't see, there's a certain cost to revenue that you have to be mindful of. And I thought that's, the developer, what they're showing today is old school capitalism. It's bottom line profit. It's for developments for affordable housing. It's focused purely on the bottom. The new age of capitalism is supposed to have an element of caring about the community. I thought that was completely refreshing that a business had that holistic view. And that's what we want in a partner. And I want to highlight one other element too. as far as the dialogue that we've had, I am thrilled to hear from the attorney today, from the developer, this willingness to talk about traffic calming measures regardless of what happens today. I'm being sincere when I say that. I applaud that. Let's have that conversation, whatever happens today. Let's have that conversation. I'll be there for that. Because here's what the outreach so far from the developer is this, okay? Now, you can talk about these other developments, SK Lavery. They've had people come out. They've taken Drac's feedback and changed their design. They've come out to the neighborhood, sat with me, and asked our feedback. The public feedback and conversation that we've had with this developer is the "sorry we missed you" tag that they left on our door. That's it. And they did this after they already submitted their proposal. Now, SK Lavery, as you all know, hasn't even submitted their proposal yet, and they've had numerous conversations with neighborhoods. That's the way you do it. That's community. I've heard the word community several times today. That's the vision, the guiding principles. That's what this is about. I'm very confident that if we reflect upon these, listen to what Drac says, I think we'll come out with the right answer, but with an eye towards a collaboration where we can have some form of development. And then last but not least, this is another point here I wanted to highlight that the chairman of TPZ said during the meeting there. And I should note, other members of TPZ highlighted concerns about the traffic reports. They didn't quite believe what they were reading. But here's one of the more important points I heard from the chairman of the TPZ, who voted against this. So now we've got the TPC chairman voting against this, Drac voting against this numerous times. We got people thinking, terrifying, ginormous. We have a meaningful public segment here voting against this. But the most important part, one of the more important parts I heard was, why right now? Here we are. We have this infrastructure plan that we're in the third inning, the fourth inning, fifth inning. We haven't figured that out yet. What are we going to do with LaSalle? Is it going to go green space? Is it going to go two-way? Is Memorial going to be coming through? We haven't figured that out yet. And so the chairman sat in that chair and said to his fellow members, we're going off sides here. To make this decision now on one of the largest developments when we haven't figured out the West Hartford strategy, gotten the consultant report back yet, we're jumping off sides. And he also noted that to not approve Drac, when Drac, is already, to disregard Drac when they've already not approved this is a flaw in the system. He said, we have a process for a reason. We should respect the process. So with that, I will hand it over to some of my colleagues here that,
Thank you, Mr. Meehan. Now we will, I think we'll go to the sign-up sheet, right? Or
no, I had one other colleague that had, we do appreciate the flexibility, 2 hours on the front end. One or two of my colleagues.
Sorry, I didn't know there was someone. Okay.
Oh, no, that's great. Thank you. Todd?
I'll keep this short. Thank you. My name is Todd Parker. I live at 21 Arapahoe Road. And thanks to the town council for listening to the community and caring about doing the right thing in the center. Arapahoe Road is home to 6 families with many young families. There's a group home for people with disabilities just 2 doors down from this. As Dave covered, our road is already very busy with cars using it as a high-speed cut-through to the center, especially now that LaSalle is one way. This proposed development funnels all traffic from 85 multifamily units and 3,500 square feet of retail onto Arapahoe Road. There's no other example of a large development funneling all their traffic onto a residential road, and for good reason. According to the developer's latest traffic study, this will add 540 daily trips to our already busy street, but somehow cause negligible impact. If you find that hard to believe, the town's TPZ committee also questioned the validity of that study. Common sense would say this would make our problems much worse. Adding cars will push the traffic, parking, and safety issues we struggle with every day to a breaking point. If the town approves the development here, they must make Arapahoe Road a dead-end street and push traffic onto a commercial street like LaSalle. If LaSalle can't handle the traffic, how can we expect an overloaded residential street to shoulder this burden? Most importantly, I want to talk about the scale of this project, specifically the large condo building. You'll notice tonight that the developers have shown beautiful renders of the building in isolation, but went far out of their way to avoid showing this at street level from the center or Arapahoe Road. Like many of you, I wondered how large this building really is. To figure that out for myself, I pored over the project drawings. Based on the plans, I calculated the average building height is around 70 feet. When you take into the account the mass of the rooftop deck, but keep in mind that the elevator tower on this is a whopping 78 feet tall. For reference, the town center garage is only 60 feet. I then located the four corners of the building from the blueprints, and I was surprised to see that it's pretty much right at the fence line of the houses on Arapahoe Road. And you saw that tonight in their presentations. There is no residential buffer. This is right in our backyards. To show the height as accurately as possible, I needed to photograph an object 70 feet in the air over the corners of the building to scale the drawings accurately. After some failed attempts using a balloon and measuring tape, doesn't work, I ended up launching a drone at each corner and hovered it at 70 feet while my wife took photos from Arapahoe Road. By capturing multiple points, we could finally see how big this actually is from street level. You're probably as shocked as I was at how much it towers over Arapahoe Road. And elevation isn't doing us any favors either. You heard this tonight as well. According to the developer's own diagrams, the building lot sits on a hill 10 to 12 feet higher than Arapahoe Road, which makes it look closer to 80 feet from our front yards. I think we can all agree with Drac that the scale and proportions of this are incompatible with a residential neighborhood. The three buildings in front are currently zoned as residential office, which is meant to provide a buffer between commercial and residential zones. Since these are now owned by this developer, approving this project will essentially annex this end of Arapahoe Road into a commercial zone. Any notion of a buffer is wiped out by approving this project. We also did the same analysis from LaSalle Road near Division West. So this is the view that you would see when you're eating dinner. With a higher grade here, I only use 60 feet as the building height. And you can see yet again, this looms over the quaint row of shops and restaurants that make West Hartford Center such a draw for visitors. Is this really the future we want for the center? At least now I understand why these kinds of real-world views weren't shown by the developer tonight. Now, maybe you think I'm exaggerating a bit by these images, but this mock-up provided earlier by the developer tells the same story. Look, when you place a 70-foot building on a hill, surrounded by mostly 1- and 2-story buildings, it's going to look out of place. It's that simple. The developers don't want you to see the full impact of this massive condo building that is the heart of this project. That's why their proposal shows carefully cropped views that obscure most of the building's mass with lush foliage that will take decades to grow in. That's why they spend so much time showing the much nicer apartment building on LaSalle that's appropriately scaled for the site. This developer hasn't addressed important concerns from residents, DRAC, and TPZ around the core issues of scale, buffers, traffic, and parking. On December 5th, DRAC voted 4-1 against this project. They are the town's experts in design, and they said very clearly that the scale of this project doesn't fit the center. But here we are again tonight with developers pushing for approval with the town council, despite the stacks of letters and petitions from residents and DRAC's strongly worded objections that this will be harmful to the center. The town is actively working on a master plan to create a vision for how we want to grow the center in the coming decades. If this project is approved, it will deeply undermine that work. So why are we even considering this massive project before we formulated a holistic plan for the center? Why are we voting on a project that doesn't have the support of DRAC and has major traffic and parking questions left unanswered? The council holds the power to keep this project in check and set a clear precedent for responsible growth. I urge the town council to vote no tonight. Let's finish the master plan, then decide if and how this project fits into our vision, not the other way around. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Parker. So we will now go to the sign-up sheet. Again, state your name and address for the record, and 3 minutes to speak. We appreciate that. And if you can, say if you agree with something, confirm that you agree. And if you can avoid it repeating, it would help make sure everybody gets a chance before it gets too late. Okay, so Sean London, and then I'm going to also say the two on deck, Beth Willett and Emma Fitzgerald, or Christine Fitzgerald and then Emma Fitzgerald.
Thank you, Ms. Mayor, and to the members of the Town Council and everyone who's been hanging in there. My name is Sean London. I'm from 91 4 Mile Road. I'm a 20-year resident of West Hartford. And I want to say, to be clear, that we are not against development of the center. We realize that this is why we're all here. We're a group of people who've chosen to live in these neighborhoods because we want to take advantage of the vibrancy that the center has to offer. We were supporters of Blueback Square back in the day. We welcome and encourage development that is thoughtful and takes into consideration the neighborhoods that coexist around the center. Neighborhoods where parents teach their children to ride their bicycles, where children walk to and from school, couples stop to chat with their neighbors while out on a stroll with their dogs. A neighborhood which, as the town website itself proclaims, is a great place to live. We have neither seen nor heard from these purported outreach coordinators who supposedly reached out to the neighborhood. The developer's representative, who used the words soccer moms in a not flattering way, reveals just how disconnected they are from the reality of West Hartford, which is a town of soccer moms and dads. The developer's representative in this very meeting has acknowledged our concerns about the increased traffic burden on these residential streets, so it's no longer up for debate. It's fact. Everyone agrees that this is a problem. I don't think we've heard anything more ludicrous tonight than the assertion that the residents of an 80-plus high-end dwellings are going to move into the center magically without their cars. Even the residents who don't own cars will be dependent on ride-sharing services such as Lyft and Uber that will use these residential roads in a town where alternative transportation is limited or non-existent. I'm not a traffic engineer, but the estimate of one vehicle trip per hour from this development seems at the best wildly optimistic and at worst completely disingenuous and not believable. Instead of having traffic routes leading to LaSalle or Farmington roads, the developers are putting their profits over the safety of the adjoining neighborhood. The proposed development systemically disregards the reality of the consequences imposed on our neighborhoods. No plan for a sustainable path forward for our neighborhood has been presented to us. While brushed off, we have very real concerns about the greater pressure on municipal services due to high volume traffic on these residential streets. No amount of tax revenue generated by this development will be able to undo the harm unleashed on the affected neighborhoods. But we welcome development and must be thoughtful with all anticipated consequences proactively accounted for. When a school bus full of children was broadsided at the intersection of 4 Mile and Boulevard, just 3 blocks away from this development, I might add, the town finally responded in the very definition of reactive town planning. This cannot be the case this time around. There will be no corrective actions possible once the development is approved and the buildings are in place. There will be no ability to put the genie back in the bottle in this case. Development and tax revenue look great on paper and are to be desired so long as respect is given to the existing fabric of the community. As elected officials, we understand you must weigh a multitude of factors when making these decisions. We hope that you are representatives of the voters who live in the immediate neighborhood and will account for our opinions because we are the ones who are going to bear the burden of your decisions. Please do not let the legacy of your time as elected officials be the destruction of the neighborhood surrounding the center. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. London, Ms. Willett, and then Christine Fitzgerald and Emma Fitzgerald.
Good evening. My name is Beth Willett. I live on 92 4 Mile. I actually live across from Dr. London, who just passionately spoke before all of you. I want to thank all the council members that are here. I want to thank all the public that's here. I think it speaks volumes about this town that everyone is here on this, and it speaks about the community and the process. And those are the two things I want to speak about. This town developed a process in 2017. Mr. Meehan did a very good job in outlining what that particular goal of the town is. And I don't think that this particular project fits the goals. I don't think that this particular project has met the town's DRAC. The town set this group up as an expert to guide us
I have seen the process from many small businesses, other businesses growing in this town, and individuals who have been provided guidance by DRAC have benefited, but this entity does not seem to want to benefit from the guidance, does not seem to want to put forth a plan that involves the community. I know that they have said they've done outreach, but it seems that that outreach was done in July and August. Summertime. Who's home in the summertime? Knocking on someone's door, middle of the summer? I guarantee you're not going to get most of West Hartford. And I also guarantee when you're outreaching people, when you initially come to their door and ask them for feedback on a project which they have limited information on, that they are going to be able to provide you with much guidance. I live 2 blocks away from this. I never saw a flyer. I got one mailing from them with a drawing. They did no meeting for the whole community to put together and show their plan. Those are very helpful things to the community members. But they didn't want to make that outreach. And we can see why they don't want to make that outreach. And I will show you, this is why they don't want to make that outreach. This building is massive. It does not fit in with the community. And you must take that into factor. This is one of the most important parts of this, the process and the community. And they have failed to comply with those two things, the process and involving the community. I think that we can all agree that a parking lot space is not valuable to the town. But there's been many areas of this town that are parking lots, and they've come to you with proposals, and you guys have turned them down because individuals haven't complied with DRAC. They haven't complied with the community outreach. They haven't met the burden of making a space for the community. They have not met those burdens. That is why I ask that you turn them down tonight. I don't think that it's a bad thing to add community space here, to add condos, but I don't think we have met the design potential that this project needs. It's in the center. It is one of the centerpieces of this town, this particular property. And it should be appreciated. It should be well thought out. And I don't think we've met it. I mean, even the architect talked about the details of the floating brick building. That's a great description. He talked about how they were forced to add details to the windows. I don't think that should be a bad thing to require requirements. There are a lot of great towns in Connecticut where you have to meet these standards, and there's a reason that you have to meet the standards. It's because you're a part of the community, and the community wants you to fit in, and there's a process.
Miss, we'll let you reach the 3
Thank
million,
you.
so thank you. Thank you. Christine Fitzgerald, Emma Fitzgerald, and then Kevin McMahon.
Hi, I just want to let you know I'm taking Emma's 3 minutes as well. Hi, my name is Christine Fischera. I live at
No,
20...
you can't. You
Oh.
have, no.
Oh, my-
Each individual, if you're representing a group, you
Okay.
can have 5 minutes.
Okay.
But you need to be the authorized, of an official group.
Oh, I see.
So,
Okay, I
individuals, just
misunderstood.
3. Thank you.
All right. My name is Christine Fischera. I live at 21 Arapahoe Road. Thank you very much to the Town Council for all your hard work and all you do for West Hartford. And thank you all, everybody who's come tonight during this busy holiday season. I know many people who would have liked to be here tonight, but had school concerts and other holiday happenings that kept them from coming. I first want to start off by echoing what others have said. I'm not opposed to development in the center. I support development that balances the needs of the community, safety of the neighborhoods, and economic development of the town. The Arapahoe Group's proposed development does not meet these standards. The proposed plan is completely out of scale with the area, will increase the footprint of the commercial center zone into a residential neighborhood, and will add dangerous amounts of traffic into a neighborhood that's already burdened with exponentially more traffic than surrounding streets. The condo building that they're proposing to build will be the tallest building in the center, looming over, as we've seen from the pictures, LaSalle and residential Arapahoe Road. DRAC, the experts of our town that we rely on to review building plans for the purpose of making recommendations, several times voted not to recommend this application. They found that the scale, mass, and proportion of the condo building was not, quote, not compatible with the site or adjoining building, was incompatible with the neighborhood, and does not foster a sense of place that fits within West Hartford Center. The developer has chosen to disregard these findings, along with the standard application process of getting DRAC recommendation, and instead has bulldozed their application through to a hearing. To give you an indication of how rare this is, the chair of the Planning and Zoning Committee stated that he had never known of any other application that had gone through to a hearing without a DRAC recommendation. DRAC's recommendation is so important that in our town's guiding principle document, the Plan of Conservation and Development, it states twice that the town should support and utilize the expertise of West Hartford of DRAC in the planning and land development's review process. If the town council disregards DRAC's finding and allows this development to go forward, it will, as the developer's attorney said, be a real game changer because it will completely undermine DRAC's authority in the town's entire planning and land development review process. Speaking of the POCD, there are several fundamental issues with the proposed development that are inconsistent with the POCD. The most egregious of these is the destruction of the buffer zone between the commercial center and the residential neighborhood. The two houses that the developer plans to demolish, along with the parking lot, are all zoned to provide a buffer between the residence and the commercial zone. The POCD clearly calls for an increase in and protection of buffer zones. In rezoning these parcels, it also expands the BC Center zone onto a residential street and will in fact expand the center to be directly across the street from a residential house. And the POCD says that we should, I'll just say it's small, but basically we shouldn't do that. Another very important point of the POCD.
Ms. Fitzgerald, you're at 3, so please wind up. Thank you.
Says that we need to protect and enhance the quality of West Hartford's well-established residential neighborhoods. I would say that destroying houses to rezone property into a commercial zone on a residential street does not protect or enhance my neighborhood. And, well, in conclusion, I urge, I hope thoughtful, responsible residential development will come to the center, and I welcome our new residents and neighbors. In the meantime, I respectfully urge the town council to reject the petition of the Arapahoe Group.
Thank you, Ms. Fitzgerald. Kevin McMahon is next.
I'm Emma.
Oh, you're Emma. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
She was going to speak for me, but I've got a voice of my own.
Okay.
I lived on Arapahoe Road. I'm Emma Fitzgerald. I live at 127 Brace Road. I lived on Arapahoe Road for 35 years, and I only have one question for the council. If you lived at 21 Arapahoe Road, would you like this project in your front yard? Would you like the traffic coming and going on your street and into Woodrow and LaSalle? Would you feel comfortable with that? Would you feel comfortable with it if it were in your backyard? We do not feel comfortable with this development. I suggest that you vote no.
Thank you, Ms. Fitzgerald. Now, Mr. McMahon, and then Anna Bolitz, and then Kim Gross.
Sorry. Kevin McMahon, no relationship to the traffic consultant. Just point that out. I live at 95 Woodrow Street. I just wanted to spend a little more time on this map. And I just would like to point out 3 numbers. If you remember anything I say tonight, 3 numbers. 63 miles per hour, right? That's over 1 week time period, right? 1 week. Somebody was doing 63 miles at 1:30 in the morning. Just before restaurants closed in the center, right? Just a mere steps from that 63 circle, 30 kids, up to 30 kids every day get on the school bus. Mere steps. This doesn't count any of the many pedestrians that access the center through Woodrow and through Arapahoe, right? 2,500 cars. It's not just a question of speed, it's a question of volume. And this is now. This development will add hundreds of more cars on either Arapahoe and on Woodrow. The other thing I want to mention is some of you may have seen a letter I wrote to the weha.com about the Up House, Mr. Frederickson and the Up House. This is the Up House, right? This is the house that is surrounded by the big building, right? This is the house that Mr. Frederickson floats away to Paradise Falls. Why? Because his neighborhood is gone. The place where he grew up, which he loved, is gone, destroyed. This is what a condominium of this size, again, not opposed to development, but we need to develop in a smart way, not just more growth, smart growth. And the final thing I'll mention is to the people who developed the petition to oppose this proposal, spent countless hours, knocked on doorstep, went to doorstep after doorstep to try to have conversations with their neighborhood about what was needed. And the developer did none of that, did not seek our feedback, only in a way to really get information from us. So for all these reasons, and for the reasons that others have pointed out, I urge you to reject this proposal. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McMahon. Anna Bolitz, Kim Gross, and then Tom Dayton.
So first I have some petitions to hand up before I start my comments, and there are several hundred. They're bundled with, so these are the ones I think. All of the other petitions of many people who are asking the town council to vote
Please
no
state
today.
your name and address for the record. Yeah.
My name is Anna Bolitz. My house is on Arapahoe Road, 25 Arapahoe Road. First I want to say thank you to the town council, staff, TPZ, DRAC. We're all here today because we love West Hartford. We have so much in common. So I just want to say that. And it's such a hard job, and we all do appreciate it. I also want to say this isn't fear of change, fear of growth, fear of development. Everyone I've talked to, everyone who has signed the petition wants development, and they want development in these lots. A lot of the people who said that they want you to vote yes, sort of generically want development, we're pretty specific, and we're very supportive of development. Ms. Pearson was right. This is a game changer. This is a precedent the size of an aircraft carrier coming to a neighborhood near you, 250,000 square feet of development, spewing traffic right into a residential neighborhood that's already bearing a lot of traffic. A six-story exception, which isn't contemplated in the zoning regulations. It's just, an exception. Ignoring POCD, ignoring process, which isn't just a process. It's a process that lands the highest quality developments here. They get vetted, they get scrubbed before it lands on your desk. Your job's about to become a whole lot harder if everyone starts ignoring that process. This is a precedent to rezone homes on the street to the BC zone, to BC, which allows all of those as of right things in a BC zone and 4-story developments, right where those little houses are right now, that they called commercial buildings, but they're houses. This is very different from others that are approved and in the pipeline: Children's Museum, 934 Farmington Avenue, SK Lavery, West Hartford Inn. All of those add great things: density, diversity of housing, mixed use, affordable housing. They help our businesses, which is super important. But they're at the center, not on top of the historic, very successful center, which is our brand as a town. We don't want to ruin that. They are all on major roads, on lots that already allow density and height, and they don't destroy the buffer zone, don't spew traffic into residential neighborhoods. It's also different because Children's Museum, for example, got really great reviews from DRAC and TPZ. To approve this, the town council has to make a number of legal findings. You have to say under 177.16.6, section 177-44, you have to find that you'll all read this, I'm sure, before you vote, but it has to be contextually sensitive. It has to take into account the height and setback requirements of adjoining properties in more restrictive zones. Doesn't do that. that adequate parking exists. It doesn't. They have to borrow parking around the corner. Who's going to use that? That the development is in harmony with the open feeling and natural light within the public realm of the district. It's the most massive thing around. That is in harmony with the actual or permitted development of adjacent properties.
Ms.
By
Bullock, you're at
definition,
3.
it is not.
You're at 3 minutes, so can you wind up, please?
Absolutely. We all want something built on those lots. But if the only way Mr. Lewis and Mr. Manafort can do that is by violating a very long list of guidelines and goals in the POCD and the vision statement, it's the wrong proposal in the wrong space. Luckily, there are plenty of other developments approved and in the pipeline that meet all of these goals and that have been approved by DRAC and TPZ, that it's a ton of development that's in the pipeline, and we should celebrate that and thank you for the legacy of that in our town. We don't have to say yes to something that does not work and that destroys a neighborhood in order to get all of the things that all of the people who support this proposal view as their goals. And so that's what I want to say, and I want to ask the town council to vote no today. It's not a vote against development, but it's a vote against this particular one until everyone comes together and comes to a better proposal.
Thank you, Ms. Bullock.
Thank you.
And next up is Kim Gross and then Tom Dayton. On deck is Joe Visconti.
Good evening. First of all, I'd just like to thank the town council for letting me speak this evening. My name is Kim Gross, and I reside at 1704 Boulevard in West Hartford, obviously. Boulevard hasn't been highly represented here this evening. However, I felt it was necessary to be here, given that my backyard abuts Pelham Road, which is inching closer and closer to the center. I come from this from a point of safety. And actually, I'm a field hockey mom. And it's important to me that my child is safe in this town, that I feel safe in this town, and that all of my community feels safe walking in this town. As I said, our home backs up to Pelham Road, so we're very close to the center in Woodrow Street, which currently sees a large volume of traffic due to the changes made to Riggs, Newport, and 4 Mile. On my walk up this evening, I counted 30 cars in the 5-minute walk it took me to get from my house to Arapahoe. We have resided at this address for 14 plus years and enjoyed the convenience of being able to walk to the center to grab a bite to eat, get some exercise, or support our local merchants. Unfortunately, over the last few years, we have experienced an increase in traffic, which can be a good and a bad thing. That has resulted in treacherous walking conditions. The number of cars that do not stop at the stop sign coming from Ellsworth, from South Main to take a right on LaSalle is outrageous. Add to the speed at which drivers go through these side streets with no regard for the residents living there is pretty sad. I've personally experienced situations where you can't cross these streets because no one stops to allow you to do so. I also had an experience very recently where we crossed at Becker's and were almost hit by a car who didn't want to stop to wait for someone to back into a spot. So by adding additional cars to the mix, we're asking for more irritated and impatient drivers. Adding a 5 to 6 story complex, whether it's condos or apartments, with additional drivers is not conducive to the current infrastructure. There will be an increase in traffic on Arapahoe, LaSalle, Woodrow, Ellsworth, Farmington, and South Main Street. In addition, I've read that the thought is that those who work in the center want to live in the center and will reside in this complex. What? These individuals who work in the center cannot even afford to pay to park in the center. And I know that because they park in front of my home on Boulevard every single day. We are kidding ourselves if we think everyone who moves in will be doing all of their business in the center or working from home. We have underutilized parking garages as it is today. In addition, this is a residential neighborhood with a complex of this size is completely out of scale and changes the character of the center and the feel for the residents who live there. Will the current water and sewage systems be able to support this building? If not, who's paying for that?
Ms. Gross, you are at over 3 minutes, so if you could wind up. Thank you.
In summary, although we know growth will happen, it needs to be done thoughtfully and with consideration for the surrounding community. I urge the council to reject this petition to build this building.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Gross. Tom Dayton is next, Joe Visconti, and then Kim Hudson.
Good evening. My name is Tom Dayton, and I'm a soccer dad from way in the past because I'm looking over at Dallas Dodge, and his team always beat our team because he's a big guy, and my son was a big guy too, so it was always interesting. At any rate, I live at 59 Woodrow Street. I've been there for 43 years, my entire married life. My wife, Janice, and I continue to support the growth and love the center, and we want reasonable development. And I'll tell you, the proposal by Lexham, I guess, Arapahoe, was very good. I wish I had that 2 or 3 weeks ago. However, I am totally confused. What I want to talk about, I, right now, do not support this current application. There are too many issues that need to be resolved, and a lot of them have already been mentioned. I don't want to repeat them. It just takes up time. But I want to point out a couple things. The DRAC doesn't support the current design. I'm an engineer by trade, analytical. I believe that the DRAC must believe in this, and they have to sign off on this. And I don't have enough detail to understand it, but I do know they wrote down major showstoppers. You saw all the list. Everybody knows the mass and the size of the building. There's something wrong here. But I would not move forward with anything. If I was building a power plant and my design engineers told me that that half of them or all of them turned it down, I'd say, fine, we're not building it until they agree. So that's a showstopper to me. Then I did sit in on the TPZ meeting, and I did hear, it was funny because I kind of felt like, oh, they're going to turn it down because they had all these crazy things they were saying about the project. And the design is ginormous. Ginormous, I looked it up in the dictionary, and that says it's larger than huge. And I'm like, okay, I get it. And this person accepted, said yes. The building terrifies me. Holy gee, the building terrifies me? I actually looked at it. It looks like a very pretty building. I just don't know if it's in the right spot. Now, this one I understood. This may be the straw that broke the camel's back. And by the way, the camel are the residents of the adjacent streets, Arapahoe and Woodrow. It very may well. And the big issue to me is traffic. It's all about traffic. But then the TPZ chairman was the one guy that turned it down. And he noted that he has never seen an application get this far when the developer was so out of sync with DRAC. And I'm like, okay, what's going on here? So the DRAC and the TPZ, I'm not sure. I question. I'm only like a week into understanding this thing, but it doesn't seem right to me. I'm not sure what the heck's going on.
Mr. Dayton, you're also over 3 minutes, so
Okay.
wind up. Thank you.
Can I conclude? Okay. Let me go to the conclusion because I didn't get into the traffic. I believe the next steps are we have to get the DRAC and developer to either agree or forget it. That's one step. Number two, we got to finish this center infrastructure master plan that will provide guidance for the future development. We need to finalize decisions on what direction LaSalle Road's going to go, and we have to solve the Arapahoe and Woodrow traffic problem. It exists now, even before this thing is built. And for 43 years, I sit on my front porch and I count the car. I live between Ellsworth and Arapahoe, and we play a game watching all the cars go through the stop sign. And we count how many will it take for them to go through the stop sign. It's unbelievable. And they drive pretty fast, too. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Dayton. Mr. Visconti, and then Kim Hudson, and then Lisa Campo. Okay, so we'll go to Kim Hudson, Lisa Campo, and then Paul Driscoll.
Hi, good evening. My name is Kim Hudson, and I live at 17 Woodrow Street with my husband and my 15-year-old son. I want to thank you for honoring this process, which allows residents to voice their concerns. My family and I have only moved to West Hartford a year and a half ago, but we have been residents of Connecticut since 1999, and we've always loved coming to West Hartford Center. We love the neighborhood feel that the center has, the ability to walk to restaurants and shops, and the quaintness of the area that comes from having smaller buildings. It is these things that give it the quintessential New England feel. I feel that this current proposal from Arapahoe Group is out of scope for the area that it serves. It will considerably change the character of the center due to its size. And as mentioned previously in detail, this proposal goes against the town's own vision statements and guiding principles. I ask you to think about what draws people to live in West Hartford Center and consider the precedent that this project would be setting. I urge you to vote no on this proposal and ask the developer to rethink their plan such that it aligns with the town's vision statement. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Hudson. Next is Lisa Campo, Paul Driscoll, and then Christopher Wallach. Okay, Lisa? No? Okay, Paul Driscoll?
Amanda Driscoll, can I go into this place?
Yes. And just state your name and address for the record.
Hi, I'm Amanda Driscoll. I live at 9 Arapahoe Road. I live in the house directly across from one of the ones outlined here that's planned to be demolished and replaced with a driveway where cars will go in and out all day long to fill the 94 residential spaces that'll be inside here. I moved here from Boston just after 15 years in Boston in 2018, so I know that development can be very good. But I did move here because of the balance that the center offers. I agree with the concerns tonight about traffic, and I support the idea of improved traffic flow on the street, be it with the cul-de-sac or one-way direction. I have a kindergartner in my house who walks to the bus stop to go to Duffy. It's right at that 63-mile-an-hour intersection. I know that my neighbors walk to Sedgwick, and I feel that the construction and the duration of this project alone might go on for a very long time and affect an entire generation of kids in the neighborhood and how they use the sidewalks that took about a whole season to put out just last year. So knowing that that project took about 4 months, I can't imagine how long this will go on. So after seeing the construction traffic pattern tonight, I was moderately horrified to see that all of those vehicles will be going straight down Arapahoe and out through the residential neighborhood. So please, as you vote tonight, carefully consider it sounds corny, but the kids who are going to be riding their little scooters down the sidewalk and how many years of disruption there will be and how much fear there will be with parents, knowing that there will be these massive vehicles coming through, leading to greater traffic on our street for our years to come. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Driscoll. Then we have Christopher Walk. Thank you.
No problem.
And then also, and on deck, Shannon Walk, and then Sheila Julane.
So Shannon won't be joining us. She's my wife. She had to go relieve a babysitter at school night. Go Duffy Dragons. Chris Wallach, 41 Woodrow. I oppose the proposal as it stands now for the many, many reasons that my neighbors have voiced, so I'm not going to take up the full 3 minutes. I will say a comment that my dad used to always say as a mason: you don't hire a plumber to fix your chimney. And DRAC seems to be the experts in the town that sort of help us figure out what makes sense and what doesn't. I just urge the council to kind of take their advice into consideration when you vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wallach. Sheila Gulian, and then Richard Camargo, and then Emily and Mike Seltzer. I have an address of 151 4 Mile.
Richard Camargo. Okay.
Okay, okay.
jumping the
Yes,
gun
you
here?
may go, I guess.
Okay. Yeah,
Name
Dave
and
said
address for
everything
the-
just about to cover every.
Name and address for the
every part.
record. Sir, name and address for the record. Thank you.
Okay. Richard Camargo, 85 4 Mile Road, and my daughter, 11 Arapahoe Road. And one of the major issues is traffic. But has everybody mentioned it? Two things I just want to point out is that all you hear is about people coming into town, friends, neighbors, and everything, and everybody, and saying, what a great place to have dinner. What a great place just to kind of walk around. I don't think the magnitude of that building is going to give you a sense of quaintness, of just tranquility, of an environment that is just reaching out way beyond the cuteness and the quaintness of Arapahoe and all the other streets. Another point, too, before I stop, is the amount of money that people have spent in the last 2 or 3 years paying for these homes on Woodrow, 4 Mile, and Arapahoe has increased tremendously. My guess, if you put something like that up there, I think you're going to see some people leave, and I don't think that the values are going to hold. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Camargo. Emily and Mike Seltzer, 11 Arapahoe, I don't
Sorry,
know.
I guess you called me when I was out in the hall.
Oh,
Lisa
okay.
Campo.
Yes.
So, Lisa Campo, 161 4 Mile Road. And so for 39 years, I've lived 1 block from the center. And for 26 years, I've lived 2 blocks from the center. So I really know it very well. And I'm dismayed to see kind of how busy it's gotten. And there's a lot of other projects in the pipeline. I think this building is massive. I think that we need to take a beat here and let's not do something that we can't reverse. I'm so impressed by the owner of the cook shop who said that he wasn't looking at how many more sales he was going to get here. Our restaurants are doing just fine. We don't need this much more foot traffic coming into the area. What I am concerned with as a realtor of 30 years in West Hartford, and predominantly in this area of West Hartford, these property values are going to be affected. Even 4 or 5 years ago, when I sold on Arapahoe and sold on Woodrow, people would say to me, I heard a rumor, and I had to explain to them that yes, there is a possibility that there is going to be a project here. And they'd say, well, what's the scope going to be? I've heard it's going to maybe be large. And they didn't buy. Nobody wants to have something like this. People want a residential neighborhood, and that's what they want. And I know on Bishop, and then just outside of the center, I think it may be on Arlington, they did some condo buildings there. They knocked down some residential houses and did some condos. People don't want to look out of their home and see a different kind of building. They like similar houses. So it is absolutely going to affect their value. I feel so bad to the people that I've sold houses to in the last few years. Also, the traffic patterns. You guys are talking about Arapahoe and Woodrow. Let's extend this out a little bit. Pelham Road is going to get slain through this. Everybody's going to be coming off the highway to try and get home, and they're going to cut down either Ellsworth or Pelham. And those are quaint little quiet streets. And 4 Mile, I live on the block closest to Sedgwick. They did the calming traffic pattern right after that school bus got hit. And 2 weeks ago, a drunk driver coming out of the center just decided to go right across, even though huge signs saying you can't go through, hit the curb, broke the curb into all these pieces, went over the bushes. My wife and I walk there all the time. It is not safe. I have to tell people, oh yeah, that house over there, yes, that has had 3 cars crash into it. A mother holding a brand new baby sitting in her sun porch, a car went into that. So you're going to add more people, more traffic into this already, hotbed here. It does not seem a good thing. And,
Ms. Campbell, you're over 30 minutes, so
Okay.
if you can wind up, thank you.
my feeling is just because you can doesn't mean you should. So I ask that you don't support this project. Thank you.
Thank you. Emily and Mike Seltzer, Jasper Kahn, and then, I'm not sure what that says, but John Nicole, Set. Okay. Jasper Kahn? No? John Nicole? Okay, sorry.
Hi, thank you for your time. My name is Jasper Kahn, and I live at 36 Woodrow Street. Before they had a map of the kids that live on that area, so I actually live on Woodrow and Arapahoe. My house is right at the corner, and I have 3 kids, 8, 6, and 2, and I literally see a lot of traffic going right down Arapahoe, going towards LaSalle, and they're racing. I mean, I can hear the engines rev up, and they go right down. So my biggest concern is traffic. So there's already a big traffic problem on Woodrow and that whole area. And my doorbell camera, it picks up all the cars going back and forth. It just sets it off. I can see how many cars. I have videos of it. So my main concern is all the traffic here is coming into a small residential street, entering these, 85 new units. And so I don't think any consideration has really been made about how the traffic will impact the current residents. And then there's, everyone knows about the existing traffic issues. So I just want to make sure that that is clearly laid out. And thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Khan. John, again, Nicole, and that address is 147 4 Mile? No? Okay. And then Richard Burt and Rob Johnson. No? Okay. Pam Burt. Okay. Well, we'll go back and, okay. Rob Johnson. Okay, great. Thank you.
I'm here.
All right, running.
Hi.
Okay, name and address, thanks.
Good evening. Let's get my glasses on here. Ran down the hallway. Thank you, members of the council. I'm Rob Johnson, 27 Pelham Road. And I am a West Hartford resident. I was raised here, lived here till I left college and then left for a bunch of years and came back and raised my family here. So I've been here most recently about 20 years. And tonight, you've heard a lot, right? You've heard a lot of details and a lot of data. I'm here really just to ask you to put yourselves in the shoes, or the homes rather, of the folks that live in the immediate area of this proposed development. Like you, many of us in this neighborhood moved to West Hartford or moved back to West Hartford in my case, because it was a safe community, great schools, great police force, great fire department, many other great services. And like you, we enjoy the charm and the convenience that the center brings. But perhaps unlike you, we happen to have bought homes in an area that will be directly impacted by this development, a development that's going to bring increased traffic and buildings larger in size than we've ever had in the center, ever. So if you think about a similar change to your neighborhoods, how would you feel about adding 85 or more homes to your area, with 85 or more cars coming and going each day on your street? Or suddenly a big building looming over in your home, giving strangers a view into your backyard? When we bought our homes, the development like this was not a consideration. It wasn't in play. And the offset argument I've heard to this, even going back to Blueback, is that your home value is going to see a rise because of this. And to that I'd say, yeah, that's probably true over time. Debatable, but probably true. But most of us didn't buy our homes with investment return as a primary goal. It's a primary residence. So like many in West Hartford, we wanted a safe neighborhood, a great town, a great location where we could raise our kids, walk to stores and restaurants, walk our dogs and cross streets safely, and get to know our neighbors. So with that, I'm just here to simply ask you, I know you've got a lot in front of you, it's not an easy decision, but I just want you to consider, as you think about this, please try to imagine yourselves living in a house on Arapahoe or Woodrow, Ellsworth, Pelham, and how this development might impact you and how you'd feel about that. I know how I feel about it, and I would just ask that you vote against it and ask the developers to please go back to the table and come back with something better that's more befitting of the size and scale of our neighborhood. So thank you for your service and your consideration. Have a good night.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. Pam Burt and Amanda Driscoll, which I think. Okay.
Hi, I'm Richard Burt.
Oh, sorry. Hi, I'm Richard Burt. I'm speaking, Pamela's my wife. We're at 44 Woodrow. I don't think I have anything new to be said. I think I just want to come here as part of our neighborhood. Again, we've lived next door to each other. We're on the corner of Arapahoe and Woodrow, and really just want to comment, traffic is a major, major problem. So I'm surprised by the traffic study. It doesn't seem correct. But I can really vouch for her. I can tell you late at night, you got people going 60, 70 miles an hour going around the corners. I was out there on Monday morning, out there shoveling snow on Monday morning, and I saw people whipping around the corners and having problems with the snow there. So again, I think traffic's a major problem for us there. It's a nice neighborhood. We have a lot of young children in the neighborhood. It's a wonderful neighborhood. You see them running around, they're biking, they're playing. So I'm just more concerned if you put in this development, what it's going to do to the traffic. And then again, we've talked about the aesthetics in the neighborhood. I do think even from our side, you look at where we are sitting and where other folks are sitting, it's just not the most aesthetic looking piece. So again, I ask you and urge you not to support this project and move forward until some of these things have been resolved. So thank you. Let me talk.
Thank you, Mr. Burt. Well, Amanda Driscoll spoke, but Pat, I don't know if Pat's here. Okay. Next up, I'm going to do the last three that have signed up: Linda DiNapoli, Margaret Glynn, and then Nancy Jensen.
Okay, I haven't seen you folks in a while, but I did spend 6.5 years, so I'd like to remind you all, you have rules. You made me follow them, so I'd like you to follow them. Also, I'd like to remind the audience that a number of these people on the council, the majority party, have been serving since Moby Dick was a minnow. So you might want to keep that in mind when you get ready to vote the next time so that things will change. I went to the DRAC meeting, and I have a great deal of faith in Mr. Gabriel, who's the chairman. I also have my good friend in the audience, Lisa Campo, and I will say ditto to everything she said. She lives in the neighborhood. I couldn't be farther away from this project. However, as a heads up, council, I live near a huge tract of land on Trout Brook that's going to be coming up. And if you want to turn it into Tiananmen Square, you go ahead and propose something as big as this over there. And I will be the first one to lay down in front of the construction equipment.
Thank you, Mr. Napoli. Margaret Glynn? And then after Margaret, Nancy Jensen.
Good evening. I'm Margaret Glynn. I live at 145 Brace Road. I came there as a baby in 1945, so I'm very familiar with the town and love it very much. West Hartford deserves architecture, not the crushing mediocrity of these 5-story masonry boxes. I would rather see a high-rise residential tower if it had a small footprint on the location of what you called a heat island behind Lavery's. If it gave back to the town open space all around and under it, the urban park which our town really needs. The Gothic towers of European towns were tall, but they gave focus and beauty to the low-rise homes and shops of the surrounding towns. We need beauty, space, and light, not alleys and back-of-house spaces and wow factors on what really are Soviet-style blocks. Members of the Town Council, the quality of life of West Hartford is in your hands. Please reject this proposal and demand urban design that West Hartford deserves. We don't need a 5-story street wall. We do need an urban park. And I hope you will consider that and give open space and not be afraid of high-rise buildings. They can be beautifully transparent and well-designed, and the egress, the entrance and exit of this project could be right onto Farmington Avenue from that location behind, in the big parking lot behind Lavery's, and not affect Arapahoe Road and Woodrow and all that nice quiet neighborhood that I've always admired. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Glenn. And next is Nancy Jensen. And then we will ask if there's anybody else, and then we'll take a brief break before the applicant comes back.
My name is Nancy Jensen, and I live at 65 Riggs Avenue. My first involvement with West Hartford was 50 years ago when I was employed by the West Hartford Public Schools, and I was a school psychologist there for close to 40 years, because even after I retired, I continued to work on a consulting basis there. And I love this town. I love the community, the diversity, and the amenities that we have. I bought my house 39 years ago, and when I first moved here, I moved here from New York, you might tell from my accent, and somebody said to me, "What do you miss most from living in New York?" And I said, "Being a pedestrian." Well, I can be a pedestrian here, and I agree with all of the things that people talked about when they presented the quantitative analyses, the data about the traffic and everything else. There's no doubt about it. They have data on their side. But I want to talk about something different, something that's more qualitative, and that's aesthetics. So forgive me, because I don't have a prepared talk, but I do have some talking points that I want to address. First of all, I agree with the woman before me. While the architectural designs are very beautiful and stunning, and I love those details of the metal and the wood, they don't fit West Hartford. They look like, there was an old song, probably in the 50s, little boxes made of ticky-tacky. Well, these are not made of ticky-tacky. They're high-end materials, but they're boxes. And somebody has mentioned at one point that the West Hartford, the center is dated. Well, maybe that's part of the charm of it. I don't mean that we maintain what's old and no longer functional, but to keep in mind that when we look to come up with some kind of an architectural design that incorporates the improvements we need, that makes better use of that hotbed of parking lot, whatever it is that they call it, and they do it with a different kind of sensitivity. There was an article, I think it was in the New York Times recently, that talked about the architecture that we have now that's modern and sleek is cold, and it creates these alleyways and shadows. What you have in Europe are high-rise things, but they give you vision and vista. Are we going to have something like, well, if we could have Paris buildings, that would be very nice. They're kind of pretty rectangular. But you get the idea. I think that everything that Drac has said is true. The scale is not compatible with the site, the mass and everything else. And I want to say something else. The idea that we're going to support this with seniors, with lots of money, we will not have children laughing in the streets. One of the draws of West Hartford, it's a town for families. People come here for the education system. I worked in it for years. It is one of the best there is. I've worked with some of the best people that you could ever find in the business. And that's what people come for. We don't have ocean view or vistas. We have services. We have a library. We have arts. We have many wonderful things. Coming to the center is a place for neighbors to meet neighbors.
Ms. Jensen, you're over 3 minutes, so you can wind up, please.
Yes, I will wind down. It's hard to stop, but I will. I encourage the town council to vote no. And I tell you that I go to a gym with Silver Sneakers, and you have to be at least 65 to go to Silver Sneakers. When I brought the petition there, everybody, and there were men and women there, said they couldn't believe that this was going to happen because they felt it's like killing the goose that produces the golden egg. This is a treasure that we have. Don't exploit it to the point of spoiling what the qualitative aspects that make it so appealing are. And I leave this with you. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson. Is there anybody else in the audience that has not signed up that would like to speak? Step on up, name and address for the record.
Hello, my name is Matthew Yee. My address is 75 Pearl Street in South Hadley, Massachusetts.
Sorry, yeah, you were signed up, but I read your name, but I'm sorry.
Yeah, sorry,
I
I got a little held
apologize.
up in
No,
the outside,
that's
but
I'm
happy to be here and hear the opinions of both sides and listen to what this community has to say about this project. I'm an operation manager for Bean Restaurant Group. We own and operate the Worst House and Union Kitchen. We entered the space a couple years ago, and it's been fantastic. And that's kind of one of the things I just want to talk about is West Hartford has a truly fantastic food scene. The retail scene, the food scene, it's been growing and growing and growing. Almost 16 years on the nose, I celebrated my 21st birthday at a restaurant, which was my favorite at the time, Max's Oyster Bar. And it was one of the best meals that I ever had. And I know that contributed to my family's wanting to move into this space in this town. Because what we see here is a lot of talented chefs, a lot of passionate operators, investors willing to back them and bring new establishments and in turn retail to this town. This project will do nothing but help benefit that trend. And I think that continuing to bolster and uphold that trend is really critical, because what we've seen in other markets is if that trend starts to slow, it stops. If it stops, doors start closing and town changes. And we have actively seen this in other markets. But I know it's been a long night and there's a lot of opinions. I just wanted to say that I do love this town. Even prior to us owning restaurants here, I frequented restaurants and retail all the time. So thank you for your evening.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay. Appreciate it. All right. So come on up. I'm assuming you want to speak.
Yeah, Mayor Cantor, council members, town manager Ledwith. I'm Jay Stange, 177 Auburn Road here in West Hartford. And I didn't sign up to speak tonight because I wasn't sure when I would be back. I ran out after the meeting started to go see my daughter sing at Morley Elementary School in the choir concert tonight, and I came back. And I think that that's interesting because actually on this project, I'm not sure if I am on the support or the opposed side, because this project does a lot of things that I want in our town. It is a place in our town is a place that has room for more people. But my concern is that I don't think West Hartford has room for more cars. And so this summer when I learned about this project, I called up Mr. Lewis and I said, hey, I just read about your project. You're going to put a bunch of walkable apartments and rentals and condos on a surface parking lot. That clicks all my boxes for this town. I think that's a wonderful idea. And I talked with him a little bit more. I found out that he was actually going to add more parking spaces. So going from about 200 to, at that time, maybe it was contemplated about 275 parking places. So it's a net increase in parking. And I think that that's something that the town and town council really needs to think about right now. Are we going to make room in this town for people, or are we going to make room in this town for parking cars? Right now, last night, Stantec presented at the Bike Ped Commission meeting. They have an inventory, 5,000 parking spaces exist in the study area that they're doing for the master plan, infrastructure plan. So from Trout Brook over to Woodrow, and from Farmington over to the other end of the study area. It's a short space, 5,000 parking spaces. And those spaces are underutilized even on peak points of the week, like Saturday night or Thursday night. So I want to support this project, and I really respect a lot of the values that the architects and the representatives put forward today. And I want you to vote yes for this project, but not tonight. I think that we can do better. I told Mr. Lewis that he was running up against the DRAC issue because he was trying to put too much parking in his building, and I said, isn't your bottom line going to be better if you don't have to spend so much money on parking? And he didn't really understand what I was trying to say, but I'm really trying to say from my heart that I love this town also, and I think it's really important that we make space for more people, but consider very carefully whether or not we're going to make space for more cars in West Hartford. And parking cars is an invitation to bring cars. And you'll hear in the future, if you will wait on this decision until you can have the counsel of your consultant, Stantec, that is going to be presenting in the next couple of months, then I think we can make a better decision, and we can have a better project for the Arapahoe group and a better project for our town, and the right decision about whether we want more people or more cars. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Stange. Is there anybody else that would like to speak to this? Yes, yes. We would like also to make sure that we have the presentation that Mr. Meehan shared. So if we can have that presentation sent to the council via email, that would be good. Okay. We're going to take a quick bathroom break, and then we're going to invite the applicant back to rebut, and then we will go to council for questions. So we'll see you back in, we're going to do 7 minutes, 10:05. So if you please let us hear. So if you have other conversations, please step outside. And we will bring the applicant back up. I think they're in the house. Yeah. And maybe just shut the hall, well, no, I guess leave that open. Okay.
Are you ready for us, Madam Mayor?
We are. Thank you.
Okay. I think and I'm going to ask Jeff Fitzgerald to chime in as we go through this. We didn't have a lot of time to sort of organize our comments in response to what we heard this evening. You did hear a lot of people speak in support, a lot of people who think this is a residential development at this location. The mix of rental and condominium and with the buildings as designed would be extremely beneficial for this location and for the center and ultimately for everybody else in the area. You also heard a lot of people say, I think it's fair to say, that the biggest issue is traffic. And the second issue is the size of the condominium building. There were some people who also said, though it was minor, a number of people, that they thought overall the architectural design of both buildings really didn't work. So let's take them one at a time. Let's talk about traffic first. The issues that the neighborhood are experiencing are existing issues. The question for the town council is going to be whether or not the additional traffic projected to be generated by this development will have a significant impact on those existing conditions. You are doing a Stantec comprehensive study that is going to look at possible solutions to meet the existing concerns, and we have already pledged to you that we would be willing to do whatever we can to help resolve the issues that are existing issues. And one of the things that immediately came to mind, and my team has already offered this to the town administration, is we'd be willing to add and pay for speed bumps. A big issue that we heard was you can't believe how fast people are going down Woodrow. I know from experience that speed bumps do slow people down. So you have our commitment that we would be willing to work on that and add those to this street as appropriate. Someone else also mentioned that it might even be appropriate on Arapahoe. I don't know if that's the case, but if it is, that's something we can look at. Jeff?
And that's also something that we would be working with the town planning and development staff and engineering staff to determine whether a simple speed hump is appropriate or if it needs to be a raised speed table, a raised crosswalk. There's traffic calming measures that we can implement here that really will address that and maybe encourage people to who are commuting on a regular basis to take the more thoroughfares and not the back roads to get exactly.
Construction traffic is not going up Arapahoe. We just want to put that on the record. That is not allowed to go up Arapahoe.
Construction traffic will be turning off of LaSalle onto Arapahoe and then immediately into the site.
Into the site.
Yeah,
So
kind
it's
of
not
using
going to go.
the same commercial entrance as
Also, in terms of traffic accessing the site, once the development is built out, we're actually moving the commercial entrance further closer to LaSalle Road. So where Arapahoe currently experiences, somewhere between 200, 214, something like that, traffic of parking spaces are available for the businesses that currently lease the 3 commercial buildings on the site, commercial access now will be at the driveway closest to LaSalle. So that's an improvement for Arapahoe already. Yes, there will be the residents, the homeowners in the condo building, and there are 58 units there, will be able to go in at a driveway into that parking garage, but even that is a driveway location that is further to the east than the current driveway is. So all of that is a benefit for those neighbors. Yes. Jeff is going to pass around also for you just copies of the renderings that we submitted so that you can have them for your deliberations. With regard to the traffic projections, you have an engineering report from the engineering department that indicates, came in today, that they have accepted all of the traffic analysis that our consultant has done, which means that the traffic figures that we've used and the opinions our traffic expert has reached at the conclusion of that presentation, that has all been confirmed by the town's engineering staff. And Dwayne Martin, as you know, has a great deal of traffic experience. Anything else on traffic? So the bottom line is any kind of development on that site will, in the future, because you heard a lot of people say other development might be okay, but this is not. Any additional development on that site is going to generate more vehicles. Anything. So you could deny this and it won't get built. And you'll still have a parking lot there, and you'll still have the commercial traffic that goes in and out closer to the more residential neighborhoods to the west. But if anything else goes in there, it's going to generate more cars. So the question is, are the vehicles to be generated going to be inappropriately deleterious for that neighborhood? And our traffic consultant says no. The peak hour time, you're going to have 1 vehicle trip per minute at the most. That's what it averages out to over an hour of peak time. You know, I'm not going to do the stand here and tick off 60 seconds with a car going by. Yes, it's more vehicles, but frankly, in our traffic consultant's opinion, it's not something you're going to be able to say, oh yes, is more traffic at, that peak time, and it's clearly obvious, because you're not going to have an impact at the intersections. There'll just be 1 more car a minute that is going to go by. I'd like to also add that the analysis our traffic expert did is extremely conservative. It doesn't take into consideration the fact that people would be residing at this location because of the ability to walk to a lot of the activities that they might otherwise get in a vehicle and travel to. It doesn't take into consideration the fact that for the 28 units in the apartment building, their vehicles are going to be parked across the street at Town Center Garage. So they're not even directly accessing in and out on the site where they'd be living. Their access is in the Town Center Garage by virtue of an agreement, draft agreement, that we have provided you for your consideration. The only other comment, I thought it was an interesting one from the last speaker. I think it was a Mr. Stang, who said, we should wait. We should wait before this development is acted on until a final analysis is made of traffic conditions in the area. But I'd just like to say that we've given you the worst case scenario in our analysis, because if there is some sort of change in the future, all it would do is lessen the impact on Woodrow and Arapahoe above and beyond what we have shown you here. And that worst case scenario, even though it's more cars, does work from a traffic consulting objective standpoint. And Jeff, any other comment on that?
I'd like to just add to comments of Mr. Stang, where he said he said the net increase in parking is not good. We're replacing the existing commercial parking that's on there, because 65 LaSalle is a 4-story office building full of people on a daily basis, and same thing with what includes Webster Bank. Very busy place, and so we have to, in order to develop on this site, we have to replace that parking. We're doing that with the structure that we've talked about in detail.
And that's from both a zoning standpoint and a lease standpoint.
Correct.
So they are accounting on it, and that is the parking that's already required to be provided for those buildings.
But for the, I talked about for the condominium, we provide the parking for those owners in the structure. Like I said, we have those spaces. For the apartments, we're not building new parking. We're talking about leasing spaces that are going unused today and have been for years in Town Center Garage. Again, our traffic study takes that traffic to the corner of Arapahoe and LaSalle, where that apartment building is going up. However, at present time, the access to Town Center Garage is off of South Main Street. So the traffic for in and out for those apartment car users would be not on Arapahoe. So that's a fine point that, you know, will have an actual reduction in traffic by the way it's set up now. Well, you know, the Stantec study, there's a lot of things that could change. So but based on right now, the worst case, it would be better than you would think.
But again, that underscores the conservative nature of our analysis. The traffic analysis was done, and it also is responsive in a way to what Mr. Stang said. Let's utilize existing parking facilities and not add more parking spaces right on the site. So this responds to that. He also said that otherwise he thought it was an absolutely great use for this location. And we'd like to move on now to the other issue, which is the mass of the building. We do not deny that the condominium building is a large structure. But I want you to keep in mind a couple of things. First, DRAC was not upset with the height of that structure at all. They were concerned about the mass, which is FAR, of the building on the site. And originally, and there were 2 negative recommendations, not 3, originally for the application that we withdrew, they said you've got to make it smaller and you've got to put more area around that base of the building to give that base of the building an opportunity to breathe. And you have to make more of a sense of place at the base of that building so that people, the public coming in, particularly through those alleyways, are going to find it inviting. And at the end of the alleyway, they're going to see a door to go into, and they're going to feel like they're moving. So they said the vitality has to go, not just us, our residents, homeowners in that condo building, taking advantage of the vitality on LaSalle by virtue of that alleyway, but it also has to be an inviting alleyway to a place, and a place that's comfortable with lots of landscaping and seating, and, you know, ease of enjoying the area for those who are coming in from LaSalle to our parking garage or to the building itself. And so we did that. We sliced off a parking. We got rid of some parking. We sliced off the parking at the bottom. That's when we moved everybody over to Town Center Garage for the apartment complex. And we added an additional 16 feet of width, which improved that whole area at the base of the building, shrunk driveway entrances, added landscaping, moved doors so that when you look down that alleyway now you see the entrance to the garage. We did all of those things, and we went back to DRAC. And I will tell you that after we filed the revised application, and I will tell you that DRAC this time said it was a very hard call for them. One member changed his mind and said, "You've convinced me, this makes sense." He said, I don't find the relationship of this building to the residences on the other side inappropriate. In many ways, he likened it to the Delamar, which abuts a single-family residences on Raymond Road, and that's a whole Raymond Road area, multifamily and single-family, that goes down to Park Road. So he changed his mind and he voted for it. Drac also at that meeting said, and I do have one quote, just so you know this. I'm thrilled with this. Was the mover of the motion to make the negative recommendation. And he says, first, I'm thrilled with the building on the corner, and I think I speak for most of us that we are really delighted with the design. It's gorgeous. Anybody would want that in a heartbeat on the corner of LaSalle. So you know we support that fully. So there is a development there, and someone else said, well, why don't you just build that and leave the rest of it, as it is? And the answer to that is we can't do that because we have to replace all of that parking that is currently on the surface that serves the existing office buildings. You can't take away their parking. First of all, it's required by zoning. And even that parking is less than is required by zoning, but it's a prior existing non-conforming situation because those buildings were built eons ago. And you can't do it because of the contractual relationships for those buildings on LaSalle and also 1001 Farmington Avenue. They all use that surface parking. So you got to put it somewhere. So where do you put it? We were asked to put it underground. That was a big ask. It's very expensive, but it's the only way to be able to develop that site is to put the parking underground and a little bit over, build structured parking with the development on top of it. And remember, height wasn't an issue. So we were able to lop off one row of underground parking, one bay, and we made that building smaller as a result of that. But you can't make it any smaller because you have to be able to pay for all of that structured underground parking, and you pay for that by having something that is beautifully done, but is going to have a return, i.e. the condominium units that are on top of it. So we reduced the number of condominium units when we did that, and we still think we can make it work, but you can't build underground parking with just a little thing of residential above it. So we set the building back as it went up, but you can't make it work if you can't pay for the underground parking. And I assure you that 28-unit building on the corner does not pay for underground parking for any of those businesses. So that's our conundrum. That's where we are. So Drac also said to us, well, why don't you buy all of the houses? And they also said, why don't you bring the bigger building closer to Arapahoe? Frankly, we didn't think that was a great idea to begin with, but it's something Drac suggested we should do. They like bigger buildings on the street, so bring it up to Arapahoe. We felt that would be less disruptive for the neighborhood than keeping it in the middle of the site where it can be hidden by both the buildings along LaSalle, you've got something to say, along LaSalle and Farmington Avenue, but also hidden by all of the lush landscaping that we're going to put in. And you have something else you want to say?
Yeah. Jeff Fitzgerald with Bowler. A lot of the opposition tonight, including Mr. Meehan, said Drac doesn't want you tearing down these single-family houses on Arapahoe. We heard that from people who were referring, you got to listen to your experts. They requested that we change it to, when you do a 5-story building up on Arapahoe, similar to the one we have in the corner, fully extending it down, and keep surface parking in the back. And that's not smart growth. It's not ecologically friendly. In my opinion, it's not good planning. That 5-story building up close would appear much more gigantic because it's right on top of you, where we have it set back and it's got a nice, the perspective is appropriate. And so that was a thing I wanted to point out. The other thing that Mr. Meehan said, which I wanted to point out is not accurate, is he said our traffic studies and our trip generation doesn't include deliveries from Amazon and Whole Foods, which it absolutely does. The Institute of Transportation Engineers, when they do counts and they determine what a typical unit will generate in traffic, they take into consideration just not the people who drive in and out, but deliveries and all the things that support them as well.
So getting back to that, DRAC was of a mixed mind. I mean, they did, the mover of the motion to recommend denial with regard to the condo building said, and I quote, "It's a killer design. It's gorgeous. People want to pay top dollar to live in that." And that was with regard specifically the condo building. So it's not that it's an unattractive building. They were just concerned with its mass on the site and asked why we can't do that, move everything up to Arapahoe. And we said because we don't have a blank slate for a site. We have, that cutout with that single-family structure that's used for commercial purposes, that office, it's an office building. The gentleman is very happy where he is. He doesn't want to sell. I mean, it wasn't that we didn't approach them. He likes it there. He wants to stay on Arapahoe. He's not opposed to the project. He supports the project. But he's not going to sell, so we can't do it. We have site constraints here, including the existing office buildings, that other developments don't have. Trout Brook didn't have it. The Science Center site didn't have it. They had a clear site. So DRAC had said, well, why can't you take the buildings down on LaSalle and move all of this up to LaSalle? They're existing, fully leased office and commercial buildings with restaurant uses in them. It doesn't work for this site. So we are where we are. We can not do anything because we're not going to build the Cornell building because we can't pay for it. So we're not going to do anything. We're either going to not do anything or we're going to be able to do this with the question of, is that building too big? We don't think it is, and we think it's buffered. TP&Z went through the same thing. Yes, Ms. Gillette did say, that's a ginormous building. But she went back and forth, and ultimately she supported it. And so did other people. And they talked about change. Change is hard. Things are changing. And ultimately, they were satisfied except for the chairman. And I think I've been able to show you why I'm not sure the rationale about zoning that he espoused, I don't think makes sense because BC is already closer to the neighborhood to the west, anywhere near where we're going to be in terms of bringing BC down Arapahoe. He did say something else I wanted to address, but you put your thought in.
I just to defend DRAC's position is they operate as a body advisory, but they also have a different. Our presentation to DRAC is in typically 30-minute increments at 4 o'clock on a Thursday, where when we were here at Planning and Zoning, we presented an elaborate presentation, and they discussed it and debated for 2 hours on it, which is...
Well, we didn't, staff presented.
Yeah, exactly. Staff presented an elaborate presentation, then they deliberated on it for several hours. And it's that kind of thorough review of everything that I feel like DRAC doesn't get the opportunity to because they have a lot that they're going through. And at the same time, when they asked for things like it would be nice if it had a little bit more breathing room on the Farmington Avenue side because you're there. From a building siting, and when you look at that plan from the building siting there, that's the north side. So you're not casting any shadows on just the back of houses of buildings there. It's appropriate to sit it high, not leaving dead space where, for vermin and everything, we want to have building where it's controllable, safe, up to the thing, and then the front yard where you see all the action, have that controllable and safe. So we don't want to push it forward and just create dead space back there. But so that's a detail I think TPZ understood.
You have to know how much we respect DRAC's review, and we have worked with them and made, Mr. Pather went through the number of changes we've made. We're never going to get to, we can't get to where they would ultimately want us to be and have this development go forward. It can't happen. But that said, we do respect their comments, and they respected what we did, and they also respect that you are the final zoning authority making this decision. It's not DRAC. It's not, believe me, we don't like coming here without a DRAC positive recommendation. But DRAC does not decide these applications, and DRAC does not have to consider everything else that you have to consider when deciding this. Indeed, when they made the first negative recommendation under the larger proposal, the chairman said at the end, when I basically said, "Oh, that's a blow," and he looked at me and he said, "Well, it's only a referral, and the guiding hand, the approving hand, is with the council, and there's a lot to show them, and you have another committee," to which he was referring to TP&Z. But I do think this is difficult, and there was murmuring agreement by other members. Everything's difficult. But we have some wonderful applications, including yourselves, wonderful submissions. This one we felt was just is a bit too much. And that's what it comes down to. Is it a bit too much, or is it okay? Ultimately, are we going to, in the same way, the Delamar didn't have opposition, but it was also a huge building adjacent to a single-family residential house. You don't think of that because you've gotten used to it, because it's there, it works, everybody loves it. Sometimes I ask if people know is Hampshire House 6 or 7 tall? It's very tall. But if you were to ask people in this town if we have a high-rise condominium complex in town, they'd say, of course not. But it's been sitting there since the 50s. You do get used to how these feel. And I think we've given you... the other thing is, we do believe that the analysis, and I credit the opponents with a very good analysis for you. We do believe that's the first drawing and not the second drawing. So it's a bit larger. And we did show you views from Arapahoe looking straight on, and we did show it to DRAC. But the building, I thought the view that showed the view from Farmington Avenue was telling in that you had 65 LaSalle, the Webster Bank building, the big glass building, was also up above the buildings on Farmington Avenue. But you're used to it. You're used to having that in your mind's eye vision. We do believe that the same thing will be true of this building, and the benefits so much outweigh the negatives. We can work with the town on traffic. The traffic that will be generated is not going to, from a traffic standpoint, be too much for that road. The use itself is a very positive one. You're putting residential use, including home ownership in that condo, up against residential uses. It's going to act as a buffer to all of the back of the house activity along LaSalle Road, including those restaurants and the noise that emanates from the back of those restaurants, from the street life that is going on LaSalle. All of that reverberates up through now that surface parking lot. It will be stopped. It will not go into that neighborhood. So with that, is there anything else we should be mentioning that you can think of?
I was just going to mention
I'm looking to the team.
One comment from the public said, Ms. Bolduds, that nothing here follows the Plan of Conservation and Development, where we had a commissioner at TPZ say this checks off so many boxes in the POCD. So goals that they set when they wrote that, had that POC done. And just the it was great to get the restaurateurs coming in who say, support this. We heard people say the restaurants are doing fine. Just adding the feet on the street 7 days a week is a healthy thing for all walkable towns. And from a planning standpoint, that's the goal. You want to keep it safe, you want to keep it walkable, and you want to keep it alive 7 days a week.
And I just might underscore that that's also very positive for the retailers. You know, retail needs people, feet on the street in our community to support the retail life that we have. So I have a couple of house cleaning things before we just settle out. You do have the draft recommendation. That was 4-1 opposed. You do have the TP&Z recommendation. That was 4-1 in favor. You have engineering report confirming we've answered all of the engineering issues and the traffic issues. We do have I want to leave with you a statement which goes through the compliance with the Plan of Conservation and Development. I've set out all the ways in the application letter that I felt that we complied with the Plan of Conservation and Development. You also have in the Town Plan and Zoning Commission letter report to you, they raised a couple more that I missed, that they said are reasons why they can support this wholeheartedly. We also have, I mentioned to you that we would talk about the FAR criteria and how we are proceeding with this application under that new section that you adopted back in 2017. That was a result of the vision study. It said if you provide certain things, public parks, public ways, public space, you get to double that area that encompasses those public parks, public areas, public spaces in terms of a deduction from your FAR calculation, meaning by that own regulation in the BC zone, your building can be bigger, your FAR, your mass can increase because you get to offset the public amenities that you've provided. It also said that you can deduct all private structured garage parking levels, and that's what we've done here, as either below ground or up to a story above the grade of the site, and we've done that, and that also allows our building to be bigger because we're including something that you wanted. You wanted structured parking, so we don't have surface parking. And we did that, and that's why our building can be more massive than it might otherwise be. There's one more criteria. It's I talked about public space, the public parking garages, and infill developments. And we have an area of 4,536 square feet that we were also able to exclude from the calculation of FAR because it's the commercial area under the corner building. And that was something you wanted to see. So that allows us to take that square footage from that and add it to the mass of the building that we're proposing. So we meet those criteria. And there are a number of standards you have to look at when you decide whether or not to let us avail ourselves of that. Our FAR is at 1.24. With application of those criteria, we do comply with the 1.25 FAR of the BC zone, which is the zone that we're applying for and under which this would be developed. So when you look at the standards that you have to consider at 177-16.6B2, I believe, and I set it out in what I just passed out, that the presentation, perspectives, and renderings provided support a finding that the design is contextually sensitive and appropriate in scale, given all of the reasons we've provided you why we think that is so. Height was never determined to be a concern for DRAC, and the setbacks provided for this development, particularly regarding the larger building, allow it to fit appropriately into the context of the various street views by which it will be appreciated. We have the second criteria B, does adequate parking exist to serve the development, and public parking is available. The answer to that is yes. We do meet the requirements, and we're also giving the town something else, which is public parking at off hours and on the weekends. Is the development in harmony with the open feeling and presence of natural light within the public realm? And that means the park, the area around the base of the building, the alleyways. We do believe we have met that criteria. Is there appropriate bicycle and pedestrian amenities existing? We have all of that included in our application. We have pedestrian seating through the alleyways, pedestrian seating at the base of the building, pedestrian seating in the park. We'll have space for bicycles in the buildings themselves. Clearly, it's a walkable location, an eminently walkable location. So I think this proposal, giving us more mass in exchange for those features, has been met with this application. Is there anything else I want to add before we close? Oh, we didn't answer any of your questions. Is there anything that you have?
No. We have to go through questions. But just to follow up on the FAR, that I did not see that in our. Did you refer?
I added it.
You added
it. It is in your plans. So it's on sheets A006 and A007. I agree that the text is small, but if you look at that chart, but it shows you exactly what the areas are for where the FAR was given to us. Now, I can go through that quickly. The infill development part was the 4,563 square feet to be excluded that relates to the commercial use in the corner building. The public space, we have 11,121 square feet of public space. That's in the chart. We get to, the incentive is to include public space in your development, and if you do that under that regulation, you get to detract twice the amount of the public space from your calculation of FAR. So we got to exclude 22,242 square feet. It is on that sheet. And with the private parking garage, we are able to exclude most of the 3 floors of parking, underground, halfway under, halfway up, and the third level of parking, and that amounts to 112,443 square feet that we could exclude from FAR, which again means the building can look bigger and can be bigger. So it is. So with that, I'm looking at my team to say, is there anything else that we want to add? No one's jumping up. So we conclude our presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. And we are going to go to questions, so, and then you can make a couple closing remarks. But we're going to start to my left with Deputy Mayor Sweeney.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you to the applicant and for the community for chiming in tonight. I have just one overall question on the overall project that has kind of gone back and forth in my head tonight and hasn't really been talked about. We've had so much new development in town, and all of it has been apartments. And in fact, I think Attorney Pearson, you have come here and told us that apartments are the way developers are making money, and that's a better use of the land to make money off of. Why are we doing condos here, and why are we splitting it between apartments and condos? We've been talking a lot about how the applicant is investing in this, and to me, this seems almost kind of retrofitting, going back to condos as opposed to having apartments. And it also takes away from the opportunity to further do any more affordable units in that space. So I just kind of want to better understand that.
Okay, let me try and answer it, and then I'm going to ask whether any of our ownership has anything they want to add to that. I will direct you to the fact that the Plan of Conservation and Development talks about diverse housing opportunities. I think, as you just outlined, there's a difference between a rental use and a home ownership use. Not that zoning recognizes it. It's all multifamily under the zoning code, but there's a different individual for each. There are people, you heard a realtor testify this evening, that the market for condominiums, there's a need for condominiums, he said. He said that people want to own and live in the center, that the Heritage, which is the blueback condominium, has very brisk sales, which in his mind indicates there is also a need for that. You heard a lot of people who talked about having homes in the neighborhood and who want to live in homes, home ownership, in other words. So we also feel that, and someone else said that the market values of those single-family homes have certainly gone up around the center. We feel very strongly that people would also want to purchase, not necessarily in a single family, but another diverse option, different from either rental or the single family, would be to be part of a homeowner community and have much of your needs taken care of, communally, but you still have your own place to do with as you wish, to put your wallpaper up and to do home ownership.
I'm trying to figure out why, for such a significant investment, someone wants to do condos in place of apartments. Because it just, based on, again, just presentations that, we've had with you, the applicants have always talked about that apartments are much more of a money-making scenario for them. And that's what I'm trying to figure out in this case, since it is, as we've talked about, this is one of the biggest pieces of land in the town. Why does the applicant want to do condos and apartments, and mostly condos? It just seems against the economic trends that we've seen with recent developments, where everything's going to apartments.
First of all, I'm not sure that I've ever actually said that, but that's beside the point. I would say that developers may want to build rental because they don't build to the quality that we're proposing to build. You're right. Could you build something that's nowhere near as nice and maybe make it rental? Yes, you could. But you can't build the quality building that's being proposed here as a rental building. You don't use those kinds of materials. And anything that I've looked at recently that has been constructed, it's a different type of construction. You've got steel construction here with the highest end materials on the exterior of that building. You wouldn't do that for a rental. But may I? Yes, please.
Okay, first of all, thank you.
You got to identify yourself for the record.
My name's Harris Simons. How are you? Great question, by the way. And I think part of it, from a fundamental standpoint, there's two issues. One is the economics. The economics work better because there are no condos. We need to have people live there. I'm not going to live in an apartment. I really am not. 61 years old. I don't feel like living in an apartment. I want to have a place. I don't want to go to, I don't want to be in Florida. I want to be here. And, it's a choice of housing for me that gives me an utter convenience. Second thing is structured parking is so friggin' expensive. I don't know if you can use that word, but, we're all here, all friends now.
It's 11 o'clock, you're okay.
Okay, all right. We can't even come close to paying for it, even if we wanted to with apartments. The other thing is, do you think we have enough apartments? All we hear about is another apartment project, here an apartment project. And, I don't know where all these people are coming from, but I will tell you, on my peers that want to stay here, they're looking for a housing choice. This is a housing choice to live in West Hartford. I hear all the traffic issues. We can work with the people to solve it, but this is a quality project. And, my family, and I'm not, we love living here. I've lived here my whole life, 61 years. My brother, the same thing. We keep reinvesting in your town. We love this town. And we're designing something with Mark Lewis and the Manifords. This is great construction. And you're getting it from local West Hartford people. So to answer the question in the shortest possible way, economics are driven by the need. There's no need for condos. There's enough apartments in town. And you got structured parking. And the way you pay for structured parking is you need condos. We're not building office buildings. We're not building in a hotel. But I want you to be aware that Del Mar Hotel right now, it's packed tonight, that big building, and they could sell a lot more rooms. And those rooms are sold, the people are walking around, going to the restaurants, and it's a vital market. The last thing I want to do, and I've probably talked too long, but...
No.
You sure?
No.
Oh, I like you. I actually like you. The transition is such a big deal. What we're doing is, have you seen the film of what it's like at 11 o'clock? If any of you guys, you want to walk out on a Thursday night with my brother and I and see what's happening in the market, let's not make this a nightclub scene. Let's get people living there. They're going to have the same needs and desires as everybody on Arapahoe, and to keep this place safe and secure. I'm going to buy a unit. Some of our partners are going to buy units. We want that kind of quality construction. The only way to pay for it with structured parking is to have condos. All right? And that's
it. Thank you.
All right.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. That was a great answer. I appreciate it. And just yep, one last one. So on page 9, and I'm sorry that took such a long time to get to that, but on page 9 of the new layout that you guys have, which is beautiful, it appears there is no place for trash or like.
Are you saying page 9 of
Page 9
of these renderings?
The handout
Okay.
you guys all just gave.
Jeff,
out.
can I have one too, please?
And that is the back of the restaurants. And as I think you guys demonstrated in your presentation. Oh, Carol, it's page.
Be a little more specific since I don't have that recent rendering.
Yes, and I can even take a screenshot and send it to you.
So Carol, it's a picture of the renderings of the project, and in the back of it is this one that you just handed out.
1 minute, Carol. Carol, I will take a screenshot and send it to you. Hold on.
Is that one of the things we already showed on the presentation? It should be. These are photos of what we showed on the screen also.
Sure, but I'm just trying to present it to you. So on the what you ever just handed out on page 9, it shows the back of what is now Union Kitchen, and basically I think that's 45 LaSalle. Was that right on the piece? Anyway, the restaurant side of this, and in the back of that, what is right now is back there is trash, delivery, etc.
Mm-hmm.
There is none of that on here, so I just kind of wanted to have a better understanding of how you would get deliveries and take out the trash there, since it kind of assembles right back into that nice area that you guys just built.
It's you're referring to the page labeled as page 9, which is like the third one from the back. I apologize. And in that perspective, the trash is behind this bump out. You don't see it in this thing. On the left side of the page, there's a bump out that exists on the back of the building, and I would request that you look at the actual 9th page in this set, which I believe is our C701, the landscape plan, which is a site plan, which I had up a lot. It's this plan here with the building in purple. It's the overall site plan.
Okay.
And it would almost, but if I could point out to everybody, yeah, I could reconnect up if you want me to take the time, which might be the best.
That's fine.
But while I'm doing that, is on that site plan, there's trash shown on the far north end of the site in a large trash enclosure that we've added.
Carol, we're putting it back on the screen, so just 1 minute, okay?
Thank you.
I need, I think we're pretty close. Actually,
There you go.
here. Here. So, trash that is currently, if you're in the back of house there, it sits at the end of this appendage. And when you saw the view, it was taken from here, and you just saw this side. There's rollout trash and recycling here, and then we've got a large masonry enclosure with doors here that has two large trash things, as well as grease for the Thai restaurant, etc., and the other restaurants, a grease for the under counter grease scuppers. So,
And then the trash and delivery comes off of Arapahoe into there?
trash pickup will come in off of here, turn around, come out. There's also trash located in this location for this building here, and recycling bins underneath that cover behind the louvers, and the trash for the large building will be inside, and it gets wheeled out by the trash hauler.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And I was just, I appreciate the applicant also saying that you will work with the town on potential speed reducing. And I don't know for Mr. Dodge how we would put that into some sort of addition, but that's obviously probably not for this evening, but something that I would love to see something before we take a final vote on.
Thank you, Mr. Sweeney. Now we go to Ms. Fay.
Thank you, Mayor Cantor. I just had a couple of questions. I've actually got several, but they're all related. What are the rents for the apartments projected to be? Market rents?
I have no idea. I don't know if our client does. I'm looking, they probably not. No, they're shaking their heads.
Okay.
They haven't resolved that yet.
All right, great.
However, I will add recall that there will be 4 of those are price restricted and affordable at people who earn 80% or less of the area median income.
Yep. I was the same question for the condos, so if you don't know the apartment rents, you probably don't know the condos either.
No, the joy, should this be approved, will come when they have to start costing out this in reality, and then they'll decide, I guess, what the costs of those units are going to be.
And then I was going to ask about the condo fees too. I'm a numbers person. That's what I was looking for. And then in terms of the maintenance, where you've got the common areas, it's quite a bit of space. Is that included in the condo fees? Is that something else? I know it's dedicated to the properties, but you've kind of outlaid it like a park-like thing that anybody who's walking through with a cup of coffee can sit there or whatever.
The applicant will be responsible for maintaining the open areas and walkways and the park. We will have to decide exactly how that's allocated between the, it's probably going to be a cost to the homeowners association, but we haven't gotten that far, so we'd have to work that out. But it will be our responsibility, and just to underscore, remember, another benefit of condominiums, those are going to be homeowners there, and they're going to want to make sure everything is, totally clean and is taken care of, because that's their front yard and their backyard.
Yeah, that's actually the aspect of the project that I really like, is that they are condominiums, and there's fostering home ownership and longevity and all those good things that we're looking for in terms of a community. And then my last question is regarding the FAR calculation. And maybe it was my misunderstanding of how that's applied with the changes where you take credit for underground parking and things like that. You guys are taking credit for the apartment storefronts, but that goes to the FAR of the condo complex. Did I misunderstand that?
That's a very good question.
Okay.
This is one special development district site. So the FAR is relative to all development within that special development district. So when you calculate FAR, you have to calculate the existing floor area size of the existing buildings, as well as the proposed buildings. And all that FAR for the entire site, 1001 Farmington Avenue, the 2 buildings on LaSalle that already exist, and the 2 new buildings all have to come in within 1.25%. And it works because it's a big site. It's 3.41 acres.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Fay. Mr. Davidoff.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Since I've been sitting here since the earth's been cooling, I do appreciate the remarks of those who spoke in favor of all the development they've noticed in the last 25 years. That's something that I think some of us take a lot of pride in how we've done things. So I do have some questions relative to process and to decisions of other boards. In your presentation this evening, you did not talk about community outreach. The opponents to the project did. So I'd like for you to outline the steps that you took to communicate with the abutters to the project, what kind of dialogue was set up, the frequency, the responsiveness. Usually when we're at this point in the decision-making, it's rare that we see a large public turnout in opposition, and it's rare that we see petitions in opposition to an application at this point in the process. It does happen. We take it seriously. We encourage open dialogue. I think we all come to this table open-minded to listen, to get all the viewpoints. I think that's why we have been successful in our zoning decisions. So since I didn't hear that in your presentation, I think it would be important for us to hear as a council about the community outreach that you performed with respect to this particular position.
I'm happy to do that. I would just like to note that I've been involved in a number of applications in not the so distant past, unless I didn't quite understand your question, where even with significant community outreach, such as the Seal Road project, where we still had, 3 nights of hearings, 2 nights of hearings, 400 people opposed. I mean, just because you initiate, and that was a very strong community outreach process also, just because you initiate it doesn't mean people are satisfied. They still have their concerns as is appropriate. The same thing was true of other ones that have happened recently. I assume that was true of the Trout Brook and the Hampshire House opponents to it. I'm sure there was community outreach involved with that. So it does happen, and you can answer questions, but you don't, can we solve the concerns that people have for traffic on Arapahoe and Woodrow Street? I don't think we'll be able to do that unless, we're able to make some improvements in the future. So those issues are still going to be there. But I'd like to, Doobie, are you available? I'd like and Rebecca to come on up so the McDowell Group helped us on reaching out to the community. The process was undertaken before we filed the application. Don't forget there was a prior application also, so there's been outreach during both of those processes, and I'd like to turn it over to them to describe what they've done. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm Doobie McDowell and my colleague Becca Brockway. We first got involved in late May, and one of our first tasks was setting up a website so that anybody who had any questions would have an opportunity, and that includes the press, would have an opportunity to go to the site and see what the plans were like, see some details, and have an ability to ask questions on the website. So that was one of the first things we did. I'm going to have Becca talk about just some of the outreach, the door knocking, I guess we'll call it.
Hi, Rebecca Brockway. We then reached out through the town to have the 500-foot butter addresses and sent an initial correspondence to those homeowners, property owners, directing them that there's a website set up, that we will be out if you want contact right away. Here's our information. You can also go to the website, and in the website you can directly email us and we will get back to you. Then in late June, early July, August, myself and Amanda Green, we knocked on all those doors if someone was not
Would you just explain who Amanda Green is?
Amanda Green is with Figure 8. She works with the applicant. We walked and we talked, and if someone was not there, we left behind information on how they could reach us. From that, we gathered the information, which is in your report. We also, through that, we did set up a few Zoom meetings or sit-down meetings, depending on what the property owner wanted, what they preferred. And we met with them and answered their questions. And if we were unable to answer those questions, we would find out the answers, get back to them. We also reached out to the business owners through the West Hartford Town Business Association and through the West Hartford Chamber, and did meetings with them as well.
And one other aspect of the community outreach is via the news media. And so we had extensive conversations with Ronnie of weha.com. Hartford Current did a big article. I mean, that's one of the many ways that you reach people, and the social media that springs from that.
In early December, late November, early December, we went farther out beyond that 500 feet, and we did 4 Mile Road from Farmington Avenue to Woodrow to see if there were additional information that we could give out or talk or direct them to where they could find out information if they were looking for anything in particular.
Thank you. It's important to get that on the record, so I appreciate that.
Thank you.
I do have one other question, not of the outreach.
Thank you.
I think I'm still in my time allotment. So I've given a lot of thought to looking over this plan, and it seems to me that, I don't know if this has been explored or could this be explored, but to have the traffic exit your site just to make a left turn out of your site onto Arapahoe Road to be close to LaSalle Road, so that none of the traffic leaving your site ever goes up Arapahoe or would ever need to go down Woodrow. Has that been explored? If so, what were your findings? What were your concerns? Is that something that's still could be evaluated.
We've talked about that as a solution to a lot of the questions or the comments that have come up during the whole process and in meeting with engineering staff. The problem is it's hard to enforce that, and you don't want to you know putting restrictions where some people may want to go that way and find it difficult to go the other way on it, you know, to go for a Sunday drive and make an illegal turn, that is a problem. But we've explored that, we've offered that, we would consider it. It just talking with staff, they thought it would be hard to enforce.
Well,
I would like to just add something. I just checked with my client again, and you know, we did offer it, and we'd be willing to do it if administration felt that that was useful. We could do that, yes. But that's
well, as a rule follower, okay, if the sign says no right turn, okay, I'm not making the right turn.
right, and it could certainly dissuade
Right. So
the rule followers.
And I do believe that the people who reside on your property would get the impression quite readily if we were enforcing it, seeing people leaving that were your owners of the property, making right turns out of the driveway. That would be very easy to identify the violators, correct?
Yeah.
So I don't think that would be an issue. I did explore with town staff, I'll share with you, I thought that possibly Arapahoe Road could be either dead-ended or have an emergency gate put on it so that emergency vehicles could be the only ones to go through, so that traffic was not coming into the center from Arapahoe Road, okay? I got a lot of reasons as to why that was not a feasible thing, but I do think what I just discussed does sound reasonable. It removes any additional traffic that could be generated on the site from going into the neighborhood. And I think that with that and along with speed calming measures along Woodrow, where I would agree, we've removed the parking from that street on both sides, and that has given people the raceway effect, okay, of disregarding speed limits and stop signs. And I don't think it's unique to Woodrow ignoring stop signs. I believe it's townwide, it's Hartford County-wide, I think it's statewide. I don't understand this, but it just seems to be an issue. People seem to be in a rush, and they don't think that it applies to them. So I'll stop, giving a sermon here, but I think we need to be very cognizant as the new neighbors in the block. We don't want to make life worse for those who are already there. And to be a good neighbor, we need to find workable solutions to say, listen, we want to be in your neighborhood. We don't want to negatively impact your quality of life. So what can we do to make this happen? So that's why I've been trying to think out of the box with respect to possibly just having a left turn only out of your site.
I think that as you describe it, and I think it makes a lot more sense than when we thought about it, but I think we didn't fully vet it, and we presented it as an option, but it never really got discussed. But it makes great sense right now, especially as, for people who want to head west, you have a signalized intersection at LaSalle and Farmington, making that a much safer movement. So I'd support that.
So we have put it on the record that we would be willing to do that.
And lastly, we haven't really explored whether or not we would be able to open LaSalle to Main Street, okay? That little portion there. That's still under study and investigation. There's a little driveway there that gets you to the town center garage. So that's another way for people to get up to a main road. So there's a lot of moving pieces here, but I think we have to think within the box. Now, as somebody who has served, this is the last thing, Mr. Madam Mayor, as chairman of the TP&Z for 3 years and served on it for almost 7 years prior to my service here on the council, I appreciate the constraints that anybody serving on TPZ had to make with respect to the decisions. They did not hear from the applicant. They heard from town staff with respect to the details and had to make the determination whether or not to make a referral based on what they heard from town staff without really getting into a dialogue as we're able to do this evening. So for my former colleagues or fellow colleagues on that board, I appreciate the time that they make, and we do value their opinion. With respect to DRAC, those are people who are well respected in their particular fields, who sit down and know more about architecture and engineering than I'll ever know in my lifetime. And their opinion, while it was contrary to what you wanted to hear this evening, it's a very important part of the process for us to hear what their concerns, objections were, what things they thought you hit and you hit the target with. I think that's very important to have on the record. And as a whole, I think our entire body will be better served by the fact that we do have this deliberative process in the planning stage of what the buildings will look like and how they relate with respect to our zoning code and our plan of conservation and development. So thank you.
And if I just may echo something on that, there is no question but that this is a better project as a result of that DRAC process. They were right. They were right to make that original negative recommendation, and we responded. And maybe we haven't gotten everything, but this is a much better project for that review process, and they get all the credit.
Thank you, Mr. David F. And I just want to say that I did share with you that that was my idea on the road, but that's okay. All right. All right. Going to Mr. Zdanowitz, and then Ms. Blanks, you're on deck because I know you're.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So I wasn't shared with that, but I did have left-only traffic written down. And while you were discussing that, I wrote one-way traffic because that eliminates the rule breakers and rules. So if you made that a one-way, there's really no, I mean, that rule in itself is kind of a standard. You know, you're not going to stop to 61 mile an hour at 1:30 in the morning because that's, you know, that's going to happen, but unfortunately. But yeah, so I had one way on there too, so I thought something maybe like that. My comments today are going to be kind of addressing our constituents and the residents that came out today, because I love this process and it's important to us, it's important to me. And someone said the natural progression of WEHA, if you don't like change, you'll hate extinction, right? And that kind of resonated with me. I had never heard it that way before, but that's true. And when we go back into, like, you know, West Farms Mall, that was going to be the death of the center here back in the 70s, right? The center wasn't going to survive West Farms Mall. And then when we were building Blueback Square, West Farms was against it because Blueback was going to be detrimental to them. So you have a full circle right there. And, you know, Blueback had its oppositions. You had politicians coming in on horseback opposing it. It was a big deal. And I would wonder if any of those people out there today would say that Blueback was a bad decision. Those same people that came here back in the day, was that a bad decision? I don't know. You know, I doubt it because it's part of our fabric now here in West Hartford. In the Steel Road project, I didn't know, you helped me with the 400 opposed 3 nights. I knew it was a big deal. I would venture to all those people in opposition what that Steel Road project is now. You know, and I've been thinking about this for a long time, and I've been on other zoning pieces that we've collectively voted on. And what does traffic look like? You know, what does traffic look like? Well, it looks like Cigna and MetLife getting out at 4:30 in the morning, 4:30 in the afternoon, coming down Mountain Road, backed up a mile from Route 44 up Mountain Road. Holidays around the mall, restaurants getting busy on a Thursday night, parades, mitten runs, Hartford marathons, previous the Yukon, St. Joe's, schools getting out at 2:15. That's traffic. It's not the development that they put on Mountain Road near my house where Glen Hill used to be with the new homes there. That's not adding more traffic to my neighborhood. And so those are the kind of things that when we look at what traffic looks like, what did we hear today in my mind? We heard that there's a traffic problem downtown previous to this. They didn't come to complain so much about the building. They came to complain about the traffic there. And I think we have to respond, and I think we are and have. We've got a plan in place. Mentioned left-hand turn, one way only. I think these are some of the things that will help with that process, right? Because we really have to look at that at town. It's our responsibility to do that, right? The safety, the ability to traverse safely through neighborhoods so that those neighborhoods stay vibrant. So we have to look at that. We were sat on one very similar that had traffic issues there too, and we as a town have to look at it. So it's interesting. I understand it, and I really do appreciate it. But there's other projects that are around town that, there was across from Bob and Sally's, there was a home there that they knocked down and they put on something similar that you're putting on the corner. It's all office buildings. I don't know if there was opposition to that. I certainly was opposed to it, but now I love it. So those are the things that change. Someone mentioned Hampshire House being in scale and comparison, and then when you did the bird's eye view of everything, it kind of made sense. It has to be transformative. I think so. I think West Hartford needs projects like this going forward. And we talked about the guiding principles, again, with the buffer zone and things like that. This is actually buffered by a lot of buildings. And I found that to be interesting too, that, I understand that those homes on Arapahoe are concerned about it, and I get their concerns. But still, those concerns exist right now, and we have to address those. And I do like that the owners that will they be included in the neighborhood? The owners are going to want to take care of the neighborhood too, because that's what you talked about there.
Mr. Zdeno,
Yes.
this is a public hearing, so if you have questions for the...
I'm sorry, I
You
really wanted to
could-
address a lot of the public
No, that's fine. And
concerns.
I just wanted to ask you, do you want town staff, I see, our Director of Community Services and our town engineer are here.
Yeah.
If you wanted to...
I was
hear
just,
them.
maybe just the one way, and then we
Would
have
you-
to have that plan, for LaSalle.
I know we're in a process, so, but maybe you can come up and... No, you were free,
Through you, Madam Mayor, to Mr. Zdanowicz. So we are in the process of, Stantec, as everyone knows, and we've heard many times tonight, is in the process of assisting us with the center infrastructure project. And as part of that, they are doing evaluation of traffic. We have received a draft memo from them addressing the traffic issue on LaSalle, Woodrow, Arapahoe that we're reviewing right now. And we would, without question, we are going to assist our neighbors on Woodrow and on Arapahoe and help mitigate the issue. But we need to review that memo in detail. As part of the study, we're looking at LaSalle. Right now it's one way going north. Do we leave it one way going north? Do we leave it one way going south? Do we convert it back to two-way? Or do we close it all together? Those are some of the options that are being considered, and until we kind of get into the weeds of some of those decisions, we won't know exactly what we will end up doing for Woodrow. We did meet with the neighbors on Woodrow and Arapahoe back in September, and then our engineering department performed a survey for the neighbors over the last couple of months, and we're reviewing that information. Some of the details that came out of that survey were speed humps that we've talked about tonight, semi-diverters like we have on 4 Mile, Newport, and Riggs, as well as the raised table at the intersection of Ellsworth and Woodrow. So that'll all be part of our decision-making process, and we will have, before a shovel goes in the ground, if this project were to be approved, we will have addressed the traffic issue on Woodrow.
All right, thank you. So, bottom line is, I guess your presentation answered most of my questions. I just had what the constituents were talking about. So, I'm done. Thank you.
I just wanted to make sure that you were getting your questions answered if you need. So I guess we're all set, I guess, right? Thank you. Okay. Carol, and yes, your turn.
Led by Attorney Pearson. You always do a good job. I also want to thank all of the community members that came out, whether you were in support or opposed. And especially I want to thank the 2 West Hartford natives that are part of this application as well. And I also want to thank my council colleagues for hanging in at this late hour. So my question is, for the applicant, around the Pocket Park, I'm just concerned about that inviting space and how will the trash be maintained. I know it is your responsibility, but I'm hoping that you make it easy for people to dispose their trash in the receptacle and not just in that beautiful space that you plan on putting together or you're proposing. So that's one question. I'll pause.
Oh, okay. Do we have anything specific, Matt or Jeff, on trash management right there? I know we can certainly include it, but do we have anything now?
I think
Identifying
Matt Merva with Bowler, landscape architect. As we'd stated before, I think that's all going to be part of the maintenance that the applicant will be responsible for. So trash receptacles, emptying those, that would be part of the maintenance program based on the overall site, just as though that were private space. That'll be open to the public, but maintained by the applicant.
We will look at, I assume, whether or not there'd be a trash receptacle right there?
Right.
Yeah.
Thank you. Carol?
Okay, thank you. I have 2 other questions, so please bear with me. The second question is regarding the Webster Bank drive-through. So right now, I understand that space is going to be closed off, and all customers will enter from the Arapahoe side. So my concern is now that activity is going to be pretty heavily populated between pedestrian for building A as well as building B. So can you just kind of walk me through, because when I did look through the application, I really didn't see how the cars were going to enter into the bank drive-through and then exit out. That's my second question, and then I have one more.
Yeah, no, that's a great question. I'm going to pull up the site plan. Bear with me 1 second. As so the drive-through will function pretty much the same way it does now. Give me a second. I didn't think this completely shut down. There we go. So you will access the drive-through by coming in off of Arapahoe, and then in this plaza you can see here the curb line, flush curb line here with bollards behind it that outlined the turn to get into the drive-through, which is under the overhang here, and then you'll exit in the same way you do now, back out the same way you came in. Where right now cars enter through this alley and then make a tight left turn there. So you can see it's not a super difficult movement. It's not a super crowded drive-through. It does get use though, and it's a pretty good modern. There's plenty of stacking room underneath it, that it's all being maintained as is.
Okay, Carol, is that?
Okay, thank you. And one more question. So for the building B, that's going to be on the corner of Arapahoe and LaSalle, and for the apartment residents, I believe in your presentation you stated that their parking is going to be located in the town garage parking. So my question is there going to be a drop-off designated spot for those residents who have groceries or perhaps maybe moving light item furniture or things of that nature?
There is, there's parking available for, in this parking lot here off of Arapahoe that can be used for dropping off. There's also spaces, as you can see here, underneath the building and back, a couple spaces and 2 accessible spaces. So that can be used, as well as available on-street parking on a short-term basis. The town center garage is just to the east of this, the Brico building on this side.
Carol, do you want to follow up or?
Okay. I do have a follow-up, and it's basically just good signage going into the proposed building a lot. Just looking at your renderings, they're very beautiful and pretty and whatnot, but I just didn't really see any good signage in terms of pedestrian safety and traffic safety when folks will be pulling in and exiting out, because you're going to have a combination of pedestrians walking, you're going to have motorists coming in and out, you're going to have the bank activity. So I'm just hoping that your stop signs or what have you, guiding people, how to be safe and to drive carefully in mind of pedestrians, that is part of your plan going forward.
Yes.
And I'm all set, Madam Mayor.
Those are great points, and as Matt pointed out, it is a pedestrian priority area that's used for parking cars and accessing the lot behind 2743, which is for tenants and for accessing the drive-through. We also will be including wayfinding signage that we were going to work with the town staff to get parking in, signage to direct people to the public parking and the hours for that. So we are on board with making this as safe a pedestrian space while still accommodating the cars that it needs to. I think we can do that, and the design with engineering, we're reducing lane widths on this second aisle to 20 feet, which again slows cars down even more. So it's designed to be a safe area for pedestrians.
Thank you, Carol. Thank you, Ms. Blanks. Thank you. All right, so we'll go to Mr. Cortez.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I would like to thank the developer and everybody that's worked to make this possible for this presentation. You guys did a great job. Down to the traffic analysis. Usually I hear these traffic analysis, and to me they don't make sense. And I thought it was very thoughtful. Especially figuring in the COVID numbers and adding that percentage. I thought that was important for me to hear. So I want to put that out there. Some questions. First question, for electric vehicles, is there stations for electric vehicles on site?
Yeah, I think we're willing to do electric vehicles. That we have to figure that out. They're not shown on the plan, but I think it could be accommodated, a certain number inside the building. Yeah.
Well, it's a good question, and it's a detail that we don't have in the plans right now. We will indeed be including them. There are definitely going to be some in the garage, and we're looking at maybe putting some up top also. We don't have a lot of surface parking up at the top, but we do have some, so we will definitely do that. You're absolutely right, yes.
Yep. And then another question. So parking is important for me. If you look at my inbox right now, it's a lot of emails about this project. It's a lot of emails about food waste, and my other set of emails is parking. So you guys talk about for the rental building, possibly leasing parking space. there's something similar to that we have, and I'm not a fan of. So if that's not set in stone. If that doesn't go through for that apartment building, what plan do you have for parking?
Oh, if I may, the draft agreement that you've got right now to provide a minimum of 30 spaces, and there are 28 spaces in units in that building, by state 28. By state statute right now, that would require, because they're all one bedroom or less, there's a plus, that's not another bedroom though. There's one bedroom plus, but it's not another bedroom. So they're all one bedroom or less, so they only require one space by state statute. And our experience, and in fact, you approved one for the Udolph development, which is right off of Main Street, which was approved for rentals at 1 per unit, and they too have underground parking. So 1 space per unit would require 28 spaces. And the owners of the town center garage, it's not a town garage, but it's the private town center garage across the street. You know, they are participants, they are part of it's the Simons. So the same people that are part of this. So they are, going to be leasing us those spaces. And the draft, we modeled it after the one that you approved for another development on Farmington Avenue. But it commits for a long-term period. I think the first term is 20 years, and then 2 10-year extensions for parking. So there's parking, okay? And it's in I was looking at the distance of some of the office buildings to the parking that already exists in the far reaches of this site, and the distance from the car in a parking lot in the far end of our site to one of those office buildings at the corner, for instance, is not dissimilar to the distance that people would be walking if their car was in the town center garage. So, I mean, it's certainly very viable.
Well, thank you for clarifying, especially the town center garage, and the ownership.
Right.
So thank you for clarifying that. And then, just to be, I think you answered it already, but regards to maintenance again, right? So that alleyway, so just be, it looks nicer, inviting. Some of the issues that we do have on LaSalle Road is with, later at night, especially with littering and stuff that goes on in these alleyways, So yes, it feels safer, but would it could also be inviting, for people to hang out after they leave the restaurants at closing time. So is that area covered as far as maintenance and cleanup? Because it is an issue currently right now.
It's currently maintained by the owner. It's a driveway, private driveway, and it becomes, but it's a driveway, and it's pavement, and it's an old driveway, and it goes across the sidewalk. It's in tough shape, but it'll be, as part of this, redone as a pedestrian place and maintained in the same fashion that it is now.
Oh, I think it might even be maintained in a better fashion, given that people are living there. Yeah.
And I have a lot of comments, but I'll save that for when it's time to vote. But thank you for answering my questions.
Thank you, Mr. Cortez. Mr. Winograd.
Thank you, Mr. Cortez, for that lead-in. Questions. A couple of real quick ones. Bike facilities. I don't see them on the map, but on the
Bike
plans.
storage will be inside the buildings.
Yes, we do have a few surface.
And we have some, if you could point out.
So yeah, there is bike storage, Matt Merva with Bowler again, within the garage, as Jeff pointed out, but we also have some racks indicated right here along LaSalle, that if you look at the enlarged plans that were part of the package,
Scroll wheel.
you can see that. We've got some racks right here adjacent to this tree. So this would accommodate 4 bikes here.
Okay. And then you'll also have condo storage.
That's right.
Right. And in the apartment building as well?
I don't believe we have additional bike storage there, but the racks I just pointed out are directly adjacent to that apartment building.
Right. And I wouldn't make this as a condition, but you might want to consider having some extra storage in your underground area. I think, people are looking for that these days.
I think, under the big building, we may be able to.
In the B, you have that one line of parking.
Yeah.
It's on the drawings if you look to.
Not underground, under the building, under.
Second floor.
Go to the second floor? Yeah, the second floor. This is
Yeah,
your
I was
thing.
just looking at it.
Go to, right there.
In the options here. Yeah, sorry.
Next, there you go.
Okay.
Ah, there you go.
So there's the bike room right here.
Very good, you found
Bike
it.
storage.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Second question, a lot of trees, obviously as part of the plan. Can you tell us what size those are going to be when planted?
I believe we have them listed at 2.5 to 3 inch caliper at time of planting. So that's sort of a standard. We could look at increasing that, but we find that especially in urban conditions like this, you want to have the root ball of a size that's going to adapt well and be able to grow into the surrounding soil on its own. So trying to put in too big a root ball in an area under the sidewalk can get a little tricky. So we're trying to keep those at a size that they will grow quickly and reach their full potential.
I do recall during Blueback, and I'll defer to those who were there then, that one of the selling points was that they were going sort of as big as they could on trees. And I'd certainly...
Sure. Do you recall any of the sizing that was
I don't remember.
listed out?
I don't believe I remember, but I do remember that I wasn't around for that vote.
Yeah.
But
I mean, we definitely want to balance that because we want, day one impact and to have this look good. We're just also concerned about long-term viability of the
obviously
trees. So
we want them to live, but
right.
we do want to have that,
Absolutely.
not just, shrubs for 10 years kind of
Right.
problem. But so, yeah, if you can get us that information, as maybe staff can help with that in terms of what is the biggest viable.
Sure.
We'll look into it with staff.
Thank you. Just a clarification, the pocket park on Arapahoe, that's where the current driveway is? Do I just have the geography correct?
Yes, that's correct. The current driveway, Jeff, correct me if I'm wrong, is right through
Correct.
here.
Yep.
Can you see my pointer? Yep.
Okay. Great.
So we're actually pulling that driveway, away from that abutter.
Right. And I think, so there are fences there as well. Is that all on your control, or are those the abutting?
We'll have a wall and a fence along that edge, as well as the screening planting that you're seeing here.
Okay. 'Cause I could be wrong. I didn't look recently. I remember a chain link fence there. I don't know if that's still there. That may have been years ago. I haven't been up that.
Chain link fence is still there. Jeff Fitzgerald with Bowler, the chain link fence is still there alongside the driveway that's there now.
Okay.
So I don't know that it needs to remain. I don't think it should remain. I think it'll be up to the two owners to decide if there should be one there. But I think it would be nice knowing that this park will pretty much blend into the grade and the lawn of the property to the side there. So.
But do we know if it's their fence or yours now? Do you know who owns that fence?
I think it's on our property. It's
Mark just confirmed it's on our property.
Okay.
Chain link fence there. Right. Yeah, it looks like it's on our property.
So, I mean, with the cooperation of the neighbor, if that's desired, I would hope that you'd remove that fence if they want you to.
I would be all for that, yes.
Thank you. Let's see. So another quick question. The north side driveway of Building A, those parking spaces, is the access only through the building? How do you?
These
those,
here.
Yeah.
It's through the upper level parking, which is, let me pull this up here.
At the condo level?
Yes. So it's you'd access through here and then out here to that area.
Okay, so that's overflow for the condo only?
Yes.
That
Yeah,
isn't
and
commercial.
it can be spaces for certain tenants in 1001 Farmington Avenue. You'll need
Okay.
gate access.
So
to
they'll
get in
also
there.
have that
Yes.
access to get
Yep.
through the condo area?
Yes.
Parking, okay. Thank you. Two other questions. Do I think the simpler one first? Ms. Glenn, who made a comment about Farmington Avenue access. Is that something that you explored in terms of getting access from Farmington Avenue? Or is that
No,
possible?
because we did explore access to this parking lot from Farmington Avenue. That's sort of through the adjacent driveway here, but that hasn't been able to be completed.
Okay, thank you. I'm not sure whether the geography works for that or not, in terms of taking some of the pressure off Arapahoe.
Yeah, it's you
don't own all
haven't
the
been able to
property,
make the
right?
deal, and it would be a little circuitous. You need to come in here and then take a left to get in because the grade starts to fall off here as it slopes from west to east.
Right, okay,
Right.
and I guess the geography of the parking lot.
We don't control, we did try.
Right.
Yeah,
The parking lots, there's a fence there now between your property and the SK Lavery building. That is impossible to come in through that way.
Correct.
Okay.
And there's no room over there. SK Lavery is right up to the property line.
I mean, the way into their parking lot, but they would have to approve that, I guess.
Yeah.
Okay. Last question. So it gets back to the whole, the parking issue, and it was confusing trying to go through your numbers as to how many spots you had, and because of the fact that you're using spaces over at the other garage, and yet you're also sort of promoting the idea that you're going to have excess spaces in Building A that for the public. So it seems like you don't really have excess spaces. You're actually, because you're not actually building the 325 or whatever. You're actually building 275 and then contracting for 50 at the other. So
It's a great question, and the nuance is that at present, there's 133 spaces that are accessed by that driveway that are gated, and they're exclusive for the use of the commercial businesses at 65 LaSalle.
Right.
When we build this new building, and it's a new structured parking, the proposal is that in the evenings after business closes, after 6 o'clock on, and then on weekends, those spaces that are now gated and no one can use will convert, now that when they're in the building, will convert to public parking for pay. And so that's where you get the surplus that doesn't exist now at all. You end up with the two lower levels of that parking structure being available to the public. That's all surplus.
Right, no,
But the nuance is, if I may, for the people in the apartments, they've got to have 24/7 parking if they want it. So they couldn't, there's no room 24/7
okay, that's
for
the question.
those. That's the
that was
that's
the question.
nuance.
Was why make
Yeah.
them go over there when you could just give them
Because
spots
they need to have it when they want it.
in A?
Yeah.
And you don't have enough spots in Building A for
Right.
them.
We have excess only after the workday and on weekends.
Okay,
And if I was living in one of those units, that wouldn't make me very happy.
right. Okay,
Yes.
that I understand. And to some extent, you're replacing some of the, I mean, people, the Webster, the current parking lot gets some of that traffic currently.
Yes.
Maybe not approved, but people park there. They charge for them at this point, but they, obviously it fills up at night.
In evenings and weekends, yes, people park illegally
Right.
at Webster in the parking lot, on the surface lot,
Right.
but that's not.
They're just using the
that's not here.
ATMs and it, you know.
Okay.
All right, no, thank you for that explanation. I understand that now. That's it. I have no other questions.
Thank
Thank
you.
you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Winograd. Ms. Pullen.
Oh, good. So now I can ask my 10 questions or so. Just kidding. I have, first I want to thank everybody for sticking this out. I think it's so impressive to see how engaged our residents are. So thank you for that. And thank you to our town staff who's still here, and to the applicants as well. I just have two questions. Do you have any ownership or potential ownership over the alleyway that's north of Starbucks? I'm just looking at how nice those two redone alleyways look and wondering about that third alleyway, if there's anything that can be done there.
No, it's not part of our site.
Okay, thank you. Okay, and the second question, I know we've talked a lot about traffic, which does have a huge impact on the folks who live in the area. But another thing that will have impact is just the construction itself. How long do you expect the construction to take? What is the expected time frame, start and end? And then what sorts of mitigation strategies will you use to help for noise and just the visual mess that construction just causes for people? Thank you.
Well, I'm able to answer the noise issue because the town has very strict regulations on how construction activity will take place within the borders of the town. So we would have to adhere to that, and it involves noise standards. So you have certain hours, I don't remember what they are off the top of my head, but there are only certain hours in which you can conduct it. And I know it's more limited on the weekend, so we would have to adhere to all of that. You know, any construction is really, it's a pain in the neck for anybody who has to live by it, and we know that. But it's true, it happens for any construction project in West Hartford. But strict regulations by which we'll abide. And then the other question was, how do you minimize the impact on neighbors? There are certainly, and it's in our construction detailing on our plans, but there are a lot of steps that you have to take, like, watering down the driveway entrances to reduce any dust. If there's not a requirement, I believe there might be, though, for fencing in the site to be able to obscure the views so people don't have to see, the mess that's involved with construction activities. And is there anything else anybody wants to add? Phasing. Oh, well, definitely we'll be phasing the construction, and we spoke about that earlier. Yeah.
As far as the time frame goes.
Oh, how long it'll take? That I don't know.
I
Does
can answer
you want to answer that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Jeff Fitzgerald with Bowler. We're anticipating between 18 and 24 months to do both buildings. As we talked about, we'd stagger them, and so start with the construction of the garage, and after, and the corner building is the last thing, but there would be an overlap in the construction of the two buildings.
Yeah, thank you. And I recognize that we have the noise ordinances and you're going to abide by that. But there are certain days, I would imagine, during the construction that will be more annoying for people in the area than others, thinking about when you have to blast to get underground. And maybe there's a way that you could just put the word out to people, like, if you hear excessive noise today, don't be concerned. This is part of our construction. And we're trying to be as respectful as we can of
I'm hearing from my team that no blasting is contemplated, but even if it were, there are strict blasting protocols that anybody doing blasting, because you have to secure a permit from the town in order to do that, and that requires noticing everybody anyway. But my team is saying we don't think we have any
Subsurface
blasting.
Investigations, I think We shouldn't have to do any blasting there. We should be able to put the basement in without hitting rock.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Mr. Cortez.
Sorry, Madam Mayor, but there was one couple things that I did forget, but one important one, the alleyway. Right now, it's one way to LaSalle Road, and people still haven't figured out that it's one way, and we have barriers, and they do attempt to make that left turn onto LaSalle. So on the alleyway, right now, it's currently a driveway. How about installing some bollards right there, just to kind of deter
I'm
someone?
sorry, I'm not getting the question. Can you start again?
So the alleyway.
Are
by
you talking
Kitchen-
about this alleyway here?
Yes, correct.
Yes.
So right currently is a driveway right now.
It's a driveway. Yeah, it's a one lane, two-way driveway.
So so bad habits are hard to break. So at night, someone leaving, one of the restaurants might think, hey, I can go back there and do whatever and drive a car through there. Can we put bollards in the
Yeah.
front,
There's bollards proposed all along here that will prevent cars from coming out from this area that way.
Yeah.
And keeping that pedestrian priority. And then the construction of a new curb and walk here that would have to be jumped, a 6-inch granite curb in order to drive in there.
Yeah.
And furnishings and, that.
No, I
those
get it.
Those should be adequate to keep a car from trying to drive down there. If, we could put a nice decorative bollard on there, or
I
tie your
think-
horse to.
Yeah, because it would tear your car up. But I've seen on election day in Chatter Oak, there was somebody that went over the sidewalk up there, and I didn't think that was possible, and she got stuck.
That's a good point. Old habits die hard, and
Yes.
we know that.
And then one more thing along that line on the left turn only, if can that be made so uncomfortable that you're kind of forced to make left, where if you try to make a right turn, it would be hard, or are they two ways going in and out of the driveways, each driveway?
They are two-way, both driveways. This driveway would be very narrow. We could explore making that an even narrower left turn, only with a pork chop kind of thing, which we've done to restrict left turns, turns. Usually it's the other way around. Usually you're restricting left turns and encouraging rights only. But we could look into that to go along with the no left turn signage.
And then I apologize, one more question. For the workforce housing, is it set units, or like if you move into a workforce housing unit, all of a sudden you make over the 80% median income, do you have to move out of that unit and move into a different spot?
Typically, it's a year long. You have a lease, but if at the end of the lease, when you have to substantiate your income again for the next year, and you don't comply, you can't stay. So.
No, but my question is, are they forced to move out, or can they pay whatever the
Well,
market
no,
rate?
we can look at it and talk with, because we can do it any way we want, because this is not a requirement, actually, it's something we're agreeing to do. So we can work on an agreement with Corp Counsel with regard to that. But normally, if it were, for instance, an application under 8-30G, you'd always have to have 4 units that are dedicated and price restricted. So you couldn't leave somebody in there unless you could also immediately have another unit someplace else. So what it would simply be is, if you don't qualify for the next year's lease, then you can't take that unit. You'd have to either take another unit in the building, or at market rate. You just can't stay.
Yeah. No, to me, it's more of an image thing, so like, oh, those are the 4 affordable housing units.
They'll be dispersed. The units, they're not going to look any different, and they're going to be finished the same way throughout the building. There just always have to be 4.
Thank you.
Yeah. Did I answer your question?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Cortez. I just also want to thank the applicant, and thank the residents for coming out and for staying and being so committed to making West Hartford the best that it can be, and that's by bringing us all together and making all the concerns and questions, getting them answered and voicing them. And that's not always easy. I want to thank town staff who have really committed a lot of time to this project and always to us and advising us and counseling us, and all to my colleagues here who are do really, really great work and really weigh things very carefully. So, because we, again, all care about our community and want to make it better. So, a couple quick questions for me, sorry. One, somebody asked me this question, and it was someone that, anyway, I just want to, for the record, the BC zone, having it be RO and then having a BC zone with where the houses are. If somebody said to me, if you make that change, then a storefront could go facing the residential neighborhood on the, right in front of, on Arapahoe. And I said, well, it's part of an SDD, so it would have to go to a council, and then you potentially could have a community of residents that might not want that there as well. So could you just...
I can confirm that analysis. The plan that gets approved is the only thing that can be there without going through this whole process again and changing things and adding, to be able to add something else. Unless it's an administrative change, which are minuscule, it's less than 500 square feet and things like that. But we've pretty much, this maxes out development potential on this site. So unless you're taking something out, you can't put anything more in there. We're at 1.24 FAR, and the maximum is 1.25.
That's the point that I really want to make sure that there is no capacity for
Correct.
any further development.
And you have to approve it.
Right.
Even if there were.
Right. But even, right. But there isn't the capacity, again, if you took something out, maybe you could put something
You'd have
in.
to remove existing square footage in order to do anything else on that site of any significance.
Right. So in effect, the buffer where that house sat is now a park, and that is that acts as the buffer.
Correct.
Right.
And that buffer will stay as a buffer both because it's part of the plan that you approve, and it's only because of that public space that we get, double the incentive to have the building that we have. If that area were to change, we'd be totally out of compliance, and we wouldn't meet the FAR that you would have approved. So it won't happen. It can't happen.
Thank you. You talked about, I know in the presentation you talked about stormwater, and obviously that is a good environmental benefit to the town, not having runoff from car, and that going into our stormwater system. Is there any other green technologies that you're using, anything else that you can talk to that in the building process that you know of yet that would be used?
I'll let Seelan. Yeah, I'll let Seelan talk about the building stuff. I kind of let you know everything related to the site.
Sealant Patha again, Byronfield Architecture. Just with regards to the building, Madam Chair, we normally make it future-proof for solar. So we'd put in electric panels in the electric room and run conduit to the roof. Any solar installation needs to be vetted. So we make it, create the infrastructure to allow for that. We are incentivized by utility companies to provide high energy efficient systems, which we'll do here also. Most utility companies have incentive program, and if you go over a set percentage, if you're 15 or 20% more than base code, you get those incentives. We will be pursuing those if they exist.
Okay, thank you. But the roof, the way it's set up, really doesn't allow for solar right now, correct? Is that with the design of the roof, or is that's just the condos? That's not necessarily the apartments?
No, both roofs are flat.
Oh, both. Yeah, both.
Yeah,
are.
both roofs are flat.
Okay.
So you have space.
You do.
But again, that's something that has to be vetted by a consultant, and it has to be a return for the solar.
Mm-hmm. Okay. is Matt have some?
One quick thing too, on the landscape side, we are using a lot of native and drought tolerant species on the plan. And the rooftop that you mentioned, yes, there is room for solar at the upper levels, but a lot of the roof space has planting on it as well, which will get taken up by plants. Stormwater will get taken up by plants in those roofscapes rather than going into the roof drain system and down into the stormwater system below. So there is also that benefit as well.
Thank you. And I have a question on air conditioning and where those machine, the condensers are. I can't talk anymore. The condensers are in noise.
I've got the question, thanks.
Yeah.
So we've already started to identify them, and you can see a bank here, set back and screened. Set back and screened. And in this area also. Again, trying to pull it off the front corners into the rear corner.
Thank you. And snow removal for now, with the parking lot being tight, would you expect that if you would lose parking if you plowed snow? Would you be planning removing it, or how? Or is there a space?
You have to remove it.
There's some snow shelf areas provided. If we get blizzard conditions, sometimes tight spots like this, you have to remove it. One of the great things about 3 levels of parking beneath the building is you don't have to worry about snow removal for that area. So it's a much more manageable area than now.
Yes, thank you. All right. And then just one other thing, Farmington Access, I know this is a different property owner, and I think you did approach the other property owner to establish, and it just wasn't workable. Is it something that you would go back, and I missed the end of what Mr. Winograd, I think, had asked, and is that something that you would consider? Is it doable, I guess is my...
It is something we would continue to pursue if it could happen.
Okay, thank you.
And if that if that had an effect, I'm not sure that it would. It would probably be a change that could be handled administratively with regard to our SDD plan.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you. All right, are there any final questions before? Okay. Nope, that's a different public hearing. No, see, that we would adjourn now, but, yeah. If there are no further questions, do you want to just make a couple closing statements, and we're going to be closing the public hearing?
I think we have gone through this to the point of all of us being quite exhausted.
Yeah.
We appreciate your comments and your questions, and we appreciate the concerns that have been raised by the neighbors, and we do commit to working with the town staff and with the neighborhood on, possible changes that we can help with regard to the traffic issue. And with that, I'd just like to rest on the presentation that we made tonight and the plans that you have before you, and ask for your approval. Thank you.
Thank you, Attorney Pearson. Thank you, Attorney Pearson. So, before we adjourn, Madam Clerk, have we received, she's still here, have we received any comments since the beginning of the meeting?
Yes, we did.
Can you just review?
In favor, we received communication from Karen Johnson on behalf of Charter Realty and Development Corporation in favor, and S. Jason Wang at 194 4 Mile Road in favor. Those opposed, David Kevin, 11 Colony Road, John and Joan Nicole Sent, 147 4 Mile Road, Tiffany Smetak, 64 Ridgewood Road, Valerie Parafiordi, 82 Cherryfield Drive, Sasha Savage did not give an address, it was an email, and Peter Carpenter, 127 4 Mile Road, opposed to 6 stories but supports 4 stories. And that's it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ms. LeBreau. And also, before we adjourn, I'd like to ask Corporation Counsel to explain the significance of the protest petition and the effect on the rest of our proceedings tonight.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Dallas Dodge, Corporation Counsel. And I do also have one additional housekeeping item. I think I can take one concern off of Attorney Pearson's plate. I did review the minutes from the council's meeting on November 9th when you first read this item in, and you did vote to waive the application fee at that time. And so the application fee is waived for this new application. As the council is aware, Madam Mayor, you did receive a protest petition this evening and under your town charter. If a protest petition is filed at the public hearing for a zoning ordinance with the council against the change and it's signed by owners of 20% or more of the area of lots included within 500 feet in all directions of the property included in the proposed change, then it triggers a supermajority requirement for the town council. Unfortunately, Madam Mayor, you were scheduled to vote on this item at your meeting, which immediately follows this proceeding. However, my office and the town planner will require some time to be able to validate the signatures on the petition and do the appropriate calculations to determine whether the supermajority requirement is met. It actually requires us to review land records and determine whether the signatories are actually landowners of record with the respective properties, so it is a time-intensive process. So our suggestion would be to postpone your vote on this matter until December 21st. At which time we can appropriately advise you on whether the supermajority requirement is triggered. But for members of the audience who are here, who are planning on staying for the council meeting, my anticipation is that there will not be a vote tonight, so that we can have some additional time to review that. However, my suggestion, Madam Mayor, would be that you do close the public hearing portion of this proceeding this evening.
Thank you, Mr. Dodge. I mean, I don't think we have a choice, right? We have to know whether, we can't vote just to see what, we either have to vote or we don't. And so we don't know if we're going to have how the votes are going to go, so we have to wait, correct?
That's what I would advise, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. All right, so I am sorry for those of you who waited, and we are not making taking the vote tonight, but we will be voting on the 21st. Yeah, we have it in our, whatever. We'll figure it out in a minute.
Madam Mayor, we will announce the time. I believe it'll be 6:30 on the 21st. And just to emphasize, that will be a council meeting. It will not be a public hearing. The public hearing will be closed this evening, so there won't be any further public comment received at that meeting. But that will be the council's opportunity to debate and vote on the proposed application.
Okay, and just, again, a cautionary procedure in between now and the 21st. Could you just please tell the councilors what our roles are in that time, as well as the audience, but I don't.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I know it's difficult to avoid members of the public reaching out to you, but just as a reminder to members of the council, because this is a quasi-judicial proceeding, in deference to due process for both the applicant and the proponents and the opponents of the bill, I would encourage all of you to please not have any discussions with anybody outside of the public hearing regarding the application prior to your vote.
Thank you. All right. Any questions for Mr. Dodge? Mr. Davidoff.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Through you, Madam Mayor, to Corporation Counsel. Will we be receiving the requests for information from town staff between now and the 21st with respect to changes that were suggested during councilor questions?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And so, as always, a number of both I and I'm sure the town planner in the back was taking notes on some of the questions that were asked during the hearing, and we will be drafting conditions of approval that we will continue having discussions with the applicant concerning, that we will propose to the council to approve as part of its deliberation, or to consider as part of its deliberation of the application.
Thank you, Mr. Davidoff. I don't know. I didn't do anything. Okay. All right. So, and again, before we adjourn, I'd like to read into the record, as Attorney Pearson already covered, but we have to do it too. Thank you. I read a letter dated from DRAC, dated December 5th, 2022, recommending that the town council not approve the application, and a letter from town Plan and Zoning Commission dated December 12, 2022, recommending the Town Council approve the application. Is there a motion to close the hearing?
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded. Is there any objection? All right, there being no objection, the hearing is closed. Thank you all, but we have a few things to still cover. So if you could just keep your voices down as you leave quietly. We have another public hearing. Okay, we're gonna fly through this, people. Okay, this is the public hearing Tuesday, December 13th at 7 p.m. Ordinance permitting certain indoor venues at the CBDH district to stay open until 1 a.m. and operate under a Café Liquor Permit with an age restriction. Roll call, Ms. LeBrow. Oh, sorry.
Ms. Blanks.
Okay.
Ms. Cantor?
Here.
Mr. Cortez?
Here.
Mr. Davidoff?
Here.
Ms. Fay?
Present.
Ms. Poland?
Here.
Mr. Sweeney?
Here.
Mr. Winograd?
Here.
And Mr. Zdanowitz. Thank you.
Mr. Sweeney. Thank you. Thank you for keeping your voices down as we continue our business. Thanks.
Madam Mayor, without objection, I move that we continue the public hearing dealing with the ordinance permitting certain indoor venues in the CBDH district to stay open until 1 a.m. and operate under a Café Liquor Permit with an age restriction until December 21st, 2022 at 6:15 p.m. in council chambers.
Is there any objection? There being no objection, the motion is adopted. No testimony will be received on this ordinance this evening. So,
Madam Mayor, without objection, I move that we adjourn the public hearing.
is there any objection? There being no objection, the public hearing is adjourned, and we will go right into our council meeting. And we will start with the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, roll call, Ms. LeBrow.
Ms. Blanks? Ms. Cantor?
Here.
Mr. Cortez?
Here.
Mr. Davidoff?
Here.
Ms. Fay?
Here.
Ms. Poland?
Still here.
Mr. Sweeney? Mr. Winograd?
Here.
And Mr. Zdanowitz.
Here.
Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. LeBrow. I'm sorry, just bear with me for 20 seconds. We have passed the midnight hour. It's December 14th, and it is the 10th anniversary of Sandy Hook. And I know we all remember that day so well. And so horrifically. But I just wanted to remind all of us that there have been 189 shootings at schools around the United States since Sandy Hook that resulted in at least one fatality. So this is a epidemic that our country lives with, and I don't think should. So anyway, I just need to, and if we could just 30 seconds, just have half a moment of silence. Thank you very much. All right, Mr. Sweeney, 4A.
Madam Mayor, without objection, I move that we place items 5A, 5B, 7E, 7F, 7G, 7H, 7I, 7J, 7K, and 7L on the consent calendar.
Is there any objection? There being no objection, the items are placed on consent. Mr. Sweeney?
Madam Mayor, I move adoption of the consent calendar.
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
The items on the consent, any opposed, I guess I should ask? The items are on the consent calendar. Now we go to number 6, Mr. Sweeney.
Madam Mayor, without objection, I move that we postpone consideration of the item, the application of the Arapahoe Group LLC, change of zone RPRO RMO to BC with Special Development District Designation for mixed-use redevelopment along Arapahoe Road, LaSalle Road, and Farmington Avenue, to a special meeting to be held at 6:30 p.m. on December 21st in council chambers.
Is there any objection? There being no objection, the motion is adopted. B, Mr. Sweeney.
Madam Mayor, without objection, I move that the ordinance permitting certain indoor venues in CBDH district to stay open until 1 a.m. and operate under a Café Liquor Permit with an age restriction. We postpone consideration of this item until a special meeting be held at 6:30 p.m. December 21st in council chambers.
Is there any objection? There being no objection, the motion is adopted. Number 7, Mr. Sweeney.
Madam Mayor, without objection, I move that we refer the application on behalf of the Blueback Capital Partners and Charter Real Estate Co-Owners Partners, Special Development District 13, also known as Blueback Square. The application requests an amendment to existing Special Development District design guidelines to create a new standard of freestanding shade structures, and that we move and refer to TPZ and DRAC and set for public hearing on January 24th, 2023 at 7 p.m.
Is there any objection? There being no objection, the motion is adopted. No, B.
Madam Mayor, without objection, I move that we set the ordinance appropriating an amount not exceed $1 million, $1,500,000 into a capital improvement fund for fiscal year 2022-2023 for the purchase of improvements to properties located at 12 Brixton Street, 705 Oakwood Avenue in West Hartford, and authorizing issuance of bonds of the town in the amount not to exceed $1.5 million to finance the appropriation and pending the issuance is therefore of making of a temporary borrowings for such purposes, and that we set a public hearing on January 24th, 2023 at 6:45 p.m.
Is there any objection? Hearing no objection, the motion is adopted. C, Mr. Sweeney.
Madam Mayor, without objection, I move that we refer the resolution authorizing the purchase of properties located at 12 Brixton Street and 705 Oakwood Avenue to TPC for its required review.
Is there any objection? Hearing no objection, the motion is adopted. And now, letter D.
Madam Mayor, I make a motion to adopt the resolution appropriating the American Rescue Plan Act grant funds to support affordable housing.
So is there a second?
Second, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Motion's been made and seconded. Mr. Ledwith,
Thank
would
you,
you
Madam
like to?
Mayor.
Yes, thank you.
Good morning, everyone. We are pleased to present this ARPA grant fund to support affordable housing. As the council is aware, the federal government has awarded the town of West Hartford $25 million in grant funds and an additional $12 million in county allocations, of which the council has committed an aggregate amount of $14.4 million in ARPA funds for various municipal projects, such as the small business and nonprofit grant program that we're currently rolling out to the community. The council has asked us to continue to look at appropriating the funds in a way that can have a positive impact on our community for many years to come. The affordable housing plan would do just that, as it will provide direct financial assistance to eligible housing development or rehabilitation projects within West Hartford that will result in the creation of new affordable units, something that is also supported by our Plan of Conservation and Development, which recommends that the town increase affordable housing throughout our community. Right now, West Hartford has approximately 2,000 units that are deemed affordable, or approximately 7.8% of our housing stock. Over time, we would like to see this number get closer to 10% or even more, which would require 600 or more new units in town. Appropriating these funds will allow us to work with nonprofit organizations and agencies, as well as private affordable housing developers, to encourage new development of affordable housing throughout town. The plan would be rolled out in a similar way as our small business and nonprofit grant program that we recently rolled out. We would work with eligible recipients with our application process and eligibility requirements. We would require that recipients of the grant or loan would adhere to, for example, eligible applicants must be located in West Hartford, must be located within a zoning district that permits housing, must demonstrate an ownership or development interest in the project, and at least 20% of the units in this new project must be deemed affordable. One other requirement would be that the program would be limited to the types of qualified affordable housing as counted by the Connecticut's Department of Housing and as found in Connecticut General Statute 830G. Recipients could be eligible for up to 50% of available program funds, and funds would be available for a straight grant, like our small business and nonprofit grant program, or it could also be offered as a loan, which would allow our affordable housing program to extend beyond 2026, which is when the normal expiration of ARPA funds ends. So this program could continue on beyond 2026, which would be great for the community. Applications for support would be evaluated using the following criteria: total number of affordable units created. Obviously, the more, the better, and that would be something that our review committee would consider when evaluating an application. Percentage of affordable units in the overall project. As I mentioned earlier, we would like, a minimum of 20% of available units in that project, but certainly more would even be better. So if you had a project, a larger development coming in town with 30 or 40 units of affordable housing, that would be something that would weigh heavy with our committee. Affordability levels. As you know, we've been encouraging all new developments to incorporate some level of affordability in their plans, and most have been at the 80% of AMI. We heard about it tonight with the corner building on LaSalle and Arapahoe. There'd be 4 units in that building that would be 80% of AMI. This affordable plan would require a base of 65% of AMI or lower. So certainly 65% of AMI would be great. Any applicants that came in with units at numbers below 65% would weigh higher in our decision-making process. Term of affordable deed restriction. So we've heard 40-year deed restriction, you've heard 30-year deed restriction, 20-year deed restriction. The higher the better when considering an application. So an application coming in with a 40-year deed restriction would be considered more favorable than one with a 20-year deed restriction. Percentage of units restricted to seniors, families, disabled, or veterans. As we know, senior housing and housing for individuals with disabilities remains at a premium in town, and this program can spur growth in these areas. Location of the project would weigh with the committee. Proximity to public transportation, schools, employment opportunities. Those would all factor in our decision in terms of approving applications that would be submitted to the town. As we know, Governor Lamont has made affordable housing a priority under Public Act 17-170, which requires municipalities to prepare an affordable housing plan every 5 years. We currently have an Affordable Housing Advisory Committee working on our current affordable housing plan, which should be ready for review by the council sometime over the next couple of months. In addition, at the federal level, the Department of Treasury continues to strongly encourage state and local governments to dedicate a portion of the historic funding available through President Biden's American Rescue Plan toward building and rehabilitating affordable housing in their communities, recently providing updated guidance that will make it easier for state and local leaders to use the funds to finance long-term affordable housing loans. It clarifies that American Rescue Plan funds can be used to finance the development, repair, or operation of any affordable rental housing unit that provides long-term affordability of 20 years or more to households at or below 65% of the local area's median income. In Connecticut, about 1% of ARPA funds have been allocated to affordable housing. If the council were to act on this, this would represent a number that's 16% of our ARPA allocation, would be very significant to addressing the affordable housing needs in our community. I'll pause there and turn it back through you, Madam Mayor, and to the council for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Ledwith, and this is something that we've discussed. We've been discussing this for a long time, but in committee, and I actually was going to defer to Mr. Sweeney because it was in his committee we discussed it. So
I'll be brief. I just wanted to say thank you to Madam Mayor for spearheading this and working with staff and getting this to where we are today. And I also want to give kudos to my counselor, Mr. Winograd, for pushing us all the way to this point right now. One of the first things I was spoken to by him about was on affordable housing, and kudos to the mayor for making this happen. I think we are the first town probably in New England to do this. I don't want to say the country because I don't know that, but I know from the region we are. I am really excited about the loan piece of this, where this can expand this potential program going forward. I think this is a huge thing, as we just went through a 5-hour presentation about housing stock in our area. I'm really excited also about the potential of vouchers being a part of this program too. We've talked a lot about little a affordable, and it seems now a little a affordable is become much more a part of the housing conversation and less about the voucher program for just generally helping people that really do need a leg up right now. And with the economy being tough, this is a really big thing. And I just want to give kudos to the rest of the council who was there and had been a part of this conversation. I'm just really, really excited. I think this is one of the best pieces of policy that I've been able to vote on as a council member, and really feel really proud to be a part of it, and just want to thank everyone for allowing us to be here. And with that, this is a great resolution, and we should adopt it.
Thank you. Are there any other comments? Mr. Winograd.
Thank you very much. It's obviously late. I would love to give a really long speech about this, but you'd all kill me. Just a couple a couple of points. Listen, we are and should be an example for the rest of the state. Everybody talks about it. We're actually doing something. And I'm so proud of this body, of our staff for putting this together, and for our town for being, for being supportive. And I think that we do have support from the town. And this isn't just coming from us. I mean, we hear it all the time. Alberto, you talk about it as well. I mean, bring it up. I mean, we're committed to this, and to apparently use language that we're allowed to use after 11 o'clock at night, and now we're past that. This is a big friggin' deal. We should just really be, again, I wish we had a full room to hear it, but we should all be proud of this, and thank everybody for their efforts.
And I think that one of the most frustrating things about tonight was that we weren't going to be getting this till tomorrow. So that's really. Is there any other comments, Mr. Cortez?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just want to say that this, affordable housing is very important for me, and to have diverse housing options. In front of us, we always get the same thing: workforce housing, and it doesn't diversify what we have already. We all know someone who can benefit from this, whether it's seniors, someone from with disabilities, or just people on voucher programs. So this is a step in the right direction. I wish the percentage would be bigger, more than 20%. But that I will take anything. Anything would be a step in the right direction. Thank you.
And again, the applicants that apply with a deeper, more commitment, the higher chance that they will get something, right? I did just want to, I saw our economic development coordinator in the audience, and I just wanted to thank her for, a potential project that people have seen that is public, received a brownfield grant yesterday, 2 days ago now. And I want to thank you for your work on that, but it paves the way, I think, for a very exciting project for our community, and this allows us to potentially go forward with that. And I would add one other item to the list, and I would talk about energy efficiency, because with prices going up, having that structure be that way, that could be also incentivized as well. So I would add that. All right. Yes, Mr. David.
I just want to add for the record that when we received the ARPA funding, the criteria that I thought was important was make certain that we use the funds that are going to drive economic development in our community and not plug operational budget deficiencies. And I stated at the time that those communities that have the forward thinking to fund projects such as this affordable housing concept are going to be those that are going to be successful coming out of the pandemic. And I'm certain that this is another example of why West Hartford will be on the top of the list when we go to review this in a decade. So I thank all my colleagues for coming up with very good ideas on how to use this grant funding.
Thank you, Mr. David. I couldn't agree more. Hopefully this will be long-lasting and have benefits to people for a long time. Ms. Fay.
Thank you so much. I just for the record also, excuse me, when we discussed this in committee, we knew that we needed some professional outsourcing for the loan piece. It's very difficult and challenging to administer those types of programs. We believe that we can do the grants internally. So I just wanted to note that, because we were all supportive about giving that to somebody who has that expertise.
Thank you, Ms. Fay. Good point. All right. With that, all those in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Thank you, Carol. Oh, my God, Carol, I didn't want, sorry. Mark did not forget about you. No, the rest of us didn't too. Thank you, Carol. Any opposed? Motion carries. Congratulations. Great job, everyone. And any reports from anybody? Do we have to go through anything? Corporation, Town Manager, Corporation Council, no announcements. Go ahead.
Madam Mayor, without objection, I move that we adjourn.
Is there any objection? There being no objection, we are adjourned. Good morning.